Chapter 3612, Chapter 686, New Generation of Experts. Chapter 686, New Generation of Experts following the arrival of Crimson Mist, the Level 202, Tier 6 Sword God. All the players in the cavern inadvertently found themselves turning to look at her. Even Fiery Heart was not an exception. Incredible. Even though she's just standing there, I'm having trouble moving in her presence. As expected of one of the top 5 experts from the most recent S-League. Now that she has advanced to Tier 6, she can probably match the various superpowers veteran Tier 6 experts already. Match. I heard that Crimson Mist managed to kill a Tier 6 fallen angel with her team just recently for a legendary quest, and she obtained a legendary sword from the quest. In her current state, she can probably even try to fight Tier 6 gods of the same level. When the crowd in the cavern looked at Crimson Mist, all of them, regardless of gender, wore looks of yearning and worship. Tier 6 players were as rare as a phoenix's feather in God's domain. They were so rare that not every first-rate guild would have one. As for the various superpowers, many of them only had one Tier 6 expert. So, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Tier 6 players represented the apex of strength in God's domain. In a situation where veteran Tier 6 experts were operating behind the scenes, Crimson Mist had become a living legend for the general public. The Crimson Sword. Shi Feng also turned his sight toward Crimson Mist, and he couldn't help but scrutinize the female swordsman with crimson, shoulder-length hair. Shi Feng had heard of Crimson Mist's name in his previous life. It was some time after his home god's domain became fully connected with the greater god's domain, and the owner of this name came from the newest generation of experts of his home god's domain. In that generation, 7 individuals stood out the most, and the public regarded them as the 3 gods and 4 saints. Meanwhile, one of the 3 gods was none other than Crimson Mist, the Crimson Sword. Because Shi Feng had been busy evading Demon's Gate's pursuit in his previous life, he had only ever heard of Crimson Mist before. He never met her in person, and the only information he had on her was of her achievements in the greater god's domain. More specifically, Crimson Mist appeared in 10th place on the Starlight Realm's Tier 6 rookie list shortly after she entered the greater god's domain. And if not for the Eternal Glory Adventurer team lacking resources, she could have even squeezed herself into the top 5. While Shi Feng was sifting through his memories, Crimson Mist walked to the middle of the cavern and scanned the players around her. Then, she loudly announced, "Eternal Glory is hosting an escort to the ruined temple. We are charging 30 units of 7 luminaries crystal per player. We are accepting only 92 players. Anyone above level 190 Tier 4 can apply." Crimson Mist's voice was indifferent, but it gave off a powerful sense of security. She made it sound like a trip to the ruined mountain range's central area was no different than a casual stroll down a street. Meanwhile, as soon as Crimson Mist finished speaking, the crowd in the cavern quickly erupted into commotion. The Crimson Sword is escorting players, as expected of the Crimson Sword. She's starting with a 100-man team right off the bat. The average Tier 6 expert simply can't compete against her. Goddess, I want to apply. Many experts were overjoyed to hear Crimson Mist offering to escort players to the ruined temple. Many Tier 5 experts also couldn't help but be impressed when they heard her hosting a 100-man team. The situation in the ruined mountain range's inner and central areas was unlike in other maps, where a team's safety would increase with size. On the contrary, the larger a team was, the more danger it would be in. This was because the ruined mountain range's monsters were highly intelligent, and they would never blindly attack any player they encountered. Instead, they would first observe their opponents, and they would only attack if they had a numerical advantage. If they didn't, They would call for reinforcements until they had enough numbers to overwhelm their opponents. Hence, players seeking to travel to the ruined temple would usually only form 50-man teams. This was also the ideal team size that many experts had concluded from their experience. Yet, Crimson Mist had chosen to lead a 100-man team. Unless she was confident in her strength, there was no way she would do such a thing. In no time, many players had gone to apply for Crimson Mist's team. Some level 200 plus, Tier 5 experts from other teams had even chosen to leave their teams to join Crimson Mist's team. Seeing the crowd around Crimson Mist, Crying Blade from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion hurriedly said to Fiery Heart, "Heart, let's quickly go and apply as well. There might not be any spots left for us if we don't hurry." The other Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members also looked at Fiery Heart, a hint of urgency in their eyes. Although Crimson Mist charged a higher price for her services than Shi Feng, there was no doubt it would be safer if they traveled with her. However, the guild's higher-ups had appointed Fiery Heart as the leader of their team, so she would ultimately decide on which course of action the team would take. This was also why Fiery Heart had taken the initiative to talk to Shi Feng. "I know what all of you are thinking, but we've already concluded our negotiations. We cannot go back on our agreement," Fiery Heart sternly said as she glared at her teammates. "I disagree. You might be the leader, but that doesn't mean you can act selfishly, Heart," Crying Blade said as he stepped forward. "The guild has tasked us to head to the ruined temple as reinforcements, so we must prioritize our safety above all else. That uncle over there might be a Tier 6 sword god, but with his low level, how is he any different from us in front of level 200 plus monsters? If you insist on acting selfishly, I'll just pay out of my pocket." The other level 200 plus, Tier 5 experts of the team nodded in agreement. "Crying Blade, I am the leader of this team," Fiery Heart bellowed. "You might be the leader, but don't forget that you're from the Phoenix Pavilion, while I am from the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion. Also, if you weren't from the Phoenix Pavilion, do you think you can get selected as the team leader with your strength?" Crying Blade said, sneering. Then, while making his way over to Crimson Mist, he continued, "Regardless, I am heading over there. Whoever wants to stick with that uncle over there can stay." The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was made up of the Phoenix Pavilion and the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion, and the two were in a competitive relationship with each other. If not for the current guild leader being the Phoenix Pavilion's pavilion master, Fiery Heart could have never become the leader of the operation this time. Subsequently, over half of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members left with Crying Blade to join Crimson Mist's team without hesitation. Unfortunately, Fiery Heart could do nothing but watch as this happened. The Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's current pavilion master was constantly at loggerheads with the current guild leader. As a result, the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's members were no longer as accommodating toward the Phoenix Pavilion's members. Not to mention, the command to head to the ruined temple didn't come directly from the guild leader this time. Instead, it came from the guild's executives, and the command was only for them to reach the ruined temple as quickly as possible. Although the guild's executives had appointed Fiery Heart as the team's leader out of respect for the guild leader, she didn't hold absolute authority over the team. Not a single level 200 plus, Tier 5 expert stayed. When Fiery Heart saw that only 16 members stayed behind, her complexion turned incredibly ugly. Chapter 3613, Chapter 687. This Big Brother is a little strong. Chapter 687. This Big Brother is a little strong. TL notes. Crimson Sword name, Crimson Mist name added. Crimson Sword title. Simply put, Crimson Sword is Crimson Mist's title. "Why are there only 17 of you? Where's the rest?" Shi Feng asked after scanning the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members behind Fiery Heart. The number of players Fiery Heart had brought with her was completely different from what she told him previously. An accident happened on my side, Big Brother Black Flame, Fiery Heart tentatively said as she looked at Shi Feng. But I will still pay the total amount we agreed on. I will also have other players join us to make up for the missing numbers. I believe we can gather a 50-man team in no time. Fiery Heart could tell that Shi Feng wanted to head to the ruined temple as quickly as possible. Previously, her team had 45 members, including herself, and she could have easily recruited 4 more players to complete a 50-man team with Shi Feng. But now that they were 32 players short, completing the team would take a lot longer. So, she couldn't help but worry that Shi Feng would decide to cast them aside and head to the ruined temple alone. That won't be necessary. We can advance quicker with fewer members, Shi Feng calmly said to Fiery Heart. Let's set out now. After saying so, Shi Feng stepped out of the cavern, his actions causing Fiery Heart and her teammates to grow worried. However, they still hurriedly chased after him. Meanwhile, upon seeing the departure of Shi Feng's team, Crying Blade and the rest of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Is Fiery Heart crazy? Crying Blade couldn't help but doubt his eyes when he saw only Fiery Heart's team leaving with Shi Feng. It could be said that a 50-man team was the ideal standard for players looking to travel to the ruined temple. At this size, the team would only need to face monster hordes that were about equal in size. However, if the team was any larger, it would have to fight against monster hordes that were several times larger. And if the team was any smaller, every decently strong monster it encountered would not wait for reinforcements to attack it. This, in turn, would cause the team to face monster attacks far more frequently, severely slowing down their advance. In addition, if the team couldn't eliminate or shake off the monsters they encountered fast enough, they would risk attracting more monsters. Hence, 50-man teams became the ideal standard for players looking to travel to the ruined temple. Even when level 200 plus, Tier 6 experts were looking to escort a few friends to the ruined temple, they would first recruit more players to form a 50-man team before heading out. But now that Fiery Heart had set out with less than 20 players in the team, even if they ultimately made it to the ruined temple, there shouldn't be more than 2 or 3 survivors. Amidst Crying Blade's surprise, Crimson Mist finished recruiting members for her 100-man team. Everyone set out. When Crimson Mist saw that over half her team was made up of level 200 plus, Tier 5 players, she issued a command to advance without hesitation. Immediately, the 100-man team charged out of the cavern. Ruined mountain range, inner area. After advancing for about 3,000 yards, Fiery Heart and the others quickly noticed the presence of many monsters in their surroundings. More monsters were also gathering over time, all at level 190 and above. There were also several Tier 5 legendary monsters among them. What's going on with these monsters? Why aren't they attacking us yet? A level 192, Tier 5 cleric asked, frowning as she observed the monsters shadowing them. Their team only had 18 members. Logically, any Tier 5 legendary monster they encountered should attack them without hesitation. This would also be good news for their team as they had a Tier 6 expert leading them. Although they would be attacked more frequently than a 50-man team, they could still reach the ruined temple safely if they took their time eliminating the monsters they encountered. Yet, even though 3 legendary monsters had already discovered them, none attacked them. Instead, these monsters merely stalked them while waiting for reinforcements. If this situation continued, their team would eventually face annihilation. The ruined mountain ranges monsters don't have their 5 senses suppressed. Their perception radius is much larger than ours, so they should have detected Crimson Mist's team and are gathering their strength to deal with all of us, Fiery Heart said with an ugly complexion. Right now, our only options are to either pull away from Crimson Mist's team and deal with those monsters or stop immediately and let Crimson Mist's team pass us. However, despite what she said, Fiery Heart felt that both options were terrible for their team. If they chose to pull away from Crimson Mist's team, they would have to face nearly a 50-man team's worth of monsters. To make matters worse, 3 of these monsters were at the legendary rank. It would definitely be a tough battle if they chose to fight these monsters. Yet, if they chose to wait for Crimson Mist's team to pass, although they could shift the monsters' attention to Crimson Mist's team, doing so would increase their exposure to the ruined mountain range's mysterious energy. How could she do this? Did she not notice us leaving? The female cleric said in exasperation. Although never clearly stated, the various teams traveling from the cavern to the ruined temple knew that teams needed to maintain sufficient distance from each other when advancing to the ruined temple. Otherwise, the monsters would regard them as a single team, and both teams would suffer. Since their team was the first to set out, Crimson Mist should have waited at least 10 minutes before setting out with her team, making sure there was sufficient distance between their 2 teams. She should have noticed us leaving, but she probably doesn't care about such matters, Fiery Heart said with a wry smile. Someone capable of leading a 100-man team to the ruined temple naturally wouldn't be worried about going up against a 50-man team's worth of monsters. Even if this number increased several times, it still shouldn't be a big problem. To save time, Crimson Mist naturally wouldn't care about showing common courtesy to a small team like theirs. "Should we stop now, Big Brother?" Fiery Heart asked Shi Feng through the team chat. "If we continue advancing, we will have to face more and more monsters later on. Ignore them. We will continue advancing," Shi Feng calmly replied. Is he not worried in the slightest? Fiery Heart couldn't help but be surprised by Shi Feng's indifferent response. She never thought Shi Feng would be confident enough to challenge Crimson Mist. Any player capable of reaching Tier 6 wouldn't be a fool. They would know how to accurately gauge their and their opponent's strengths. So the fact that Shi Feng had chosen to continue advancing meant that he was strong enough to deal with their current adversaries. Realizing this, Fiery Heart kept quiet and continued following Shi Feng with her team. Meanwhile, over at Crimson Mist's team, under Crimson Mist's careful selection, her team comprised primarily level 200+, Tier 5 experts. As for the rest, although they were under level 200, they were all Tier 5 assassins, Tier 5 rangers, and Tier 5 swordsmen, classes with excellent mobility. In less than 3 minutes, the team arrived within 1,000 yards of Shi Feng's team. This was also the limit of players' perception range in the ruined mountain range. They haven't stopped. Crimson Mist was slightly surprised when she saw Shi Feng's team still advancing steadily in front. Chapter 3614, Chapter 688, Difference between Sword Gods. Chapter 688, Difference between Sword Gods. Why don't we stop for a moment, Vice Commander? That way, the gathered monsters will most certainly go for that group of people, and we can use the chance to overtake them. A middle-aged man who was a level 203, Tier 5 Guardian Knight from Eternal Glory suggested to Crimson Mist when he noticed that Shi Feng's team showed no signs of slowing down. Everything was as Fiery Heart assumed. They had indeed noticed Shi Feng's team leaving, but they did not care about dealing with more monsters, so they boldly departed without waiting in the hopes that Shi Feng's team would wisely step aside and let them go first. However, it was now obvious that Shi Feng's team was not sensible and had no intentions of stepping aside. In that case, all they could do was stop their advance temporarily to have the pursuing monsters start attacking Shi Feng's team. Then, they would use the chance to overtake Shi Feng's team. No need. They'll stop when the time comes, Crimson Mist indifferently said as she continued advancing in the ruined temple's direction. She didn't even glance at Shi Feng's team, showing no interest in them and regarding them as no more than pebbles on the roadside. Understood. The middle-aged guardian knight retreated to the side and stopped speaking. Crimson Mist might have chosen the most troublesome method to advance, which would ultimately cause them to be attacked by a portion of the pursuing monsters, but it still wasn't a problem for them. Shi Feng's team would be the only ones who would be in trouble. If Shi Feng's team still didn't know to repent over their decision, once the monsters amassed enough numbers to start attacking, there was a high chance they would get annihilated. Lunatic. That guy must be a lunatic. Why is he trying to challenge Crimson Mist? Running at the back of Crimson Mist's team, Crying Blade couldn't help but be surprised when he saw that Shi Feng was still advancing steadily in front. Ever since Crimson Mist got promoted into a sword god and obtained a legendary weapon, the various powers had already regarded her as one of the 4 great sword gods, and her strength could rival Tier 6 gods of the same level. Even the 5 great super guilds, old monsters, had nothing but praise for her, and they all felt that current eternal glory could already rival the Midnight Tea Party of old. So, it could be seen just how highly the 5 great super guilds, old monsters, evaluated Crimson Mist. She simply wasn't an existence the average Tier 6 expert could hope to match. Currently, the number of monsters pursuing Shi Feng's team had already exceeded 100, and the number of legendary monsters had even reached 6. It should be known that the ruined mountain range's legendary monsters normally required a party of Tier 5 experts to deal with, and even Tier 6 experts could only suppress them in one-on-one situations. When facing 3 or 4 legendary monsters, a Tier 6 expert might not lose, but they would still be kept busy for a long time. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's team only had 18 members. With so few members, they were already at risk of annihilation if they were to go up against a monster horde of such size and quality. Yet, Shi Feng still insisted on competing against Crimson Mist. He simply had a death wish. As the distance between the two teams continued to shrink, the number of pursuing monsters also increased. 150, 200, 250, 6 legendary monsters, 10 legendary monsters, 15 legendary monsters. When Crimson Mist's team moved within 30 yards of Shi Feng's team, the monster count had already exceeded 300, and the number of legendary monsters reached 20. This situation caused every Tier 5 expert present to panic. At this time, even the previously calm Eternal Glory members were wearing heavy expressions. After all, the monsters had already outnumbered them by 3-1. There were also 20 level 195 plus legendary monsters. If these legendary monsters attacked together, they could kill even a Tier 6 player of the same level. Damn it! Is that sword god crazy? Is he aiming for mutual destruction? The middle-aged guardian knight from Eternal Glory fumed when he saw that Shi Feng still had no intentions of stopping. It was understandable for Shi Feng to want to compete against Crimson Mist. Even so, there was no need for him to risk his life. In fact, he had even put their lives on the line now. Shortly after the middle-aged guardian knight finished cursing, the pursuing monsters suddenly halted their stalking activities and started to attack both Shi Feng's and Crimson Mist's teams. These monsters were lizard men wielding skillfully crafted weapons, and they attacked in groups of 3 or 5 using combination techniques. With the help of these combination techniques, even those at the Tier 4 Mythic could exhibit power at the Tier 5 Peak Standard. Moreover, their attack rate was comparable to that of Tier 5 players. Boom, boom, boom. After the initial clash, the Tier 4 Lizardmen Slaughterers charging at the forefront had not only broken apart the formations of both teams, but they had also inflicted light injuries to all Tier 5 players present. Everyone, Return to formation. Do not let them mess up our coordination, Fiery Heart promptly commanded after the initial clash. Activate the battle array. The middle-aged guardian knight from Eternal Glory gnashed his teeth as he commanded Eternal Glory's members to activate their trump card. Then he continued, all ranged DPS and healers gather together. All melee players form a circle. Do not get caught out alone. Immediately, both teams entered defensive formations in an orderly manner, neither getting distracted by the lizardmen's first wave of attack. Although the ruined mountain ranges monsters were highly intelligent, players were similarly intelligent. Not to mention, most players had engaged in group combat since their first day in God's domain, so compared to monsters, players were much more adept at working with each other. Most importantly, players had distinct class specializations. Tank classes were responsible for attracting enemy attacks, DPS classes for dealing damage, and healer classes for providing support. In contrast, monsters had no specializations, and those of the same race generally possessed the same skills and spells. There was no variation to speak of. Due to these points, so long as players kept calm, they could easily stabilize the situation and gradually occupy an advantageous position in group battles against monsters. While the Tier 5 players were engaging the Tier 4 Lizardmen Slaughterers in battle, the legendary-ranked Lizardmen heroes started their attack on Crimson Mist and Shi Feng. The Lizardmen heroes similarly moved in coordination, the 20 of them splitting into 2 groups of 10 to deal with the 2 Tier 6 players. They intended to distract the human teams, 2 strongest combatants, to give the other lizardmen time to kill the other players. Get lost! After looking at the lizardmen heroes targeting her, Crimson Mist unsheathed the 2 longswords she carried on her back and brandished them. Like 2 dragons executing a tail swipe, the 2 weapons instantly sent the 10 lizardmen heroes flying, the sight exciting Crimson Mist's teammates. How strong! I can't believe she neutralized the 10 monsters combination technique and sent them flying. As expected of Crimson Mist, those legendary monsters are no match for her whatsoever. Crimson Mist's teammates all cast looks of admiration at her. After seeing her attack, they all felt that the battle before them was no longer a problem, and they couldn't help but grow excited. While Crimson Mist's teammates were immersed in excitement, Shi Feng stood still and calmly looked at the 10 lizardmen heroes attacking him. Then, just as everyone thought that Shi Feng had been scared silly, he took a step forward. Suddenly, a divine might rivaling that of primordial gods spread from Shi Feng. Then the 10 lizardmen heroes suddenly froze midair as if they were petrified. A divine domain. Fiery Heart gaped in shock at this scene, and her eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Chapter 3615, Chapter 689, SSS Rank Expert. Chapter 689, SSS Rank Expert. A divine domain. How is this possible? Crying Blade couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the 10 lizardmen heroes standing frozen around Shi Feng. The level 197 lizardmen heroes might only be Tier 5 legendary monsters, but each was strong enough to give the average Tier 6 expert of the same level a headache. If 10 of them worked together, they could even cause substantial damage to the Tier 6 expert in question. Only experts of Crimson Mist's caliber could send 10 lizardmen heroes flying with a single attack. Shi Feng was only a level 178 player, so it was evident he had only gotten promoted to Tier 6 recently. Yet, he managed to immobilize the 10 lizardmen heroes attacking him simply by unleashing his divine might. This meant that his control over his divine might had already reached a level where he could already form the rumored divine domain. Divine domain. Even among the 5 great super guilds, the ability to form a divine domain was a divine technique that only 2 old monsters had successfully grasped. Meanwhile, So long as these two old monsters unleashed their divine domain, they would be invincible to existences below Tier 6, be it monsters or players. Everything below Tier 6 would be incapable of resisting them. While everyone was dazedly staring at the 10 immobilized lizardmen heroes, Shi Feng unsheathed one of the longswords he carried around his waist and brandished it, instantly creating a galaxy of stars across the battlefield. Subsequently, the 10 lizardmen heroes and all other lizardmen monsters within a 1,000-yard radius of Shi Feng were sent flying and crashing over 1,000 yards away, and all of them entered a heavily injured state. Is he a monster? The middle-aged guardian knight from eternal glory gasped at this scene. The act of heavily injuring 300-plus lizardmen was simply unbelievable, even if most of them were only mythic monsters. If it was up to Crimson Mist, there was zero chance she could replicate such a feat. This wasn't to say that Crimson Mist didn't have the raw power to heavily injure over 300 mythic-ranked lizardmen. Instead, it was because she lacked the ability to manipulate over 300 attacks to accurately circle around the players on the battlefield and strike only the lizardmen. If Crimson Mist truly wished to heavily injure all of the lizardmen in her vicinity, she would have no choice but to use an indiscriminate AI attack. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng's move, no more lizardmen stood in the way of his team. "Let's go," Shi Feng said as he looked at Fiery Heart and the other dazed members of his team. Then he promptly continued on his way toward the ruined temple, showing no intentions whatsoever to stay and fight alongside Crimson Mist's team. Fiery Heart failed to react to Shi Feng's words immediately. It wasn't until she closed her mouth with much effort that she had her teammates chase after Shi Feng. As for Crimson Mist and her teammates, they simply watched as Shi Feng's team left, unable to come up with any words. It wasn't until Shi Feng's team had moved 1,000 yards away, and the heavily injured lizardmen had scattered from the battlefield that everyone snapped out of their daze. How can this be? Regret filled Crying Blade's heart as he watched Fiery Heart's group leave. Originally, Crying Blade thought the quickest and safest way to reach the ruined temple would be to join Crimson Mist's team. However, after seeing Shi Feng's display of overwhelming strength, even a fool could tell that the best option to travel to the ruined temple would be to follow Shi Feng. Moreover, because he had chosen Crimson Mist's team over Shi Feng's team, he must have inadvertently offended Shi Feng already. After this, even if he wanted to establish a connection with Shi Feng, it would be incredibly difficult to do so. Who do you think that person is, Vice Commander? Not only does he know how to cast a divine domain, but his strength attribute is also through the roof. How have I not heard of him until now? The middle-aged guardian knight from eternal glory asked, unable to suppress his curiosity. With his capabilities, it should be impossible for him to stay unknown in God's domain. "I don't know who he is either," Crimson Mist said, shaking her head. Then she continued with certainty, "But that person shouldn't have mastered his divine domain yet." "He hasn't mastered it." The middle-aged guardian knight grew confused. "That can't be. None of those lizardmen heroes could move just now." "He indeed immobilized those lizardmen heroes just now, but when I checked with my golden eyes, none of them were weakened," Crimson Mist explained. "I once met one of those two old monsters while out roaming with the commander. When that old monster used his divine domain, all of the legendary monsters within range had their basic attributes weakened by 30%. But that person's divine might did not, so it should be incomplete and can only be considered a pseudo-divine domain." It was as Crimson Mist theorized. In reality, Shi Feng did not master the ability to form a divine domain. He had only managed to suppress the lizardmen heroes with his divine might because his concentration had reached the Tier 6 peak standard, and his life rating had improved substantially by virtue of his superior divine body. Even if it's not a complete divine domain, that person should still be strong enough to be regarded as an SSS rank expert, the middle-aged guardian knight said as he looked in the direction of Shi Feng's departure with expectant eyes. I truly did not think the ruined temple would attract so many SSS rank experts. After the 6th-ranked divine prodigy and the recently promoted martial fanatic, there is this hidden expert now. Things are going to get interesting at the ruined temple. I wonder what rank the commander can achieve now that she has advanced to Tier 6 as well. SSS rank experts were individuals who had successfully placed within the top 5 of an S-League season, and they were all qualified to participate in the 10 Saints League. Meanwhile, it had been a very long time since the ranking of God's domain's SSS rank experts had changed. But following the ruined temple's appearance, many Tier 6 experts had decided to take action, so conflict between them would be inevitable. Among them, the clash between SSS rank experts was definitely the most anticipated by all players in God's domain. All right, that's enough. We should quickly notify the commander about this matter, Crimson Mist said as she rolled her eyes at the middle-aged guardian knight. What now? Hearing Crimson Mist's intentions, the middle-aged guardian knight worriedly said, but if we inform the commander of such a powerful hidden expert now, what if she fails to resist her urges and challenge him right away? Wouldn't we miss the opportunity of a lifetime? Apart from searching the ruined temple for treasures, their goal in exploring the ruined temple this time was to solidify the Eternal Glory Adventurer team's position in God's domain. After all, 2 of Eternal Glory's members had successfully advanced to Tier 6 recently. The Adventurer team's strength was no longer the same as before. Meanwhile, under normal circumstances, it was almost impossible to see 2 SSS rank experts in the same place, much less see them clashing. Although it still wasn't certain that a clash would occur between SSS rank experts at the ruined temple, their performances there would make it possible for comparisons to be made. This would, in turn, create a good opportunity for Eternal Glory to make a name for itself in God's domain. We cannot hide this information. After all, there are only a few such experts in God's domain, and every move they make is of great significance, Crimson Mist said. Then, a hint of expectation appeared in her eyes as she continued. Also, between that person and the commander, aren't you curious to find out who is stronger? Chapter 36:16, Chapter 690, Astonishing Ruined Temple. Chapter 690, Astonishing Ruined Temple. Time passed quickly. After running for about 10 hours, Shi Feng, Fiery Heart, and the others arrived before the ruined temple that was situated in the ruined mountain range's central area. The ruined temple sat on top of a mountain shrouded by thunderclouds. The presence of these thunderclouds made it so that even Tier 6 gods would only dare to travel to the ruined temple on foot. If they tried to fly, they would put themselves at risk of getting vaporized by lightning. Amazing! How many experts have come to the ruined temple? Fiery Heart was both shocked and excited when she saw the hundreds of thousands of players gathered outside the ruined temple. Normally, S-League participants were incredibly hard to meet in God's domain. Yet, many of them could be seen gathered in the plaza before the ruined temple right now. She even spotted more than 30 of God's domain's elusive Tier 6 experts. It felt as if she was attending the God's Domain Association's International 10 Saints League, starting a team to explore the ruined temple's chapel area, recruiting only level 200+, Tier 5 experts with 6-piece level 200+ epic equipment sets. Recruiting members to explore the graveyard area. We have a former Tier 6 S-League expert leading us. All drops and treasure chests will be auctioned internally. Accepting only level 200+, Tier 5 A-League experts. Only 15 slots remain. selling 3 seven luminaries treasure chests fresh out of the ruined temple, each for only 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Come and try your luck at obtaining a fragmented legendary item. Aside from players recruiting for teams to explore the ruined temple, the plaza also had many players selling the loot they acquired from the temple. Many of the players who had just arrived at the ruined temple couldn't help but drool at this sight, as they didn't think there would be people selling 7 luminaries treasure chests. 7 luminaries treasure chests were one of the highest-ranking treasure chests available in God's domain. Even the worst item players could obtain from one would be a piece of top-tier epic equipment. Not to mention, the 7 luminaries treasure chests being sold were obtained from the ruined temple, a level 200+ ancient ruin. The chances of obtaining a fragmented legendary weapon or equipment from them were bound to be higher than from 7 luminaries treasure chests obtained from other places. Although the price of each 7 luminaries treasure chest was exorbitant, so long as one could obtain a fragmented legendary item from them, one would instantly recover their cost and make a huge profit on top of it. After all, any random piece of fragmented legendary equipment could be sold for tens of thousands of units of 7 luminaries crystal. If it was a top-tier piece, it could even be sold for more than 100,000 units. When Fiery Heart and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but be astonished by the potential harvests available in the ruined temple. Normally, players who obtained a 7 luminaries treasure chest would never publicize their harvests. Instead, they would gamble on their luck and secretly open it themselves. After all, even if they failed to obtain a fragmented legendary item, so long as they could obtain a top-tier design or recipe, they could still make a significant sum of 7 luminaries crystals. Yet, there were now players willing to sell the 7 luminaries treasure chests they acquired. This meant that the drop rate for 7 luminaries treasure chests was considerably high in the ruined temple. Otherwise, there was no way these players would be willing to take the conservative route and settle for just 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng and the others arrived before the ruined temple's entrance, Fiery Heart suddenly turned to Shi Feng and asked, "Would you consider joining our team, Big Brother? Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion isn't comparable to the 5 great super guilds, the team we sent here is top tier across God's domain. Our guild leader will also offer you a satisfactory price." Fiery Heart had already gained a good understanding of Shi Feng's strength on their way here. He could absolutely be considered an SSS rank expert. Meanwhile, an expert of such caliber could be of massive help to any team. If she could invite Shi Feng to join the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's exploration team, she would be making a huge contribution to the guild. However, before Shi Feng could respond, a pleasant female voice suddenly interjected. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion might have dispatched a top-tier team to explore the ruined temple, but compared to joining the pavilion, it would be much better if you joined Eternal Glory's team. The owner of the voice was a woman who had just stepped out of the ruined temple. The woman wore a silvery gray mage robe and wielded a jade staff. The mana gathered around her was of a solid state, and it was comparable to the mana of Tier 6 gods. The woman was also at level 210, her level being much higher than most of the Tier 6 experts present in the plaza. Following the woman's appearance, a commotion occurred in the plaza. "My God, it's Jai Liurong. Eternal Glory's commander is actually here as well. Wait, she's a Tier 6 mage god now. She actually succeeded in her promotion." Many of the experts present recognized the woman in the silvery gray mage robe, and all of them couldn't help but look at her in surprise. However, they were surprised not simply because Jai Liurong was the Eternal Glory Adventurer team's commander, but also because She had successfully advanced from a Tier 5 Grand Wizard to a Tier 6 Mage God. Eternal Glory was one of God's domain's top-ranking adventurer teams, and a large part of how it achieved its current position was because of its commander, Jai Liurong. In the past, despite being only at Tier 5, Jai Liurong had successfully killed multiple Tier 6 experts when she involved herself in a chaotic war between the various superpowers. As a result, even though she was not at Tier 6, the Gods Domain Association still regarded her as an SSS rank expert. Many people even felt that should Jai Liurong successfully advance to Tier 6, she could secure herself a spot among the 10 saints. Unfortunately, Jai Liurong never managed to advance to Tier 6, and her name gradually faded from everyone's minds after the war between the various superpowers ended. But now, hello, I am Jai Liurong, commander of the Eternal Glory Adventurer team. Under everyone's gaze, Jai Liurong approached Shi Feng and introduced herself with a smile. May I know if you are interested in joining Eternal Glory's team? I can assure you that you will obtain a much more bountiful harvest with us than with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, especially now that the pavilion is getting obstructed inside the ruined temple. Obstructed? Jai Liurong's words piqued Shi Feng's curiosity. What do you mean by that? Shi Feng wasn't surprised that Jai Liurong would approach him. He was quite familiar with Jai Liurong in his previous life, so he knew she was a combat enthusiast. If she suddenly learned of a powerful hidden expert appearing within her vicinity, she would most certainly try to approach and interact with said expert. It's not much of a secret. Everyone operating in the library area should know of this matter by now, Jai Liurong said. A new team dungeon has recently appeared in the library area, and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's team and a couple of members from an upstart guild called Zero Wing are trying to enter it. But because the pavilion's guild leader offended the Flower of Seven Sins some years ago, the latter's team is currently obstructing the pavilion's team from entering the team dungeon. Right now, the pavilion's team can't even take the team dungeon's entrance test, let alone enter the dungeon. So if you're considering joining the pavilion's team, I advise you to abandon the idea. The Flower of Seven Sins isn't an existence the average person can afford to provoke. Chapter 36:17, Chapter 691, Ancient Human Chapter 691. Ancient Human Fiery Heart's complexion turned pale when she heard Jai Liurong's words. Anxiously, she asked, "Is my guild leader all right, Commander Jai?" The Flower of Seven Sins was a transcendental assassin organization specializing in killing players for money in God's domain. Apart from the Flower of Seven Sins, internally nurtured experts, other experts could also take on commissions from the Flower of Seven Sins to earn money and resources. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that 99% of assassinations in God's domain were related to the Flower of Seven Sins, and even the 5 great super guilds had suffered at the hands of the organization. Now that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was butting heads with the Flower of Seven Sins, it would absolutely spell disaster for the pavilion. If the guild leader got killed by the Flower of Seven Sins, not only would she lose some of her top-tier equipment, but the Phoenix Pavilion might also start to have difficulty keeping the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion under check. They haven't started to fight yet. Last I saw them, Jai Liurong said. Then, in a slightly disappointed tone, she continued, "If not for that team dungeon that has recently popped up, I really would have wanted to trade a few blows with that guild leader of yours." The Sin of Wrath's newly promoted commander should also make for a good opponent. Whether it was Phoenix Rain, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's current guild leader, or Blood Sand, the newly promoted commander of the Flower of Seven Sins Sin of Wrath, both were legendary individuals in God's domain, and rumored to be as strong as the 10 saints. So, They were the perfect sparring partners for Jai Liurong now that she had finally advanced to Tier 6. Meanwhile, Fiery Heart sighed in relief when she heard Jai Liurong's answer. If a fight were to break out between the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the Flower of Seven Sins in the ruined temple, it would most likely be a life-or-death situation. But there should still be room for reconciliation if a fight hadn't started between the two. "Can you bring me there to take a look, Commander Jai?" Shi Feng asked. Shi Feng's words surprised Jai Liurong. With a hint of confusion in her eyes, she asked, "There's a good chance a fight will break out. Are you sure you want to go?" The conflict between the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's team and the Flower of Seven Sins team wasn't just a simple clash between two-player teams. Instead, it was a clash between two powers. If a third party dared to get close to the battlefield, the two parties would immediately deem them as an enemy trying to take advantage of the situation, and both of them would prioritize eliminating this third party above all else. This was also why Jai Liurong had chosen not to involve herself in the conflict and came out to meet Shi Feng instead. Naturally, Jai Liurong did not think that an expert of Shi Feng's caliber would be ignorant of such matters. "I'm sure." Shi Feng nodded affirmatively. His goal in returning to his home god's domain was to gather Zero Wing's new recruits. Now that he knew some of Zero Wing's members were in the ruined temple's library area and were about to come to blows with the Flower of Seven Sins, he naturally had to go and take a look at the situation. "Are you going as well, big brother?" Fiery Heart's complexion brightened when she heard Shi Feng's intentions. Assuming that the two sides had yet to start fighting, if the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were to gain an SSS rank expert in such a situation, the Flower of Seven Sins would definitely reconsider taking action. "Of course. It's not that often I get to watch such a huge fight," Shi Feng said, chuckling as he looked at Fiery Heart's expectant look. "All right then. If you want to take a look, I will accompany you," Jai Liurong said, accepting Shi Feng's request without hesitation. At the same time, a look of interest appeared on her face. Anyone looking to poke their noses into a clash between two powers must pay for their actions. If Jai Liurong was by herself, she definitely wouldn't try to involve herself with the affairs of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the Flower of Seven Sins. After all, even if she had successfully gotten promoted to Tier 6, she still wasn't confident in going up against all the apex experts of the two powers. But it was a different story if she had Shi Feng by her side. Shi Feng was an SSS rank expert highly praised by even Crimson Mist. Jai Liurong wouldn't mind sinking her feet into these muddy waters with such an expert by her side. Subsequently, Jai Liurong led Shi Feng and the others into the ruined temple. The inside of the ruined temple was many times bigger than it looked from the outside. As soon as players stepped through the temple's entrance, it would be as if they had just entered a miniature world. Meanwhile, the inside of the temple was split into four primary areas: the chapel area, the graveyard area, the library area, and the living area. The chapel area was the safest of the four areas, as it was only a level 190 to level 200 map. All team dungeons that randomly appeared in it were also at level 200 and below. It was a considerably safe area, even for Tier 5 players. The graveyard and library areas were level 200 plus maps. They were much more dangerous than the chapel area, and even Tier 6 players had a considerable chance of dying. They were also the main activity areas for the main forces of first-rate powers and above. The living area was the most dangerous of the four areas. It was a level 225 plus map, and Tier 6 players would have an extremely high chance of dying in it if they were below level 220. Meanwhile, under Jai Liurong's lead, Shi Feng and the others quickly traveled across the ruined temple. Then, after advancing for about 2 hours, They arrived at an ancient-looking library that measured 300 meters in height. Currently, standing in front of the library's entrance was a 3-meter-tall man. The giant of a man wore a white holy robe and carried a greatsword that was as long as he was tall on his back. Although the man was only standing still with his eyes closed and his arms crossed in front of his chest, he exuded an aura rivaling primordial beasts. Minos, hero, ancient human, tier 6, level 205 HP. Behind Minos was a pitch-black portal that served as a Team Dungeon's teleportation gate. At this time, though, a magic barrier covering a 500-yard radius was erected around Minos. It was obvious that players must complete some kind of test before they could enter the Team Dungeon. Apart from the Team Dungeon, Shi Feng and the others also saw a heated battle taking place outside the barrier. The battle was between two teams of players. One team consisted of less than 100 members, and two different guild emblems could be spotted in this team. The other team had more than 200 members, but none wore a guild emblem. In addition, all of these players' names were bright red, with a few even being colored black. They also exuded bloodlust visible to the naked eye, something that couldn't be seen on the average red player. We were still too late. Fiery Heart's complexion turned ugly when she saw that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the Flower of Seven Sins had started fighting already. Currently, a level 212, Tier 6 female elementalist from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could be seen fighting against a level 211, Tier 6 male berserker, and a level 210, Tier 6 male assassin. Although the female elementalist vaguely held the upper hand in their fight, the same could not be said for the two other Tier 6 experts on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's side. Of these two other Tier 6 experts, both wore a six-winged guild emblem. Among them, one was a level 211, Tier 6 female assassin, and her opponents were three level 210, Tier 6 black players. Although the female assassin did her best to defend herself, her HP steadily fell over time. As for the other, she was a level 210, Tier 6 female elementalist, and her opponents were two Tier 6 black players. Although she wasn't losing much of her HP, she could barely hold her ground against her opponents. At a glance, it was obvious that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was at a disadvantage. As expected of the Demon Queen, she's actually holding her ground against Blood Sand and his Vice Commander Hyena, Jai Luorong said in a tone of admiration as she watched Phoenix Rain manipulate a sea of flames against her two opponents. While Blood Sand might have been promoted into the Sin of Wrath's commander only recently, nobody in God's domain would dare to underestimate him. This was because he had successfully assassinated an old monster from mythology, one of the 5 great super guilds. Yet, despite simultaneously going up against Blood Sand and his Vice Commander Hyena, Phoenix Rain did not show the slightest hint of weakness. Phoenix Rain's strength far exceeded Jai Luorong's understanding of her. While Jai Luorong, Shi Feng, and the others were observing the clash between the two powers, experts also noticed their arrival. Chapter 3618, Chapter 692, Zero Wings Guild Leader. Chapter 692, Zero Wings Guild Leader. As soon as the members of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the Flower of Seven Sins noticed Shi Feng's group, as if they had premeditated it, they promptly ceased fighting and separated into two groups. "Why is that madwoman back?" Phoenix Rain frowned as she looked at Jai Luorong. Jai Luorong was famous for being a battle maniac in God's domain. Even when she was still at Tier 5, she had participated in many wars involving the various superpowers, and the Tier 6 experts she had killed to date numbered as many as 8. Now that Jai Luorong had successfully advanced to Tier 6, even Phoenix Rain dared not underestimate her. If Jai Luorong was looking to get herself involved in the battle between the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and the Flower of Seven Sins, she could absolutely affect the entire state of the battle. Her participation might even lead to one side suffering a tragic defeat. Jai Liuerong, what is the meaning of this? Are you thinking of starting a war with us? Blood Sand coldly looked at Jai Liuerong. Has eternal glory been prospering so much lately that you want it erased from God's domain? Admittedly, the Eternal Glory Adventurer team had grown much stronger now that Jai Liuerong and Crimson Mist had successfully advanced to Tier 6. The current Eternal Glory was so strong that even superpowers like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would need to be wary of it. However, it was a different story for the Flower of Seven Sins. The Flower of Seven Sins was a transcendental power in God's domain, and it stood on a completely different level than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In the eyes of the Flower of Seven Sins, even the 5 great super guilds were not worthy of its fear. It should be known that the 5 great super guilds were publicly acknowledged as the 5 strongest guilds in God's domain, and each of them had existed for more than a century. The foundations they had built up for themselves far exceeded any other guild. So, if the Flower of Seven Sins didn't even fear the 5 great super guilds, even less needed to be said about the Eternal Glory Adventurer team. Don't get so riled up. I'm not here to pick a fight, Jai Liuerong said and smiled in response to Blood Sand's questioning. I only brought someone here to take a look. Take a look. Blood Sand grew even more agitated after hearing Jai Liuerong's answer. Coldly he said, "Who's the bastard with the death wish?" Hearing Blood Sand's words, Fiery Heart, who stood next to Shi Feng, couldn't help but grow worried. The Flower of Seven Sins had always operated fearlessly in God's domain, and any individual or power who dared to provoke the organization would never have a good end. This time, Blood Sand and his team were targeting the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's team because of a personal grudge between Phoenix Rain and a big shot from the Flower of Seven Sins. It wasn't actually the Flower of Seven Sins' grudge. However, it would be a completely different story if someone tried to spectate the Flower of Seven Sins' activities. Anyone who did so would be offending the entire Flower of Seven Sins. The last superpower that had provoked the Flower of Seven Sins had long been erased from God's domain. This was also why Blood Sand dared to threaten to eliminate the Eternal Glory Adventurer team. If even superpowers were not safe from the Flower of Seven Sins, it goes without saying the organization could easily eliminate any individual player who had provoked it. In fact, if the Flower of Seven Sins was serious, it could permanently erase even existences as strong as the 10 Saints. Meanwhile, when Phoenix Rain heard Jai Liuerong's answer, she couldn't help but look at Jai Liuerong in surprise. Could it be an old monster from one of the 5 great super guilds? Phoenix Rain instinctively deemed that whoever had come to spectate must be someone from the 5 great super guilds. Moreover, it should be someone of great status, such as the 5 great super guilds' old monsters. After all, only individuals with such strength and status would dare to provoke the Flower of Seven Sins. However, even after looking through Jai Liuerong's group several times, Phoenix Rain failed to find anyone who could be this old monster. Aside from Shi Feng, who was a level 178 Tier 6 swordsman, everyone else in Jai Liuerong's group was a member of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Before Phoenix Rain could come to further conclusions, Shi Feng calmly looked at Blood Sand and said, "So what if I'm here to watch your fight? What do you take the Flower of Seven Sins as? An apex power?" Following Shi Feng's words, silence briefly enveloped the entire battlefield. Who is he? Is this guy crazy? Whether it was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members or Jai Liuerong, they all looked at Shi Feng in shock. This was already beyond having a death wish. Not even the 5 great super guilds. Guild leaders would dare say such words to the Flower of Seven Sins. "Good, very good," glaring at Shi Feng, Blood Sand coldly said. Although I don't know who you are since you dare to poke your nose into the Flower of Seven Sins business, it doesn't matter even if you have the 5 great super guilds backing you. Nobody can save you today. As soon as Blood Sand finished speaking, Hyena and the 5 black players from the Flower of Seven Sins suddenly charged at Shi Feng at lightning speeds. Their actions were so fast and sudden that even Phoenix Rain and Jai Liurong failed to react to them immediately. However, just as Hyena and the 5 black players were about to reach Shi Feng, 2 figures suddenly intercepted them. Shadow Flower, Purple Eye, what are you two trying to do? Hyena glared at the 2 women before him in anger and confusion. Does Zero Wing intend to protect that person? Now that a third party had appeared, the personal grudge between the Flower of Seven Sins and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion should logically be set aside temporarily. Yet, Shadow Flower and Purple Eye had intercepted their group, essentially declaring that they wished to make an enemy out of the entire Flower of Seven Sins. Such behavior was incredibly confusing. Shadow Flower, Purple Eye, have you two lost your minds? Phoenix Rain was similarly surprised by the 2 women's actions. She couldn't understand why they would try to protect that swordsman. Although it is not our wish to do so, he is our guild leader. Shadow Flower, the former guild leader of the 100 Flower Palace, said with a wry smile as she looked at Phoenix Rain. TL notes, 1 Shadow Flower and Purple Eye. Shadow Flower, 100 Flower Palace's guild leader Purple Eye, an expert from the Star Alliance Galaxy, past assistant, Chapter 3619, Chapter 693, 10 Saints, Chapter 693, 10 Saints, your guild leader. Phoenix Rain's eyes widened in shock when she heard Shadow Flower's response. Zero Wing. This was a guild that had been established only recently in God's domain, and it experienced a meteoric rise that confused many players and powers. Whether it was the Star Alliance or the 100 Flower Palace, both were large guilds with strong potential to become superpowers in the future. They also had many talented rookies who had made a name for themselves in God's domain's league, and it wouldn't be strange for them to advance to Tier 6 in the future. Yet, despite having such excellent circumstances, the Star Alliance and the 100 Flower Palace had both chosen to disband and merge into Zero Wing. Apart from them, Mysterious Moon, another first-rate guild, had similarly chosen to merge into Zero Wing. Zero Wing's appearance had shaken the entire God's domain. After all, this was a merger of 3 first-rate guilds they were talking about. Among them, there were even pseudo-superpowers like the Star Alliance and the 100 Flower Palace. The combined strength of these 3 guilds could strike fear into even veteran superpowers like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In fact, in terms of Tier 6 experts, Zero Wing already had more than what some veteran super guilds possessed. This was also why Phoenix Rain had chosen to partner with Zero Wing to explore the ruined temple this time. Meanwhile, seeing as Zero Wing could convince 3 first-rate guilds to merge into one guild, many people, including Phoenix Rain, felt that whoever was helming the guild must possess unbelievable strength and connections. So, what was up with this level 178, Tier 6 swordsman? You are Zero Wing's guild leader. Jai Liurong couldn't help but turn to look at Shi Feng in surprise. Jai Liurong had a much better understanding of Shadow Flower than Phoenix Rain. The woman was incredibly ambitious, so much so that she dreamed of one day having the 100 Flower Palace stand shoulder to shoulder with the 5 great super guilds. It was because of this that Jai Liurong found it unbelievable when she initially heard Shadow Flower had disbanded the 100 Flower Palace and had all of its members join Zero Wing. For a time, she even suspected that Zero Wing was a product of the Green God Corporation. Otherwise, there was no explanation for why an ambitious person like Shadow Flower would disband the 100 Flower Palace. After all, The 100-Flower Palace's growth potential was superior to even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, let alone the Star Alliance. It was just that this matter was something only Jai Liurong knew. As for how the 100-Flower Palace could have such potential, it was because of two factors. Firstly, it was because Shadow Flower herself was an SSS rank expert. Secondly, it was because Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue, two of the 100-Flower Palace's vice guild leaders, had the potential to become SSS rank experts. While SSS rank experts might be exceedingly rare to most superpowers, that was not the case for the 100-Flower Palace. That's right. I am Zero Wing's guild leader, Shi Feng said, smiling as he looked at the shocked look on Jai Liurong. Surprised? Of course. How can I not be surprised? Jai Liurong retorted as she looked at Shi Feng's smiling face. We are talking about Zero Wing's guild leader here. Until now, everyone has been guessing that Zero Wing's guild leader is actually an old monster from the Green God Corporation. How can you be so young? Am I not allowed to be Zero Wing's guild leader simply because I am young? Shi Feng chuckled. That's not what I meant. After reorganizing her thoughts, Jai Liurong said, what I'm saying is that Zero Wing's guild leader should be an expert capable of ranking among the 10 saints. Otherwise, there's no way someone like Shadow Flower would willingly submit to Zero Wing. The 10 saints, that's not a hard standard to achieve, Shi Feng said. If you join Zero Wing, I promise you can reach it in a day. A day? Keep on boasting. Jai Liurong rolled her eyes at Shi Feng. She did not believe his words in the slightest. The 10 saints represented the apex of combat power in their god's domain. Although there were still some hidden old monsters who had chosen not to compete for a position among the 10 saints, the 10 saints were still part of the strongest group of experts in their god's domain. Meanwhile, the condition to become one of the 10 saints was incredibly stringent. Not only did players need to have sufficiently high combat standards, but they would also need to have sufficiently good weapons and equipment. Simply having one legendary weapon wouldn't suffice. Players would need at least several pieces of legendary equipment paired with a legendary weapon. However, legendary weapons and equipment were incredibly rare in God's domain. Even for the 5 great super guilds, it was incredibly difficult for them to equip a player with so many legendary items. Naturally, it would be even more difficult for other guilds to accomplish it. As for independent players or members of adventurer teams, it would take nothing short of a miracle for them to accomplish such a feat. Throughout their god's domain's history, only one player had managed to join the ranks of the 10 saints without being backed by a guild. That person was a legendary individual, and they were also ranked as the #1 expert on the god's domain experts list at the time. Only that person had disappeared all of a sudden, and rarely would anybody talk about them nowadays. Although Jai Liurong was confident in her strength, she knew she still had a long way to go to match the 10 saints. She would need at least several more years of accumulation before she could truly try to challenge those individuals. Yet, Shi Feng was saying that so long as she joined Zero Wing, he would need only a day to give her the strength of the 10 saints. No matter how she looked at it, Shi Feng must be joking with her. What if I can do it? Shi Feng chuckled when he saw how Jai Liurong was doubting him, his words filled with provocation and temptation. Chapter 3620, Chapter 694, One Move to Slay the 7 Sins. Chapter 694. One move to slay the 7 sins. How can he still talk to someone else so casually after provoking the flower of 7 sins? Does he really think Shadow Flower and Purple Eye can protect him? When Phoenix Rain saw Shi Feng leisurely conversing with Jai Liurong, confusion colored her pale golden eyes. She had met and clashed with many people in her time leading the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and this wealth of experience had given her the ability to discern a person's inner emotions. Whether a person was secretly feeling anger, fear, or hesitation, she could tell with just a glance. Because of this ability, she could often gain the upper hand over her opponent, whether in battle or negotiations. This, in turn, allowed the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to achieve much greater heights under her leadership. Logically, now that Shi Feng had provoked the Flower of Seven Sins, an organization feared by all in God's domain, he should be feeling fearful, if not worried, at the very least. After all, even the 5 great super guilds, guild leaders would feel a hint of anxiety if they ended up provoking the Flower of Seven Sins. However, the only emotion Phoenix Rain could see in Shi Feng was calmness. It was as if what he just did was insignificant, and the Flower of Seven Sins, 7 Tier 6 experts were of no threat to him. In the meantime, Shadow Flower and Purple Eye looked like they were going up against a mighty foe as they faced Hyena's group of 6. They focused all their 5 senses on the group, not daring to relax in the slightest. After all, while they might be apex experts in God's domain, their chances of victory were still slim if they had to go up against 6 of the Flower of Seven Sins Tier 6 experts simultaneously. They would be walking a tightrope, and a single mistake could spell their doom. "Are you sure there's nothing wrong with our guild leader, Palace Master Flower?" Purple Eye asked Shadow Flower, exasperated by Shi Feng's behavior. The Star Alliance's merger into Zero Wing was handled fully by Galaxy Past, the Star Alliance's former guild leader. Although Purple Eye was a Grand Elder of the Star Alliance, she did not know the details surrounding the merger, and she only agreed to it because she trusted in Galaxy Past's judgment of the future. As a result, she did not know anything else about Black Flame besides him being Zero Wing's guild leader and the #1 player in the miniature ancient world. Purple Eye couldn't be faulted for her ignorance. Most players developing on the main continent did not pay attention to the miniature ancient world's affairs. This was because most of those who had entered the miniature ancient world were either new players or players looking for a new beginning after failing to succeed on the main continent. In the real world, most people still placed all of their attention on the main continent, wanting to make a name for themselves amidst countless famous experts. After all, the main continent's resources were far more abundant than the miniature ancient world. Although the main continent's various powers had indeed sent some members to develop in the miniature ancient world, most had done so with a mentality of testing the waters. Few had mobilized noteworthy amounts of manpower and strength. However, it was a different story for the 100 Flower Palace. The 100 Flower Palace had invested heavily into the miniature ancient world, going as far as to send 2 of its vice guild leaders, who had the potential to advance to Tier 6, to the miniature ancient world. In addition, with how ambitious of a person Shadow Flower was, the fact that she would choose to merge the 100 Flower Palace into Zero Wing proved that she understood Zero Wing well. Otherwise, she would never take such a crazy action. If we are speaking solely about combat standards, our guild leader should rank within the top 3 of our God's domain, Shadow Flower said after giving Purple Eye's question some thought. Then she hesitantly continued, "Although he is currently rather low-leveled, he should be able to handle one of the Flower of Seven Sins Black players." Based on Crimson Heart and Cleansed Ruse accounts, Shi Feng was undoubtedly a 5th floor expert. Moreover, he had mastered at least 1 gold combat technique. If not for the 5 great super guilds having 2 unreasonably strong old monsters, Shadow Flower would dare say that Shi Feng could rank #1 in their God's domain. However, combat standards did not represent all of a player's strength in God's domain. Levels also played a vital role. If the level difference between 2 players got too large, it might create a gap in basic attributes and physique so large that it could not be bridged by technique alone. Not to mention, level 200 was a major turning point for players. In Shadow Flower's opinion, Shi Feng would not stand a chance if he were to fight against a fourth-floor expert like Hyena. But if it was the Flower of Seven Sins black players, who were only at the domain realm standard, he should be able to hold his ground. Only one black player. Purple Eye's expression grew solemn when she heard Shadow Flower's answer. If that's the case, our only choice is to escape. Otherwise, once Blood Sand takes action, none of us can leave this place alive. Previously, they could only hold their ground against the Flower of Seven Sins, 7 Tier 6 experts, because they were working together with Phoenix Rain. Now that Phoenix Rain's stance remained unclear, they could only hope for her presence to keep Blood Sand in check. This would leave them having to deal with 6 of the Flower of Seven Sins Tier 6 experts. And with Shi Feng being able to deal with only one black player, nothing would change. But they would be doomed once Blood Sand deemed it safe to take action. Finally starting to feel scared, Hyena smirked when he saw Purple Eye vaguely showing intentions to retreat. But don't you think it's a little too late? As soon as Hyena finished speaking, he suddenly vanished into thin air. At the same time, 3 black players attacked Shadow Flower, while the remaining 2 attacked Purple Eye, giving them no opportunities to run to Shi Feng's aid. Damn it! When Shadow Flower saw Hyena disappearing, she immediately activated her Tier 6 legacy skill Dark Phantom and split into 5 copies of herself. Each of these doppelgangers had 100% of her basic attributes. They could also use all of her skills and spells. However, they could only last a minute, and the skill had a 1-hour cooldown. After activating Dark Phantom, Shadow Flower had her doppelgangers intercept Hyena. However, even after focusing all their senses on scanning the surrounding area, they failed to locate Hyena's presence. Hyena's stealth capabilities were unbelievable, and it was as if he did not exist in this space. Meanwhile, Hyena's disappearance also interrupted Jai Luorong, who had been deep in thought. Then she turned to Shi Feng and asked, "Do you need my help?" Jai Luorong was very interested in Shi Feng's offer. Although she still didn't fully trust his words, she wouldn't simply stand by and watch Hyena kill Shi Feng. "No need. It's only a 4th-floor expert," Shi Feng said, shaking his head. Then he unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night and brandished it. Sword's orbit. Suddenly, numerous sword lights intersected, and a galaxy of stars covering a 1,000-yard radius appeared with Shi Feng at its center. Hundreds of stars circled around Shi Feng, each carrying the strength of a level 200, Tier 6 god. Even level 200 divine monsters would be sent flying if these stars struck them. After the Winter of Eternal Night was upgraded to the legendary rank, Shi Feng's basic attributes skyrocketed. Even at level 178, his basic attributes could already closely rival level 200 Tier 6 gods. Even in his home god's domain, his basic attributes could already rank at the top. This was also why he dared to return to his home god's domain. Not to mention, he also had a superior divine body to enhance his mana and reactions. A moment later, Shi Feng sheathed his weapon, and the galaxy of stars faded out of existence. At the same time, a short figure fell out of the void and collapsed on the ground, the person's equipment in tatters and body covered in bone-deep cuts. The person's HP bar was also empty, indicating that they had become a corpse. Meanwhile, this short figure was none other than Hyena, the person who had vanished just a moment ago. Chapter 3621, Chapter 695, Saint Production. Chapter 695, Saint Production. Hyena's dead. How did he die? What did that swordsman do? Everyone present, whether it was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions or the Flower of Seven Sins members, couldn't help but doubt their eyes when they saw the scene before them. Hyena was the Sin of Wrath's vice commander and second strongest member after Blood Sand. He was only slightly weaker than Shadow Flower and Purple Eye in overall strength, and he had incredible stealth capabilities. With sufficient preparations, he could successfully assassinate even Shadow Flower and Purple Eye. Isn't he a little too strong? Purple Eye couldn't help but gasp as she looked at Hyena's corpse. At the same time, she couldn't help but suspect Shadow Flower of messing with her before. He should be able to handle one of the Flower of Seven Sins black players. What kind of nonsense was that? It should be known that Shadow Flower was very skilled at detecting signs of life. Yet even she had failed to detect Hyena when he was under stealth. In contrast, despite being only a level 178 sword god, Shi Feng managed to kill Hyena in one move and accomplished it before Hyena revealed himself. His strength was already beyond Purple Eye's comprehension. He's comparable to a level 200, tier 6 god. Shadow Flower was equally shocked by this turn of events, and she couldn't help but scrutinize Shi Feng's calm figure. Shi Feng's strength was miles apart from what she heard from Crimson Heart and Cleansed Rue. "How did you do it?" Jai Liurong asked in confusion as she watched Shi Feng sheath his sword. Hyena had already developed his stealth capabilities to a level where even the current 10 saints could not detect him. If it were up to the 10 saints, they would have to wait until Hyena attacked them before executing a targeted response. Not to mention, Shi Feng had even killed Hyena in one move. Admittedly, Shi Feng's attack that had reached the standard of a level 200, tier 6 god was very powerful. However, it definitely wasn't enough to kill Hyena. After all, Hyena was a level 210, tier 6 assassin equipped with a legendary dagger. The rest of his equipment was also at the fragmented legendary rank. Even if he fought against an actual level 200 tier 6 god, he could survive for a long time. Yet Hyena failed to survive even one move against Shi Feng. This situation confused Jai Liurong greatly, and she couldn't understand how Shi Feng had accomplished this feat, no matter how she thought about it. "It's nothing special." Seeing the confusion on Jai Liurong's face, Shi Feng nonchalantly said, "He might have concealed himself well, but his concealment is pointless in front of my sixth sense. His reaction speed also can't keep up with my attack rate, so it's only natural for him to die." Under the same basic attributes, 5th floor experts had an insurmountable advantage over 4th floor experts. No matter what a 4th floor expert tried to do, all of their actions would be laid bare in front of a 5th floor expert. Meanwhile, with this knowledge, a 5th floor expert could effortlessly misdirect a 4th floor expert's movements and attack trajectories, creating many opportunities to bypass the 4th floor expert's defenses. Not to mention, although Shi Feng was only at level 178, he was vastly superior to Hyena in both basic attributes and physique. So, it was only natural for him to kill Hyena in one exchange. However, despite how casually Shi Feng described his actions, Jai Liurong still couldn't help but be shocked. It's only natural for him to die. Jai Liurong didn't know how Shi Feng could speak such words so nonchalantly. After all was said and done, Hyena was a tier 6 4th floor expert. He was an existence whom even the 10 saints could not kill in one move. In fact, Jai Liurong doubted she was any stronger than Hyena. Yet Shi Feng spoke as if experts of her caliber were nothing but a bunch of noobs. Meanwhile, after this sudden turn of events, Blood Sand, who had been warily watching Phoenix Rain's movements, couldn't help but turn to look at Shi Feng with a grim expression. Currently, his gaze no longer contained the calmness and anger it had before. Instead, deep-seated fear had replaced it. He never thought Shi Feng could be this strong. Only, before Blood Sand and everyone else could react, Shi Feng suddenly appeared before the Flower of Seven Sins 5 black players and executed swords orbit once more. Although the 5 black players had instinctively activated their life-saving skills and tried to flee, they lasted no more than 2 seconds in the face of Shi Feng's sword lights, and they dropped numerous weapons and equipment following their death. It was a fight that couldn't even be considered a fight. Everyone was stunned once again. These were 5 Tier 6 experts they were talking about. Yet, they had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Previously, everyone still found Shi Feng's achievement of killing Hyena in one move a little unrealistic. After all, Hyena was already dead when they saw him. This time, though, they saw very clearly how Shi Feng dealt with the 5 black players. A crushing defeat. It was an absolutely crushing defeat. Moreover, Shi Feng had single-handedly killed 6 of the Sin of Wrath's Tier 6 experts. What he just did was essentially strike the Sin of Wrath to the bottom of the flower of 7 sins. 7 sins. If the Sin of Wrath couldn't quickly help these 6 experts replenish their lost weapons and equipment, it would be a long time before the Sin of Wrath could hold its head high in the flower of 7 sins. Black Flame, you bastard! Blood Sand glared at Shi Feng with a manic look. How dare you kill 6 of the flower of 7 sins Tier 6 experts? I will never spare you or Zero Wing. Just you wait. The flower of 7 sins retribution will come for you. The death of these 6 Tier 6 experts was a significant loss to the flower of 7 sins and Blood Sand himself. After all, he only had a few Tier 6 experts under his command, and 3 of the black players killed this time were even the subordinates of other commanders. Is that so? I look forward to it. While watching Blood Sand lose his mind, Shi Feng slashed downward with the Winter of Eternal Night. Third Sword, Holy Annihilation. Immediately, a pillar of flames devoured Blood Sand and the space around him. Even though Blood Sand had tried to defend himself with his two-handed saber, the impact still plundered all of his HP, and he dropped multiple pieces of equipment when he died. Aside from Blood Sand, all of the Tier 5 experts from the Flower of 7 Sins standing behind him were also reduced to ashes, their deaths contributing a bunch of weapons and equipment to Shi Feng. All of the Sin of Wrath's Tier 6 experts were annihilated. Phoenix Rain couldn't help but look at the situation before her with widened eyes. She never thought Shi Feng would dare to provoke the Flower of 7 Sins so thoroughly. Since its fight with the 5 great super guilds, the Flower of 7 Sins had never suffered as much damage as it did today. Not only did all of the Sin of Wrath's Tier 6 experts get annihilated, but even Blood Sand, the Sin of Wrath's commander, was killed. This was absolutely the greatest humiliation the Flower of 7 Sins had suffered since its inception. Guild leader, once news of the Sin of Wrath's Tier 6 experts getting annihilated reaches the Flower of 7 Sins executives, I'm afraid all of Zero Wing's guild residences will be in big trouble, Shadow Flower said with a wry smile. The Flower of 7 Sins was known for exacting revenge on all who offended them. Now that Shi Feng had caused the Flower of 7 Sins to suffer such a huge loss, there was no doubt the organization would use its full strength to deal with Zero Wing. It should be known that the Flower of 7 Sins experts far outnumbered Zero Wing's experts. If the Flower of 7 Sins attacked Zero Wing's guild residences, it would cause devastating damage to Zero Wing. That might have been true in the past, but the era of this god's domain has already changed now that I am here, Shi Feng said nonchalantly. I can produce even experts on the 10 saints level in batches. How many of such experts can the Flower of 7 Sins resist? 10. 20. Chapter 3622, Chapter 696, Birth of Two Monsters, Chapter 696, Birth of Two Monsters. This. When Shadow Flower and Purple Eye heard Shi Feng claiming he could produce experts on the 10 saints level in batches, they didn't know what to say. In addition, as Shi Feng did not bother to speak in a private chat and simply said everything in public, everyone present could hear him clearly. After all, everyone present was a Tier 5 expert or above. After a moment of silence, Phoenix Rain couldn't help but ask, "Can you really produce a batch of experts on the level of the 10 saints?" Guild leader Black Flame. Currently, Phoenix Rain could just barely match the 10 saints in strength and was just slightly stronger than Blood Sand. Even then, the difference was limited, and it was only because of her superior equipment standard. Meanwhile, if they counted the 5 great super guilds, hidden old monsters, there shouldn't be more than 20 experts on the level of the 10 saints. If Shi Feng could produce 10 or 20 such experts, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Zero Wing could go uncontested in God's domain. At that time, not to mention the Flower of 7 Sins, even if the 5 great super guilds banded together, they would still have to stay clear of Zero Wing. If she could deepen her partnership with Zero Wing, having Zero Wing help produce several 10 Saints-level experts for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could quickly become another super guild in God's domain. Naturally, seeing Phoenix Rain, an old acquaintance, taking the initiative to ask him, Shi Feng did not bother to withhold any information, plainly saying, "Many Tier 6 experts fail to reach the 10 Saints level not because they lack combat standards. Instead, it is often because of their lacking basic attributes. Meanwhile, I have a way to increase these experts' basic attributes to match that of the 10 Saints, so I can naturally produce as many 10 Saints-level experts as I want." He had brought with him 20 Dragon's Fury Extraordinary Secret Treasure Sets and 200 Behemoth Combat Secret Treasure Sets this time. He aimed to establish a solid foundation for the newly integrated Zero Wing, and make Zero Wing the undisputed #1 guild in his home God's domain. That way, he could mass recruit talented newcomers from his homeworld and nurture Tier 6 players in batches, without having to worry about his secrets getting leaked. Guild Leader Black Flame, on behalf of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, I hope to establish a strategic partnership with Zero Wing, Phoenix Rain said. After hearing Shi Feng's answer, she understood that Shi Feng must have a way to get his hands on a large number of legendary weapons and equipment. If Zero Wing is willing to help the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to produce some 10 Saints-level experts, the pavilion will provide Zero Wing access to all its shops and trade connections. The pavilion will also use 7 Luminaries crystals to cover the full cost of producing these experts. In addition, the pavilion will form a permanent strategic alliance with Zero Wing to resist the Flower of 7 Sins. Phoenix Rain's proposal caught Shadow Flower and Purple Eye off guard. They never thought Phoenix Rain would put so much faith in their guild leader. At the same time, they couldn't help but be in awe of Phoenix Rain's wealth and courage. It should be known that Zero Wing currently had very few Tier 6 experts. Even if they included Shi Feng and Red Feather, a former elder of the Star Alliance, and the person tasked with keeping the security of Zero Wing's main headquarters, Zero Wing would only have 4 Tier 6 experts. If they were comparing purely in terms of numbers, the Flower of 7 Sins had a massive lead over Zero Wing. So, even if Shi Feng had the means to produce 10 Saints-level experts, Zero Wing still couldn't trade blows evenly with the Flower of 7 Sins for the foreseeable future. As for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, it had even fewer Tier 6 experts, totaling 3 only. Although all 3 were top tier and could most likely become 10 Saints-level experts if adequately equipped, it wasn't exactly a wise decision to provoke the Flower of 7 Sins just to obtain 2 or 3 10 Saints-level experts within a short time. Without a certain degree of courage, any sane leader would never take such a risk. "Your proposal is very sincere, Guild Leader Phoenix," Shi Feng said, nodding. But he quickly followed it up with a rejection, saying, "However, Zero Wing's means cannot be provided to non-Zero Wing members. If you wish to achieve greater heights with your subordinates, you will have to merge the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion into Zero Wing. Forgive me for rejecting all other proposals." The Dragon's Fury set was a priceless treasure, even in the greater God's domain. It wasn't something that could be valued using 7 luminaries crystals, real estate, or trade connections. Even one set could attract many upper-ranking hegemonic powers and pseudo-apex powers to fight over it. So, there was no way he would trade any away. Not to mention, his goal in returning this time was to make Zero Wing the #1 guild in his home god's domain. He naturally wouldn't try to nurture other powers. Is there really no room for negotiations? Guild leader Black Flame. Phoenix Rain couldn't help but be surprised by Shi Feng's decisive refusal. If she were to make the same proposal to any other power in God's domain, said power would accept it without hesitation. After all, Zero Wing merely needed to sell its strengthening items to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In exchange, not only would Zero Wing receive a large sum of 7 luminaries crystals, but it would also receive the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's full support in resisting the Flower of 7 Sins. Meanwhile, so long as Zero Wing could survive the Flower of 7 Sins' initial onslaught, it could slowly amass Tier 6 players and develop more 10 Saints-level experts, ultimately becoming the supreme ruler of God's domain. No matter how one looked at it, this partnership could only benefit Zero Wing. So, she found it hard to believe Shi Feng would turn down her offer so decisively. You shouldn't turn down the idea of merging the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion into Zero Wing so quickly, either, Guild Leader Phoenix, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Once you see the improvements my items can provide, you will understand that joining Zero Wing will be no harm to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. On the contrary, it might even be a good thing for you all. A good thing. Jai Luorong couldn't help but be exasperated by Shi Feng's words. She never thought Shi Feng could be so shameless. It should be known that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was an overlord in God's domain, whereas Zero Wing was only an upstart guild. Yet, Shi Feng was saying that it would benefit the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to become a part of Zero Wing, and he was even saying it to Phoenix Rain, a 10 Saints-level expert. Phoenix Rain's equipment standard was already top tier among Tier 6 experts. Not only did she wield a legendary staff, but she was also equipped with 6 pieces of legendary equipment. Even if her equipment standard could still be improved, there wouldn't be much room for improvement. At most, she could switch out her fragmented legendary equipment for a few more pieces of legendary equipment. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain could easily accomplish something like this in the future, even without joining Zero Wing. If that were the case, why should she join Zero Wing and reduce herself to becoming a vice-guild leader of Zero Wing? However, Shi Feng did not wait for Phoenix Rain to make a response this time. Instead, he took out 2 Dragon's Fury sets and handed them to Shadow Flower and Purple Eye. Meanwhile, looking at the spherical crystals in their hands, Shadow Flower and Purple Eye couldn't help but grow confused. Bind these items to your equipment. If you don't have enough 7 luminaries crystals, you can get them from me, Shi Feng said, not bothering to offer any explanations. He merely had Shadow Flower and Purple Eye follow his instructions to bind the Dragon's Fury sets. Shadow Flower and Purple Eye both had a fragmented legendary equipment set equipped. Although not as ideal as legendary equipment, they still wouldn't be wasting the Dragon's Fury set's potential. After looking at the secret treasures in each other's hands, Shadow Flower and Purple Eye couldn't help but be astonished by the binding cost of these secret treasures. Each crystal sphere cost 3,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal to bind, with the full set totaling 18,000 units. The cost was absurdly expensive. However, the two still followed Shi Feng's instructions and quickly bound the secret treasures with their equipment. Suddenly, whether it was Shadow Flower or Purple Eye, both had seemingly become dragons that had just awoken from a slumber. Immediately, the auras they exuded caused Phoenix Rain and Jai Luorong to instinctively retreat 100 yards away. Chapter 3623, Chapter 697, Outside of God's Domain, Chapter 697. Outside of God's domain, how is this possible? After Phoenix Rain and Jai Liurong instinctively retreated 100 yards away, fear and disbelief filled them as they looked at Shadow Flower and Purple Eye. Previously, they were already very surprised when they saw Shi Feng handing Shadow Flower and Purple Eye a pile of marble-like crystals. They didn't think that Shi Feng was referring to something other than legendary weapons and equipment when he mentioned the strengthening items. Based on their understanding of God's domain, the easiest way for players to improve their basic attributes by a qualitative margin was through upgrading their weapons and equipment. In the case of Shadow Flower and Purple Eye, only legendary weapons and equipment would enable them to achieve a qualitative leap. As for tools, it shouldn't be possible for any to improve Shadow Flower and Purple Eye's basic attributes by any substantial amount. Yet, the crystal marbles Shi Feng took out had accomplished it. This had completely exceeded their knowledge of God's domain. Moreover, it wasn't just Shadow Flower and Purple Eye's basic attributes that had received a massive improvement. Another thing that improved was their mana, and it was to an extent where even Phoenix Rain and Jai Liurong felt suffocated by it. Such mana could no longer be defined in human terms. Rather than two human players, Phoenix Rain and Jai Liurong felt like they were standing before two Tier 6 dragons. The Shadow Flower and Purple Eye's mana was no longer something the average Tier 6 player could resist. However, compared to Phoenix Rain and Jai Liurong, Shadow Flower and Purple Eye were even more surprised by their transformation. These secret treasures are unbelievable. Purple Eye couldn't help but be dumbfounded when she felt the changes the Dragon's Fury set had brought to her. From an outsider's perspective, they could only tell that she and Shadow Flower's basic attributes and mana had achieved a qualitative improvement. It also wouldn't be an exaggeration to say they had already reached the 10 Saints level. However, as those who had equipped the Dragon's Fury set, they knew that the extraordinary secret treasure set didn't just improve their basic attributes and mana. At the same time, it also granted them an additional talent: Dragon Metamorphosis. This additional talent granted them the racial talent of the dragon race. Not only did it improve their 5 senses to closely rival that of dragons, but it also elevated their control over mana to a whole new level. On the surface, Dragon Metamorphosis might not improve players statistically. However, this additional talent was vital in determining how much a player could utilize their statistical attributes. In other words, besides providing qualitative improvements to their basic attributes and mana, the Dragon's Fury set had also raised their combat standards to a new level. No wonder you are so confident, Guild Leader Black Flame. The value of these crystals indeed exceeds legendary weapons and equipment. Phoenix Rain commented in admiration when she sensed danger coming from Shadow Flower and Purple Eye. Even 10 Saints-level experts will go crazy for these crystals, let alone weaker Tier 6 experts. The various superpowers of God's domain all had their own ways of obtaining legendary weapons and equipment. It was only a matter of time. However, the secret treasures Shi Feng took out were items Phoenix Rain had never heard about. If these secret treasures were given to 10 Saints-level experts such as herself, they could absolutely raise their strength by another standard, completely surpassing all Tier 6 experts in God's domain. Meanwhile, such experts could probably go up against any of the 5 great super guilds by themselves. The World Gate will soon open. I'm sure you know this well, Guild Leader Phoenix, Shi Feng said as he looked at Phoenix Rain. There are countless experts and powers outside of our God's domain. Even existences as strong as the 5 great super guilds would be nothing more than an insignificant guild outside, and the same is true for 10 Saints-level experts. I do know a little about the world outside our God's domain, Phoenix Rain stated honestly. Their legendary weapons and equipment far outnumber ours, let alone their experts. I heard that they even have heaven-defying items, such as divine artifacts. As for our 10 Saints-level experts, they seem to only be regarded as fourth-floor experts, and there are countless such experts outside. Only the rumored fifth-floor experts can be considered powerhouses and strike fear into the various hegemonic powers. Unfortunately, our God's domain is lacking a comprehensive training system, so it is beyond the means of most players to become fifth-floor experts. Phoenix Rain couldn't help but feel a little disheartened when speaking of the world outside their God's domain. She fully understood how weak their God's domain was, especially regarding combat standards. Their God's domain's powers only had 10 years to develop their training systems, whereas the greater God's domain's powers had already been perfecting theirs for decades and centuries. Not only could the greater God's domain's powers develop fourth-floor titled experts, but some could even develop fifth-floor experts. That is correct. It is also why I say it is beneficial for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to merge into Zero Wing, Shi Feng said, nodding. No matter how much the pavilion develops in our God's domain, the best it could hope to achieve in the future is to rival the 5 great super guilds. Once the world gate opens, our God's domain's powers will be fortunate if they can keep their existing territories, let alone develop outside. However, so long as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion becomes a part of Zero Wing, both the pavilion can develop outside of our God's domain, achieving a height that the current pavilion can never achieve. As for yourself, you might even get to stand shoulder to shoulder with the outside world's apex experts, becoming an existence that the various powers would fear. I doubt that can ever happen. I know my limits, Phoenix Rain said, wryly smiling. Even if you give me a legendary equipment set, I will, at most, become a second-rate expert in the outside world with my combat standards. Shi Feng did not respond to Phoenix Rain's words. Instead, he turned to look at the hero guarding the library's entrance and asked Phoenix Rain, "What do you think of the current Shadow Flower and Purple Eye guild leader Phoenix? What rating can they receive if they challenge Minus's trial?" Hearing this, Phoenix Rain glanced at Shadow Flower and Purple Eye before definitively saying, "A rank." Before Shi Feng's arrival, the 100-man library dungeons test had been activated for a few days already, and many teams had challenged it. Phoenix Rain also knew the strength of some of the teams that challenged the trial and the ratings they received, so she could make accurate estimates of how a team would perform in the trial. For 100-man teams looking to gain the privilege to enter the library dungeon, they would need to score at least a B-rank rating. But even for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's main force, achieving such a rating was difficult, which was why she had chosen to partner with Zero Wing. Now that Shadow Flower and Purple Eye's basic attributes could already rival the 10 Saints, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's team had essentially gained 2 10 Saints-level experts. With such a significant improvement, the team would have a very good chance of securing an A-rank rating. "In that case, why don't we give it a try?" Shi Feng asked, chuckling when he heard Phoenix Rain's confident reply. "We will gladly accept your help if you are willing to offer it," Phoenix Rain answered. Originally, she thought she could no longer expect Zero Wing's help since Zero Wing's team was already strong enough to enter the library dungeon by itself. So, although she did not know what Shi Feng was trying to do, she still gladly accepted his suggestion. Immediately, Shi Feng had Shadow Flower and Purple Eye follow Phoenix Rain's original plan and enter the magic barrier with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's team. Chapter 3624, Chapter 698, Might of Dragon Metamorphosis. Chapter 698, might have dragon metamorphosis. When Phoenix Rain and the others stepped into the barrier, Minos suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were covered with glowing runes, and just a glance from them caused the Tier 5 players present to shudder and feel as if Minos was staring directly at their souls. In addition, the mana Minos radiated was vastly superior to ordinary Tier 6 NPCs, and everyone couldn't help but feel as if they were standing before a level 205 Tier 6 god. My kin, according to the ancient agreement, if you want to enter this library and regain the lost power inside, you must first pass my trial, Minos said in a dignified voice as he scanned the players before him. For 10 minutes, you must try your best to survive my attacks. So long as half of you survive, you will have passed my test. In addition, the more of you who survive after 10 minutes, the greater the privilege you will be granted once you enter the library. I hope you do not disappoint me. After saying so, Minos removed his greatsword from his back and wielded it with both hands. Activate the threefold mana sealing barrier. All Tier 5 stay 300 yards away from Minos. Tanks, protect those who fall within 300 yards of Minos. Phoenix Rain promptly issued commands one after another according to her original plan when she saw Minos readying his weapon. Based on the information they collected, Minos's basic attributes were comparable to gods of the same level. So, under normal circumstances, any Tier 5 player would almost certainly die if they got hit by any of his attacks. However, it was possible to rectify this problem by utilizing the mana sealing barrier, the strongest Grandmaster barrier currently in the various superpowers' possession that could suppress even Tier 6 divine monsters. After stacking 3 mana sealing barriers, Minos would be weakened just enough for Tier 5 tanks to survive a hit. Immediately, 36 Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members each took out a magic scroll made using dragon hide. Then they split into 3 groups of 12 to cast 3 identical barriers on Minos, the barriers creating law chains that restrained Minos and weakened his basic attributes and physique by 20%. Good. When Phoenix Rain saw the threefold mana sealing barrier taking effect on Minos, she promptly said to the level 210, Tier 5 female elementalist beside her, "Summon your personal guard, Blue." With Minos having basic attributes that rivaled Tier 6 gods, even Tier 6 tanks would not dare to receive his attacks directly. Not to mention, there were no Tier 6 tanks in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's team. Fortunately, her subordinate, Blue Phoenix, had a Tier 6 epic personal guard. Moreover, the personal guard in question was a level 212, Tier 6 Guardian Knight. He had much greater HP and defense than Tier 6 players of the same level, and he was more than capable of surviving a few attacks from Minos now that the latter was weakened. Understood. Upon hearing Phoenix Rain's command, Blue Phoenix hurriedly took out a Summon Guard scroll from her bag. "Please wait a moment, Guild Leader Phoenix," Shadow Flower suddenly interrupted. "Is something the matter, Palace Master Flower?" Phoenix Rain asked in a somewhat hurried tone. They were standing within 500 yards of Minos. If a Tier 6 god decided to launch an attack at this distance, the attack would connect almost instantly. So, any time wasted now could potentially lead to the team's annihilation. Meanwhile, having Blue Phoenix's personal guard tank Minos was part of the plan they had previously agreed on. Purple Eye and I wish to test our current standards, so can I trouble you to keep watch for the time being?" Shadow Flower said as she turned to look at Minos, a hint of expectation in her eyes. "If we fail to resist Minos and cause the team to incur casualties, we will promptly return to following your original plan. We will also surrender our share of entry slots for the library." Following Shadow Flower's words, Purple Eye nodded in agreement. "All right then, but be careful." Phoenix Rain did not reject Shadow Flower's proposal. This was because it was indeed a tempting proposal. Whenever a team successfully passed Minus's trial, it would receive an entry pass that could let 100 players into the library dungeon. Based on their previous partnership agreement, Zero Wing would receive 40 entry slots and 40% of the dungeon's harvest for helping the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in Minus's trial. But going by Shadow Flower's proposal, should she and Purple Eye fail to deal with Minus by themselves, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion would gain the opportunity to monopolize the library dungeon's harvest. And even if they did succeed, they would simply follow the previously agreed profit distribution. So, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could only stand to profit from this proposal. As for whether Shadow Flower and Purple Eye might come into any life-threatening danger from challenging Minus by themselves, Phoenix Rain was confident she could save their lives if necessary. When Shadow Flower and Purple Eye received Phoenix Rain's nod of approval, they immediately went into action. Transforming into an afterimage, Shadow Flower vanished from where she stood and reappeared beside Minus a second later. Then she began weaving her way around Minus rapidly, leaving over a dozen afterimages in her wake as she poked at Minus with her daggers one time after another. Her speed was so fast that even Phoenix Rain had trouble keeping track of her. As for Minus, although he promptly reacted and brandished his greatsword, he failed to do anything about Shadow Flower. Shadow Flower seemed to be able to see through all of his movements, never failing to dodge his attacks. In the meantime, Purple Eye silently waved her staff and summoned 3 tornadoes, each shredding the surrounding space and exhibiting power rivaling that of Tier 6 curses. When all 3 tornadoes struck, even Minus had to briefly pause his movements to keep his body stable. Meanwhile, under Shadow Flower's constant harassment and Purple Eye's timely attacks, Minus thoroughly got pinned in place. He did not have the leisure to target anyone else. An advanced silver fusion technique and triple Tier 6 silent casting. How are they managing this? Phoenix Rain gaped in shock when she saw Shadow Flower and Purple Eye's performance. Whether it was the advanced silver fusion technique or the triple Tier 6 silent casting, neither were techniques that Shadow Flower and Purple Eye could execute previously. After all, had they been capable of such techniques, they would have wiped the floor with the flower of 7 Sins black players who had been distracting them just now. In fact, if speaking purely in terms of techniques, they could already rank among the top 5 of the current 10 saints. Chapter 3625, Chapter 699, Double Improvement. Chapter 699, Double Improvement. Have their 5 senses been improved? Jai Liurong's eyes sparkled when she saw Shadow Flower and Purple Eye fight Minus. Many powers had already challenged Minus multiple times, so his information was widely known among the various powers. As a Tier 6 hero, Minus not only possessed basic attributes close to matching Tier 6 gods, but he also possessed incredible intellect. In battle, he would almost always prioritize eliminating Tier 5 players instead of wasting time on Tier 6 players. Even if Tier 6 players tried to intercept him, Minus would simply knock them out of the way before he continued slaughtering Tier 5 players. Hence, when the various powers teams challenged Minus's trial, they would usually be met with annihilation. In fact, some teams couldn't even last a minute, let alone secure a B-rank rating. Jai Liurong also knew a little about Shadow Flower and Purple Eye's standards. Even if the two now possessed basic attributes rivaling the 10 saints, it would still be impossible for them to block Minus's great sword. Jai Liurong had personally clashed with Minus previously. While Minus's swordsmanship might seem simple and predictable, his attack speed was incredibly high. Even fourth-floor experts wouldn't necessarily be able to react to his attacks, let alone make preemptive judgments to dodge or deflect his attacks. Yet, through their coordination, Shadow Flower and Purple Eye had successfully distracted Minus for 8 whole minutes already. The two never failed to evade Minus's greatsword throughout these 8 minutes. Moreover, as if they had predicted all of his attacks, they could always launch a counterattack targeted toward his defensive blind spots after evading his attacks. They thoroughly rendered Minus incapable of targeting anyone else on the team. In Jai Liurong's opinion, the only way Shadow Flower and Purple Eye could accomplish such a feat was if they had received a huge improvement in their 5 senses. There was no way their combat performance could have improved to such an extent if they only received an improvement in their basic attributes. Meanwhile, an improvement to the 5 senses was undoubtedly something all expert players in God's domain dreamed of obtaining. An improvement to the 5 senses could not only allow players to learn combat techniques more easily, but it would also let them discover their own imperfections, which would, in turn, give them a clearer idea of how they could improve themselves. This was also why talented players in God's domain could improve so quickly. After advancing to Tier 6, Jai Liurong knew she had already reached the limit she could achieve with her current circumstances. Unless she received the outside world's superior training system, it was almost impossible for her to further improve her combat standard. But now, the secret treasures Shi Feng had taken out allowed her to see a new possibility to further improve herself. Meanwhile, noticing the excitement on Jai Liurong's face, Shi Feng chuckled and asked, "So, are you interested in joining Zero Wing now, Commander Jai?" Due to their God's domain's isolated state, few Tier 6 experts existed. As a result, battles between Tier 6 experts also happened very infrequently. If an expert lacked opponents of a similar caliber to spar with, they would have more difficulty discovering their imperfections. Under such circumstances, aside from a few exceptional talents, it would be almost impossible for experts to reach the extrasensory realm. "I have to say that your offer is very tempting, Guild Leader Black Flame," Jai Liurong said as she watched Shadow Flower and Purple Eye's battle against Minus. Then she shook her head and continued, "But the World Gate's opening is upon us, and many outside powers have set their eyes on our God's domain. Even if Zero Wing can nurture 10 Saints-level experts, it remains a fact that Zero Wing has a very limited number of Tier 6 experts. In addition, the Flower of 7 Sins has connections with many powers in the outside world. Even if Zero Wing can resist the Flower of 7 Sins now, that is unlikely to be the case in the future. I do not wish to put my friends under such risk." If Shi Feng had taken out these secret treasures before he offended the Flower of 7 Sins, Jai Liurong might have agreed to join Zero Wing. But she'd have to be stupid to join Zero Wing now that Shi Feng had annihilated the Sin of Wrath's Tier 6 experts and started a never-ending feud with the Flower of 7 Sins. After all, just as Phoenix Rain stated previously, even the 10 saints would become insignificant when placed in the world outside their God's domain. Even if Zero Wing could nurture 10 or 20 10 saints-level experts, it would still be doomed once the World Gate opened. Not to mention, Eternal Glory was an adventurer team, a gathering of like-minded independent players. Unlike guilds such as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Eternal Glory did not need to occupy fixed territories to thrive. So long as they did not offend powerful existences, they could survive and thrive anywhere. It was completely unnecessary for Eternal Glory to risk joining Zero Wing to gain more strength. "Your concern is indeed a problem, Commander Jai." Shi Feng was not surprised by Jai Liurong's reply. Chuckling, he asked, "But what if Shadow Flower and Purple Eye can improve their strength even further?" "Improve even further?" Jai Liurong couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in confusion. "May I know what you mean, Guild Leader Black Flame?" Shadow Flower and Purple Eye's improvement was already incredibly astonishing. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that they could now rank among the top 5 of the 10 saints. So Jai Liurong found it hard to believe there could be any more methods that could improve their strength even further. Explaining it will be difficult. Smiling, Shi Feng sent a document to Jai Liurong and said, "It's better if you take a look at it yourself." Shi Feng didn't just return with the Dragon's Fury sets and Behemoth sets. Besides that, he also brought 100 copies of the Bronze Mana Purification Technique and 1,000 copies of the Advanced Mana Purification Technique. Meanwhile, the document he shared with Jai Liurong was a documentation of the effects of the Bronze Mana Purification Technique. How can this be possible? When Jai Liurong finished reading the document, disbelief filled her eyes. The Bronze Mana Purification Technique's effects were simply unheard of. After all, according to the document, if a Tier 5 player successfully mastered the Bronze Mana Purification Technique, the strength of their mana could immediately rival Tier 6 players. And if a Tier 6 player mastered the technique, their mana could rival even Tier 6 gods. Mana was the foundation of all things in God's domain. For players, the stronger their mana, the stronger their skills and spells. If a Tier 6 player could wield a Tier 6 god's mana, they could probably reign supreme across their entire god's domain. "You'll know whether I am lying after you see its effects for yourself, Commander Jai," Shi Feng said, chuckling as he sent a message to Shadow Flower and Purple Eye. At this time, Shadow Flower and Purple Eye had already completed Minus's trial and secured an S-rank rating for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion team. They suddenly revealed an ecstatic look when they received Shi Feng's message. Immediately, the two took out an ancient book from their bags. It was none other than the Bronze Mana Purification Technique that Shi Feng had secretly given to them before. Without hesitation, they sat down and studied their respective copies. Chapter 3626, Chapter 700, Rivaling Gods. Chapter 700, Rivaling Gods. Guild Leader Black Flame, I don't know what happened with Flower Palace Master and Purple Eye, but they've chosen to stay in the barrier even after the trial has ended. If they still don't come out by the time the trial resets, they'll have to face a much more challenging trial than the team trial. After leaving the magic barrier, Phoenix Rain anxiously approached Shi Feng and informed him of Shadow Flower and Purple Eye's abrupt decision to remain within the barrier. At this point, Phoenix Rain had already seen Zero Wing's value, and it far exceeded her expectations. This discovery also made her conclude that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion must join Zero Wing. It absolutely must. Minus's team trial was a huge headache, even for the various superpowers. It was so challenging that, even after partnering up with Zero Wing, Phoenix Rain initially felt that they would be fortunate if they could obtain a B-rank rating. Although Shadow Flower and Purple Eye subsequently had their basic attribute improved to match the 10 Saints, even then, Phoenix Rain only felt that their team could secure a rank rating. However, the strength Shadow Flower and Purple Eye displayed had far exceeded Phoenix Rain's expectations. It was so amazing that she couldn't help but think that the two could match a 5th-floor expert if they worked together. A 5th-floor expert. Even in the world outside of their god's domain, experts of such caliber were incredibly rare. Yet, Zero Wing could produce such experts on demand. With such a heaven-defying ability, even if Zero Wing ended up being suppressed by the outside world's powers in the near future, it could still end up achieving a height far beyond the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's reach in the long run. Meanwhile, because Shadow Flower and Purple Eye managed to distract Minus for 10 minutes and keep him from targeting anyone else, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's team earned an S-rank rating in Minus's trial. As a reward for their outstanding performance, their team received a temporary buff that increased 5% of all their attributes when inside the library dungeon, and a detailed map of the dungeon. With this, it was more than possible for them to catch up to the 5 great super guilds, progression, become the first team to conquer a team dungeon in the ruined temple, and receive the best pioneering reward. But all this could only happen under the precondition that Shadow Flower and Purple Eye remained alive. In reality, Midas offered 2 different types of trials. The first trial was known as the team trial. Players could only challenge this trial in 100-man teams, and they only needed to survive 10 minutes against Midas. As for the second trial, it was known as the hero trial, and it would only activate when fewer than 100 players were present within Midas's magic barrier. Unlike the team trial, the hero trial did not have a time limit, and players needed to shave off 10% of Midas's HP to pass it. Moreover, players could not leave the trial until they passed it or got team-wiped. Even worse, if players got annihilated inside the magic barrier, they would lose a level and couldn't recover any weapons and equipment they dropped on death. If Shadow Flower and Purple Eye were to lose their legendary weapons, their strength would plummet, and it would absolutely impact the library dungeon raid later on. Don't worry, Guild Leader Phoenix. Looking at Shadow Flower and Purple Eye, Shi Feng explained to Phoenix Rain, "They are only following my instructions." "Your instructions?" Phoenix Rain couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in astonishment, unable to figure out his thoughts. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that Midas's hero trial wasn't something players in their current god's domain could hope to challenge and succeed. After all, Midas was an existence on par with Tier 6 gods. Even players 10 levels higher than Midas would face certain death if they tried to challenge him. Currently, all known cases of players successfully killing Tier 6 gods in their god's domain involve only Tier 6 gods below level 180. Moreover, these successful raids were all conducted by player teams with average levels at level 210 or above. If players wished to defeat Midas, a level 205, Tier 6 hero rivaling Tier 6 gods of the same level, they would need at least a 100-man team of level 220, Tier 6 players. Otherwise, they'd simply be asking for death. Secret treasures might be able to enhance a player's combat standards and improve their growth speed, but it is still not enough to let the players of our god's domain match the outside world's apex experts. "I am sure you understand this, Guild Leader Phoenix," Shi Feng said. Then, he pointed at Shadow Flower and Purple Eye, who had their eyes closed and were in deep thought, and continued, "When I said I could let you match the outside world's apex experts by joining Zero Wing, I wasn't joking. Now I will have them show you what I mean." The ability of secret treasures to accelerate a player's growth could indeed tempt Phoenix Rain and Jai Liurong to join Zero Wing. However, if Zero Wing wanted to win over the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Eternal Glory, Zero Wing would need to convince them with its existing strength. Otherwise, it would be very difficult to get them to take the risk of joining Zero Wing. Match the outside world's apex experts. When Phoenix Rain heard Shi Feng's words, she couldn't help but look at Shadow Flower and Purple Eye with a curious gaze. While Phoenix Rain had never personally interacted with any of the outside world's apex experts, she had still heard some bits of information about them. Even the weakest of these apex experts were existences capable of rivaling Tier 6 gods of the same level. Meanwhile, such existences would typically be equipped with legendary weapons and legendary equipment sets. Their combat standards would have reached the 5th floor standard, and some would have even mastered one or multiple gold combat techniques. If she had to be honest, the gap between herself and these apex existences was massive, and it definitely wasn't something a Dragon's Fury set could make up for. At this time, Jai Liurong had also focused her attention on Shadow Flower and Purple Eye, curious to see how much the two could improve after learning the bronze mana purification technique. After Phoenix Rain and Jai Lurong waited for 20 minutes, Minus announced the rules of the hero trial to Shadow Flower and Purple Eye before readying his greatsword once more. At the same time, Shadow Flower and Purple Eye finally opened their eyes. Immediately, everyone outside the magic barrier felt two mighty sources of mana descend upon them, making them feel like an invisible mountain had just fallen onto their shoulders and causing the space around them to tremble. When subjected to the presence of this mana, all of the Tier 5 experts present also found themselves suffocating. Is this supposed to be mana? When Fiery Heart felt the mana enveloping her, she couldn't help but question her knowledge about mana. After all, the mana enveloping her completely differed from the mana she recognized. Not only was it as dense as lead, but it was also continuously corroding and reshaping the surrounding space to adapt to itself. However, before those outside the barrier could pay closer attention to the frightening mana enveloping them, Minus had already executed an attack on Shadow Flower and Purple Eye. With a swing of his greatsword, Minus sent a sword light as bright and scorching as the sun in the direction of Shadow Flower and Purple Eye. The sword light was a product of Dimensional Holy Slash, a Tier 6 skill, and Minus had executed it without holding back any strength. If a Tier 6 tank tried to block the attack without a Tier 6 life-saving skill active, they would likely die on the spot. Meanwhile, upon seeing this attack, Purple Eye raised her staff and summoned a tornado shrouded in black lightning arcs before her and Shadow Flower. Boom! When Minus's sword light collided with Purple Eye's lightning tornado, a powerful explosion occurred, and the sound waves reached well over 10,000 yards away. Immediately afterward, both sword light and tornado disappeared, and Minus and Purple Eye each could be seen stumbling a step backward from the generated shockwave. At a glance, the two were evenly matched. Chapter 3627, Chapter 701, Sealed Expansion Pack. Chapter 701, Sealed Expansion Pack S. She blocked it. She actually blocked it. When the spectating crowd saw that, similar to Minus, Purple Eye had only stumbled a step backward, they couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Phoenix Rain and Jai Lurong were especially shocked, the two staring at Purple Eye with their mouths agape. As individuals who had personally clashed with Minus before, they knew exactly how frightening Minus could be when using skills. Previously, even after receiving a qualitative boost to their basic attributes, Shadow Flower and Purple Eye would always preemptively interrupt Minus's skills. They never dared to let him fully activate his skills, as they'd have no way of blocking them. But now, Purple Eye managed to block Minus's skill all by herself. She even came out evenly matched in the exchange. It was simply unbelievable. Has she fully mastered it already? Shi Feng was similarly surprised when he saw Purple Eye blocking Minus's skill. Normally, the bronze mana purification technique wasn't something that could be adopted at a moment's notice. Even after players learned how to apply the technique, getting used to their mana's transformation would still take some time. However, Purple Eye's current performance clearly showed that she had already grasped her new mana well. Otherwise, there was no way she could have exhibited power at the standard of Tier 6 gods with her Tier 6 spell Storm Torrent. While everyone outside the barrier was still in awe over Purple Eye's performance, Shadow Flower transformed into a blur as she charged at Minus. Then, as soon as she reached the Tier 6 hero, she split into 100 copies of herself and began attacking Minus from all directions. In response, Minus rapidly brandished his greatsword, generating blinding sparks all around him as he blocked Shadow Flower's daggers one time after another. However, despite his strong defense, many of Shadow Flower's attacks still managed to slip by and strike him directly, causing his HP to plummet steadily. Is this the power of the bronze mana purification technique? Jai Liurong was shocked beyond words as she watched Purple Eye and Shadow Flower's performance. Although the information Shi Feng shared with her already stated that the bronze mana purification technique could enhance Tier 6 players' mana to match that of Tier 6 gods, she still couldn't help but be shocked when she saw the technique's effects with her own eyes. It should be known that Shadow Flowers and Purple Eye's levels were only slightly higher than minus. There wasn't even a 10-level gap. Yet, they were already strong enough to trade blows with minus. If news of this spread, it would shake the entire gods' domain. It was universally recognized that Tier 6 gods were invincible against players of the same level. Players could only defeat a Tier 6 god by relying on level suppression. This was also the only viable method the various superpowers had to deal with Tier 6 gods. But now, Shadow Flower and Purple Eye were strong enough to single-handedly deal with a Tier 6 god without having to rely on level suppression. In their current states, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were matchless in God's domain. Even those two old monsters from the 5 great super guilds would most likely hesitate to trade blows with them directly. Most importantly, Zero Wing could mass-produce experts like Shadow Flower and Purple Eye. Is this result to your satisfaction? These are the benefits Zero Wing is offering to its internal members. If you join Zero Wing, you too will get to enjoy them, Shi Feng said to Phoenix Rain and Jai Liurong. Also, these benefits aren't just limited to Tier 6 members. Tier 5 members can also receive secret treasures and mana purification techniques, albeit of a slightly inferior quality. Even so, they can still gain Tier 6 combat power. Even Tier 5 members can receive these benefits. Phoenix Rain was surprised. She could more or less accept the situation if Zero Wing only provided its secret treasures and mana purification techniques to its Tier 6 members. After all, the secret treasures and mana purification techniques that could elevate Shadow Flower and Purple Eye to such a standard were bound to be limited in quantity. It would already be incredible if Zero Wing could allow every one of its Tier 6 members to have a set of these items. But now, Shi Feng was saying that even Tier 5 members could get their hands on these secret treasures and mana purification techniques. While Tier 5 players weren't everywhere in God's domain, they still existed in large numbers. Every superpower would have no trouble taking out several hundred Tier 5 players. In the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's case, it could easily take out 500 Tier 5 players. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could equip each of these 500 Tier 5 players with secret treasures and mana purification techniques, even if these items were lower quality, it would still be enough to let the pavilion rule over God's domain with an iron fist. After all, there shouldn't be more than 100 players with Tier 6 combat power in the current God's domain. A force of 500 Tier 6 combatants would be enough to beat up all of God's domain superpowers. Okay. Eternal Glory is willing to join Zero Wing, Jai Liurong answered without hesitation. Truth be told, she was a little frightened by the strength Shadow Flower and Purple Eye had just displayed. At the same time, she somewhat understood why first-rate guilds like the 100 Flower Palace, the Star Alliance, and Mysterious Moon were willing to join Zero Wing. With the strength Shadow Flower and Purple Eye currently possessed, the Flower of 7 Sins would have great difficulty dealing with even one of them. Not to mention, Zero Wing could produce even more experts of such caliber. With such an ability, it would only be a matter of time before Zero Wing surpassed the 5 great super guilds in all aspects. If all of what you say is true, I can agree on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's behalf in joining Zero Wing immediately. Guild leader Black Flame, Phoenix Rain said, after seeing Jai Liurong agreeing to have Eternal Glory join Zero Wing. I will complete all the transfer procedures within a week. At that time, All of the pavilion's Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts will report to Zero Wing's main headquarters. Even before seeing the mana purification technique's effects, Phoenix Rain was already convinced by the secret treasure's effects to join Zero Wing. It was just that she would need some time to convince the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's former guild leader and the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's pavilion master. However, after seeing the bronze mana purification technique's effects, Phoenix Rain knew that she no longer needed to waste time convincing anybody. With the current benefits Zero Wing was offering, so long as it gave the word, a ton of powers and experts would come running to join it. At that time, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion might not even be able to join Zero Wing. In that case, let's sign a God's domain contract right away then. As for the matters regarding the merger, you can talk to Shadow Flower and Purple Eye about that. They will tell you everything you need to know, Shi Feng said, as he retrieved 2 God's domain contracts from his bag. Honestly, Shi Feng didn't care whether the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion or Eternal Glory joined Zero Wing. So long as Phoenix Rain and Jai Liurong joined, whether the rest of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Eternal Glory joined was inconsequential. A moment later, Shi Feng, Phoenix Rain, and Jai Liurong finished signing their respective contracts. According to their contracts, Phoenix Rain and Jai Liurong would officially join Zero Wing on behalf of their respective powers, and they would also promise to merge their respective powers into Zero Wing, completing all transfer procedures within a week. In return, Shi Feng would need to supply the 2 of them with secret treasures and mana purification techniques ahead of time. Regarding this, Shi Feng gladly fulfilled his side of the contract, handing Phoenix Rain and Jai Liurong each a Dragon's Fury set and a copy of the bronze mana purification technique. In addition, he also supplied each of the Tier 5 experts present with a Behemoth set and a copy of the advanced mana purification technique, making it easier for them to raid the library dungeon later on. While the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members and Jai Liurong were busy attaching their secret treasures and learning their mana purification techniques, the battle inside the magic barrier concluded. Although Minus possessed basic attributes rivaling Tier 6 gods of the same level, Shadow Flower and Purple Eye still had no trouble shaving off 10% of his HP when working together. At the same time as Shadow Flower and Purple Eye passed the hero trial, a system announcement rang across God's domain. System announcement. A group of players has successfully passed the Ruined Temple's hero trial, lifting the seal on the sealed expansion pack Ancient Glory. All taboo mode dungeons in God's domain will be activated. System announcement. The sealed expansion pack will take 1 natural day to unseal. All players will be logged out in 1 hour. Chapter 3628, Chapter 702, Taboo Mode Dungeon. Chapter 702, Taboo Mode Dungeon. Someone cleared the hero trial. What's going on? Didn't they say that the hero trial is impossible to clear? Taboo Mode Dungeons. What the heck are those? Could they be dungeons of a higher rank than God Mode Dungeons? Seeing as you're asking such a question, you're probably the type who rarely sets foot into libraries, right? Well, for your information, all of the weapons and equipment that we obtain from team dungeons in God's domain have a level limit of 200. Even fragmented legendary items are capped at level 200. Meanwhile, taboo mode dungeons are places that drop level 200 plus weapons and equipment. Crap! Isn't that amazing? I don't even have a single fragmented legendary item until now. If I can get myself a level 205 epic item, wouldn't that mean I'd have something better than a fragmented legendary item? Following the system announcement, the various official forums across God's domain exploded with activity. Although everyone was initially bewildered by the announcement, they quickly grew ecstatic over the news. They also couldn't help but wonder who were the players responsible for clearing the hero trial. This was because the conquerors of the hero trial had essentially started a new era in God's domain. Following this new expansion pack, the status quo in God's domain would see unprecedented changes. This day would definitely go down in God's domain's history. While the general masses were celebrating the new expansion pack, the various powers were frantically looking into the identities of the players behind this expansion pack. After all, these players had conquered the hero trial that was previously deemed impossible to clear. In fact, no more than 30 seconds after the system announcement, the 5 great super guilds had already placed a bounty for the hero trial's conquerors, offering as many as 5 pieces of fragmented legendary equipment for the conquerors' identities. As for their goal, it was simple. It was to verify whether these players knew any detailed information pertaining to the taboo mode dungeons that would appear following the expansion pack. If they could get their hands on this information, they could immediately start raiding these taboo mode dungeons once they appeared. However, although the 5 great super guilds' bounty tempted many players, nobody managed to uncover any information about the players who cleared the hero trial. In the meantime, outside the ancient library in the ruined temple's library area, taboo mode dungeons, Shi Feng was similarly stunned by the system announcement. He never thought clearing the hero trial would lead to the activation of taboo mode dungeons in his home god's domain. The term taboo mode dungeon was not uncommon in the greater god's domain. In fact, many powers were very familiar with the term. Meanwhile, when one thought of taboo mode dungeons, one would immediately think of the 12 sanctuaries. Although the greater god's domain was vast, the weapons and equipment produced in most realms could only reach level 200. Indeed, even in the greater god's domain, most weapons and equipment had a level limit of 200. Even fragmented legendary items were not an exception. It was just that their level limit was not clearly indicated. However, so long as players with fragmented legendary items leveled past 200, they would realize that no matter how much they leveled up, their fragmented legendary items' basic attributes would no longer increase with their levels. This was also one of the factors contributing to the difficulty of leveling past level 200 for players. Once players reached level 200, they would no longer receive exp when killing monsters of the same level or lower. They would even stop receiving exp from quests below the legendary rank. While this wouldn't necessarily be a problem if monsters similarly stopped growing, the problem was that monsters did continue to gain basic attributes past level 200. Meanwhile, with players having their weapons and equipment restricted to level 200, this made it difficult for ordinary experts to kill level 205 monsters. As for experts fully equipped with fragmented legendary items, although they could still cope against monsters up to level 210, they would similarly hit a wall when facing level 215 plus monsters. As a result, even among the various powers Tier 6 executives, few could reach level 215, and most would hover around level 210. Of course, it would be a different story if players owned legendary items. This was because the hidden level limit of legendary weapons and equipment was level 220. Hence, any player equipped with a few legendary weapons and equipment in the greater god's domain could generally reach level 220 and above, with some having even reached level 230 already. In Shi Feng's previous life, it wasn't until after he entered the greater god's domain that he understood the value of weapons and equipment that could level past level 200. An individual piece of level 210 epic equipment was easily worth more than a fragmented legendary item. If it was a level 210 epic equipment set, It was enough to cause even the executives of the greater God's domain's various powers to grow envious. After all, legendary weapons and equipment remained incredibly rare in the greater God's domain. Meanwhile, the primary place players could obtain level 200+ weapons and equipment was taboo mode dungeons. Only, taboo mode dungeons were exceedingly rare in the greater God's domain, and only the 12 sanctuaries were certain to have them. This was also why the greater God's domain's various powers sought to establish a foothold in the 12 sanctuaries. Since there was no reliable way to obtain legendary weapons and equipment in large quantities, if the various powers wished to develop their strength, they could only try to obtain level 200+ weapons and equipment from taboo mode dungeons. After all, dungeons were known to be places that could produce weapons and equipment at a fixed rate. Hence, everyone sought to monopolize a taboo mode dungeon, which, in turn, led to many wars being waged in the 12 sanctuaries. Shi Feng never thought that taboo mode dungeons would be hidden in his home God's domain. If news of this reached the greater God's domain, he couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen to this place. It seems I need to grow Zero Wing's strength even quicker now. When Shi Feng thought about the soon-to-open world gate, he immediately decided to accelerate his plans. Once the world gate opened, and news of his home God's domain having taboo mod dungeons spread, the greater God's domain's various powers would send droves of Tier 6 players to occupy his home God's domain. Even the fact that these Tier 6 players would be weakened after entering his home God's domain likely wouldn't be enough to deter these powers. Subsequently, time passed quickly. After everyone in God's domain was forcibly logged out, and the Ancient Glory expansion pack started to take effect, several shocking pieces of news appeared across God's domain's various official forums. Firstly, Blood Sand, the commander of the Flower of Seven Sins Sin of Wrath, had abruptly declared war on Zero Wing. He had also placed an internal bounty on Zero Wing's members, offering to pay 5 units of 7 Luminaries crystal for each internal member of Zero Wing. The offer was unprecedented, and countless red players eagerly sought to assassinate Zero Wing's internal members right away. Besides Blood Sand's bounty, Phoenix Rain, the guild leader of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, suddenly announced the dissolution of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and all members of the pavilion would be transferred into Zero Wing. At the same time, Jai Luorong, the commander of the top adventurer team Eternal Glory, also announced she would join Zero Wing with all of her adventurer team's members. In no time, Zero Wing, a guild that had been relatively unknown before, suddenly became the center of attention in God's domain. Chapter 3629, Chapter 703, God's Domain Shaken. Chapter 703, God's Domain Shaken. Zero Wing. What is this guild? What kind of background does it have? Not only did it provoke a bounty from the Flower of Seven Sins, but it even got the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Eternal Glory to join it. Could it be a new guild established by an international corporation? Even international corporations shouldn't have that kind of strength. After all, that is the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion we are talking about. It has multiple powerful corporations backing it. It shouldn't need any more corporations to support it. Indeed. I also heard that Eternal Glory's commander Jai Luorong got promoted to Tier 6 not long ago. Even when Jai Luorong was still at Tier 5, she already dared to disrespect the Blackwater Corporation. Yet, she has now chosen to join a no-name guild. It is truly inconceivable. I just did some digging into Zero Wing. It seems it's being led by a second-rate guild's former guild leader. It first appeared in the miniature Ancient World and is currently thriving there. Some time ago, even first-rate guilds like the 100 Flower Palace and the Star Alliance had chosen to merge into it. So, I guess you can say it is quite a strong guild. Even so, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Eternal Glory are still crazy to join Zero Wing at this juncture. The Flower of Seven Sins is offering 5 units of 7 Luminaries crystal for each of Zero Wing's internal members. This is already enough to tempt the various powers Tier 5 experts, let alone Tier 5 red players. This is undoubtedly a great opportunity to earn some 7 Luminaries crystals for the Tier 6 promotion. When the news surrounding Zero Wing spread on the official forums, many players couldn't help but wonder about Zero Wing's background. Not only did this new guild assimilate multiple first-rate guilds, but it even managed to swallow up a superpower like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and a top adventurer team with 3 Tier 6 experts like Eternal Glory. After assimilating so many powers, Zero Wing could already be regarded as an overlord in God's domain. Of course, now that Zero Wing had somehow offended the Flower of Seven Sins, everyone could already foresee that this new overlord would soon cease to exist in God's domain. Meanwhile, inside the top-floor VIP room of a 100-story hotel in the real world, there was a round table placed in the middle of the spacious room, and over a dozen figures sat around the table. Some individuals wore cloaks to hide their appearances, and some appeared in holographic form. These individuals also varied in age and gender, and quite a few of them were executives of superpowers. Among these individuals, one of them was Illusory Words, the second vice guild leader of the superpower Crimson Emperor, and one of God's domain's 10 great clerics. Another of these individuals was the invincible spear Lifeless Thorn, and he was currently ranked number 1 on God's domain's black player list. Every one of these individuals had almost nothing in common in God's domain, but they all shared one common characteristic here. They were all Tier 6 players. Everyone gathered in this room was a bona fide Tier 6 expert in God's domain. Among them, the leader of this gathering was an old man over 100 years old. Although the old man was just sitting there, everyone in the room felt oppressed simply by being in his presence. Even 3-star mental strength masters would break out in a cold sweat. The old man was one of God's domain's hidden old monsters. He was from the same era as the 5 great super guilds' old monsters, so very few people knew his true name. However, he had cultivated many experts who were widely known throughout God's domain. Among the old man's students, the most famous would have to be Flowing Cloud, the current top one of the 10 saints, and a level 226 holy warrior. Outside of the 2 old monsters from the 5 great super guilds, Flowing Cloud was also publicly acknowledged as the strongest player in God's domain. In the past, Flowing Cloud single-handedly wiped the floor with an empire with his saber, causing Netherworld Empire, one of the 5 great super guilds, to back off. It was also for this reason the Tier 6 experts present in the VIP room greatly feared the old man. According to Flowing Cloud, he never managed to defeat the old man in a duel. Moreover, all of his defeats ended within 10 moves. Everyone couldn't even begin to imagine how strong the old man was if even the strongest of the 10 saints couldn't last 10 moves against him. Phoenix Rain, don't you think you've gone too far? Looking at Phoenix Rain, who sat in the 6th seat, the old man coldly said, "Have you forgotten why I established this Tier 6 alliance in the first place? I did it so that you all can have a place to survive once the world gate opens. Yet you want to give the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion away. We already promised them 3 empires and 12 kingdoms once the world gate opens. How are we supposed to give them an account on this?" The atmosphere in the room reached a freezing point following the old man's words. Is Zero Wing that great of a guild, little sister Rain? Is it really worth you giving up the entire Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and your future in the greater God's domain? Illusory Words, who sat beside Phoenix Rain, asked, her voice giving off a healing feeling. When illusory words finished speaking, everyone else in the room also turned to look at Phoenix Rain curiously. Out of everyone here, Phoenix Rain could be said to be the strongest supporter of the Tier 6 Alliance. She was also among the most knowledgeable regarding the greater God's domain in this room. In fact, many of the individuals present had only joined the Tier 6 Alliance because of Phoenix Rain's invitation. So, everyone was greatly surprised when they learned of Phoenix Rain's decision to hand the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to Zero Wing. "It isn't a matter of whether it is worth it," Phoenix Rain said, sighing as she swept her gaze across the people around the table. "Instead, joining Zero Wing is the best option." If it was before her encounter with Shi Feng, Phoenix Rain would have felt that the Tier 6 Alliance was the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's only option. After all, the Tier 6 Alliance had over a dozen Tier 6 experts. With such a force at their disposal, even the greater God's domain's various powers would have to more or less show them some respect. But after her meeting with Shi Feng, Phoenix Rain could only think of the Tier 6 Alliance as nothing more than a joke. Is Zero Wing that strong? Do you think it can remain unfazed even when making an enemy out of all of us here? The old man suddenly asked in a cold voice. Chapter 3630, Chapter 704, Phoenix Rain's Choice. Chapter 704, Phoenix Rain's Choice. Redstone Hotel, top floor VIP room. Upon hearing the old man's question, everyone at the table couldn't help but gaze toward Phoenix Rain. Among them, illusory words, a vice guild leader of Crimson Emperor, couldn't help but grow worried as she looked at her good friend Phoenix Rain. "Rain, stop angering Elder Mist any further," illusory words whispered to Phoenix Rain. Most of the people present only knew the old man as the Tier 6 Alliance's founder. However, as a vice guild leader of Crimson Emperor, a veteran super guild, illusory words was well aware of the old man's true identity. The old man went by the name of Hidden Mist in God's domain, and he was one of the founding elders of mythology, one of the 5 great super guilds. If not for Hidden Mist having a falling out with another founding elder and withdrawing from mythology many years ago, mythology would have long become the strongest guild in the world rather than just one of the 5 strongest. Meanwhile, throughout the years Hidden Mist had operated behind the scenes. Not only did he nurture many famous experts, but he also gained the full support of more than 10 corporations. It was also due to the financial support of these corporations that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could have its current strength, and the many Tier 6 experts present could have the legendary equipment currently in their possession. If Phoenix Rain angered Hidden Mist, she could lose her standing in God's domain and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. It should be known that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's experts didn't just sign a God's domain contract with the pavilion. They had also signed a God's domain contract with the corporations backing it. Hence, even if the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion disbanded and merged into Zero Wing, unless the pavilion's many experts wished to lose their existing weapons and equipment, they would still need to listen to the arrangements of those corporations. If it were a few years ago, Phoenix Rain would have indeed had the final say in all matters in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. This was because the corporations that supported the pavilion also supported Phoenix Rain. However, after the corporations behind Hidden Mist had invested in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Phoenix Rain could no longer decide the fate of the pavilion's many experts all by herself. "I know you are striving to secure a better future for our native Tier 6 experts, Elder Mist," Phoenix Rain said calmly. "But don't you think it is a little too much to ask all of us here to surrender half of our territories and sign a lifetime contract to obey those people? And what do we get in return? Some security and the ability to enter the greater God's domain. On the other hand, if we join Zero Wing, while we might not be able to resist the outside powers right away, we won't have any trouble defending our existing territories. As we gain more and more Tier 6 experts, we can even expand our reach to the outside world. In reality, there were two reasons Phoenix Rain had chosen to attend the Tier 6 Alliance's meeting today. Firstly, it was to announce her transfer to Zero Wing. Secondly, it was to recruit some experts to join Zero Wing with her. That way, she could have more influence in Zero Wing. I don't blame you for having such thoughts, but that is simply because you don't understand how strong the outside powers are, Hidden Mist said, sighing as he looked at Phoenix Rain. Then, resolutely, he continued, "If you insist on joining Zero Wing, I won't stop you. However, you are not allowed to take any part of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion with you. You will also have to announce your retirement as the pavilion's guild leader, and 9 Dragons Emperor will take your position. Otherwise, you and your confidants will have to surrender all of the weapons and equipment you have gained because of the corporations, and compensate the corporations for all the potions and resources they have supplied to you." Following Hidden Mist's words, 9 Dragons Emperor, who was in his late 30s and seated in the 8th seat, stood up with a smile. "Phoenix Rain doesn't hold absolute authority in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Elder Mist. I can persuade the shareholders and Grand Elders to relieve her of her position," 9 Dragons Emperor said to Hidden Mist before glancing at Phoenix Rain. "Also, Phoenix Rain's weapons and equipment aren't her personal belongings. Those are legendary equipment gained through countless sacrifices from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's experts. Phoenix Rain can leave the pavilion, but she must surrender all of her legendary equipment and fragmented legendary items first." Upon hearing 9 Dragons Emperor's words, many of those present couldn't help but look at Phoenix Rain with some sympathy. 9 Dragons Emperor had always been dissatisfied with working under Phoenix Rain as a vice-guild leader of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. In addition, he had the support of nearly half of the pavilion's members. If he were to take the initiative to persuade the pavilion's shareholders and Grand Elders, with the support of the corporations behind Hidden Mist, he could indeed deprive Phoenix Rain's authority and confiscate her items. Meanwhile, once Phoenix Rain lost her legendary equipment, even if she was a Tier 6 expert, it would be long before she could make any waves in God's domain. Her value to Zero Wing would also plummet. 9 Dragons Emperor, how can you do this to your guild leader? Illusory Words, seated in the 4th seat, said with a frown. The new expansion pack is just about to launch, and it is the best time for us to make further improvements before the world gate opens. Are you trying to eliminate Rain completely by having her surrender all her items now? This is her decision. I didn't force her into it, 9 Dragons Emperor said contemptuously. If she doesn't want such a fate, she can always choose not to join Zero Wing and continue being the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild leader. You. Illusory Words glared at 9 Dragons Emperor, a flame of wrath burning in her eyes. Hidden Mist merely sought to dissuade Phoenix Rain from leaving the Tier 6 Alliance, yet 9 Dragons Emperor sought to take her life. I can surrender my position as guild leader. I can also return all of the weapons and equipment the corporations have given me, and compensate the corporations for the potions and resources I have used. However, I will not hand over the guild towns and real estate under my name, Phoenix Rain said firmly to Hidden Mist. Are you truly going to destroy all of your effort and future for Zero Wing? Hidden Mist asked in a colder tone. I have already made a promise to guild leader Black Flame, Phoenix Rain said with a casual smile. She paid no attention whatsoever to the change in Hidden Mist's tone. God's domain's various guild and NPC cities were necessary to pay for a guild's operating costs. If Zero Wing wished to develop rapidly in their God's domain, the guild must have some real estate in the various guild and NPC cities. It was also the bottom line she had set for herself in her partnership with Shi Feng. If she couldn't even keep this bottom line, she'd be too ashamed to occupy a vice guild leader position in Zero Wing. Good. You best not regret your decision, Hidden Mist said as he took one last look at Phoenix Rain. Take your leave, then. The Tier 6 Alliance still has other important matters to discuss. Hearing this, Phoenix Rain got out of her seat and took her leave without hesitation, her actions surprising many present. They never thought Phoenix Rain would be willing to abandon her position as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild leader, discarding many years of her effort. Meanwhile, following Phoenix Rain's departure, Nine Dragons' Emperor smiled even more jovially than before. In reality, Nine Dragons' Emperor and Hidden Mist had been the ones to initiate the abrupt meeting today. Meanwhile, apart from questioning Phoenix Rain, the meeting was held to discuss an even more important subject: the powers outside their god's domain. More specifically, after learning of their god's domain's most recent expansion pack, the outside powers have decided they would forcibly send a batch of players to their god's domain to compete for the taboo dungeons. Phoenix Rain's departure from the Tier 6 Alliance today would thoroughly eliminate any opportunities she had to make a comeback in God's domain. TL notes, one veteran super guild. I'm not sure if this description of Crimson Emperor is accurate. In the main story, Crimson Emperor was described as a veteran super first-rate guild. It might have advanced into a super guild at some point, though Chapter 3631, Chapter 705. Outside Powers Arrive. Chapter 705. Outside Powers Arrive. God's Domain, Ruined Mountain Range. After waiting for one natural day, many players promptly logged back into God's domain. In addition, many powers and independent experts swarmed to the ruined temple with their respective teams, causing the originally crowded place to become even more crowded. Is that the Taboo Mode dungeon mentioned in the Ancient Glory expansion pack? So, this is the first Taboo Mode dungeon. I can't believe there are two level 220, Tier 6 hero NPCs guarding its entrance. Just how powerful are the monsters inside? I heard that this Taboo Mode dungeon was originally a level 210 God Mode team dungeon in the ruined temple, so its difficulty should be above God Mode. Many expert players continued to gather in front of the ruined library in the ruined temple's library area. When these experts saw the 1,000-meter-tall sealed crimson portal at the library's entrance, they couldn't help but be shocked. In God's domain, most team dungeons' entrance portals would only be several meters in height. Even 500-man team dungeons would only have their entrance portals measure about a dozen meters in height. This was everyone's first time seeing a team dungeon with a 1,000-meter-tall entrance portal. Although a team dungeon's entrance portal wouldn't necessarily reflect its difficulty, everyone present could clearly feel the oppressive mana radiating from the ruined library's portal. The radiated mana was so oppressive that many players found themselves suffocated. It felt as if they weren't standing before an inanimate portal, but a living creature instead. More specifically, it felt like they stood before a Tier 6 god. Because of this, Tier 5 players found it difficult to even get close to the portal. While everyone was observing the dungeon's entrance, a Tier 5 ranger suddenly exclaimed, "Quick, look! It's the 5 great super guilds teams!" Subsequently, the crowd gathered in the Fountain Plaza before the ruined library could be seen stepping aside to make way for a 100-man team. The guild emblems worn by the members of this team consisted of 5 types, indicating that this was a team formed by 5 guilds. Of the members of this team, even the weakest was a Tier 5 expert radiating an aura that could closely match the average Tier 6 expert. And even the weakest piece of equipment found on this player was at the fragmented legendary rank. In addition, there were as many as 50 bona fide Tier 6 experts in this team, and every one of them was equipped with at least one piece of legendary equipment. When these 50 Tier 6 players stood together, ordinary Tier 5 experts dared not stand anywhere near them. As expected of the 5 great super guilds, they can actually afford to mobilize 50 Tier 6 experts to this dungeon. This is probably as many Tier 6 experts as all other powers have combined. It seems I have severely underestimated them in the past. Jai Liurong, who had just come online, couldn't help but be astonished as she looked at the team the 5 great super guilds had sent to raid the Taboo Mode dungeon. 50 Tier 6 experts. That averages to 10 per guild. No wonder even veteran super guilds dare not provoke the 5 great super guilds, Crimson Mist said with a hint of fear in her eyes. Thankfully, we never seriously offended any of them in the past. Otherwise, we really would have been erased from God's domain. The 5 great super guilds have occupied most of our God's domain's resources, so it's unsurprising for them to have such a foundation, Shi Feng said, not particularly surprised by the 5 great super guilds' strength. In his previous life, because he had activated the World Gate quite a few years in advance, the various powers had to interact with the greater God's domain before they could develop strong foundations. As a result, they barely had any Tier 6 experts and had a very hard time surviving through the initial phase of the World Gate's opening. However, in the current timeline, the 5 great super guilds had already been operating in God's domain for 10 years. They would have to be wasting the resources they had been occupying if they couldn't even produce 50 Tier 6 experts after all these years. Do you think we can secure the first clear guild leader? Jai Liurong worriedly asked as she looked at the partially unsealed entrance portal. Team Dungeon Raids placed a heavy emphasis on a team's overall strength. Meanwhile, even if they included all of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions and Eternal Glory's Tier 6 members, Zero Wing would only have 10 Tier 6 experts. Even if all 10 of these Tier 6 experts possess strength surpassing the 10 Saints, it shouldn't be enough to bridge the gap between Zero Wing's team and the 5 great super guilds' team. Not to mention, only 2 of Eternal Glory's Tier 6 experts were present. Crimson Mask, another vice-commander of Eternal Glory, was occupied with a quest and couldn't make it for the raid. It should be known that Zero Wing was responsible for activating the Taboo Mode Ruined Library. It'd be a huge embarrassment for Zero Wing if the 5 great super guilds ended up securing the Ruined Library's first clear. Just as Jai Liurong finished speaking, another commotion occurred in the Fountain Plaza. Before anyone could react, a mighty pressure descended upon everyone in the plaza, making everyone feel like the sky was falling. Boom! Subsequently, the 100,000-plus Tier 5 experts in the plaza started to collapse to the ground one after another. Although a small minority of Tier 5 experts managed to stay standing, their complexions had turned extremely pale. How is this possible? Jai Liurong couldn't believe her eyes as she looked in the plaza's direction. At this time, a team of 100 Tier 6 experts could be seen walking across the plaza. Every member of this team was equipped with a fragmented legendary equipment set, and they were all at level 215 and above. In addition, even the weakest radiated an aura stronger than the 10 Saints. Who are these people? At this time, even the 5 great super guilds experts were in great shock. Not only had they never seen or heard of any of these 100 Tier 6 experts before, but these players also wore a never-before-seen 3-eyed guild emblem. Meanwhile, shortly after this 100-man Tier 6 team appeared, another 100-man team arrived at the plaza. Although this 100-man team did not radiate as strong of an aura as the team with the 3-eyed emblem, it similarly had 100 Tier 6 experts equipped with a uniform fragmented legendary equipment set. The team did not look like it was from any power in God's domain. What is going on? Where did all these Tier 6 experts come from? Crimson Mist muttered, confusion coloring her eyes as she looked at the two Tier 6 teams. I know every power that has a Tier 6 expert, but I have never heard of any guild having 100 Tier 6 experts. Meanwhile, after observing the two teams for a while, Shi Feng said, they should be from powers outside of our God's domain. Chapter 3632, Chapter 706, Difference Between Powers. Chapter 706, Difference Between Powers. Outside Powers. When Jai Liurong heard Shi Feng's answer, she couldn't help but look at the two Tier 6 teams in the plaza with renewed shock. Is this the strength of the powers outside our God's domain? Jai Liurong did not doubt Shi Feng's statement. After all, she had never seen or heard of any of the 200-level 215-plus Tier 6 experts who had just arrived at the plaza. Not to mention, Shi Feng had a much better understanding regarding the powers outside of their God's domain than even Phoenix Rain. Since Shi Feng had deemed these two Tier 6 teams to be from an outside power, it should almost certainly be the case. Only, weren't these outside powers a little too frightening? 100 Tier 6 experts. This was a number that could already match the total number of Tier 6 experts that existed in their entire God's domain. Yet, each of the two outside powers that had shown up here had arrived with 100 Tier 6 experts. Moreover, even the weakest of these Tier 6 experts could rival the 10 saints in strength. Wouldn't our God's domain be finished once the world gate opens? Guild leader Black Flame, Purple Eye, asked nervously as she looked at the 200 Tier 6 foreign experts in the plaza. While Purple Eye was confident she could win a fight against any of these foreign Tier 6 experts thanks to her secret treasure set and mana purification technique, the other party had an overwhelming number of Tier 6 experts. She doubted she could escape with her life if she had to go up against such overwhelming odds. Needless to say, the chances of the average native Tier 6 expert surviving against these foreign experts were even lower. It should be known that the world gate remained closed thus far, and the outside world's players still couldn't freely enter their God's domain. Yet, the outside world's powers could already dispatch such an invincible force into their God's domain. At this point, Purple Eye couldn't even begin to imagine what would happen once the world gate opened, and the outside world's players could freely enter their God's domain. How were any of their God's domain's powers supposed to survive? Don't worry. Seeing the anxiety on Purple Eye, Shi Feng explained, as a protection mechanism for native players, every God's domain will suppress all non-native players who enter it, and the higher a player's tier, the stronger the suppression they will face. So, while these foreign Tier 6 experts might have powerful auras, their basic attributes are actually much weaker than the average Tier 6 player. They're just slightly stronger than Tier 5 players and can only be considered as pseudo-Tier 6 players. Moreover, foreign Tier 6 players cannot manipulate the mana inside our God's domain. They can only utilize their own mana. If you were to fight them, you can easily take on 100 of them by yourself. Every God's domain came with a powerful protection mechanism for its native players. This mechanism existed to maximize the survival rate of civilizations newly introduced to the greater God's domain and allow everyone to climb to the apex. Or, at the very least, it could ensure a civilization wouldn't get eliminated as soon as it was introduced to the greater God's domain. Of course, there were always exceptions. If a power destroyed a God's domain directly, the players and powers inhabiting said God's domain would immediately cease to exist. Only, very few powers possessed such frightening strength in the greater God's domain. Meanwhile, Jai Liurong and the others couldn't help but sigh in relief when they heard Shi Feng's explanation. They had much to lose in God's domain. It would be absolutely terrible for them if their god's domain were to become another civilization's possession as soon as the world gate opened. Be that as it may, we can only stay holed up in our god's domain. We won't be able to leave at all. While Jai Liurong and the others were sighing in relief, a team of several dozen players approached them. Meanwhile, walking in the lead of this team was Phoenix Rain. Upon seeing Phoenix Rain, Jai Liurong and the others couldn't help but be dumbfounded. "Did you all get robbed, Big Sis Rain?" Jai Liurong couldn't help but ask when she saw the present state of Phoenix Rain and her teammates. At this time, the only item in Phoenix Rain's possession that remained the same was her staff. Apart from that, all of the equipment she previously wore had been swapped out for level 200 epic equipment. It was like she had transformed from an empress to a peasant. Moreover, it wasn't just Phoenix Rain that had undergone such a transformation. Blue Phoenix and the other Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members on Phoenix Rain's team had also lost all of their fragmented legendary items. Although level 200 epic weapons and equipment was by no means terrible in God's domain, they still shouldn't be the only items that a super first-rate guild's main force members had equipped. After all, even in first-rate guilds, every main force member would have at least one or two fragmented legendary items. If not for Phoenix Rain still having her legendary staff, the overall strength of Phoenix Rain's team wouldn't even meet the standard of a first-rate team. "We weren't robbed," Blue Phoenix, who stood behind Phoenix Rain, said with a wry smile. "It's just that the guild's grand elders and shareholders have all switched to Nine Dragons Emperor's side. To ensure that we could keep the guild towns and real estate we had promised to Zero Wing, Big Sis Rain had no choice but to return all of the weapons and equipment that belonged to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. On top of that, Big Sis Rain also ended up owing a huge sum of money. Although Blue Phoenix spoke in a casual and teasing manner, everyone who heard her could tell she was greatly disheartened. After all, how could she not be disheartened? She had previously been equipped with weapons and equipment that were among the best in God's domain. Yet now she had lost all those things, effectively losing years of her effort. "It's fine. We can simply get more weapons and equipment," Phoenix Rain said nonchalantly. "So long as we have those real estate, we can always rise back again." "You make it sound as if it's easy, Rain," illusory words, wearing a black cloak that failed to hide her seductive figure, said as she rolled her eyes at Phoenix Rain. Then she bluntly continued, "Have you forgotten how much you have gone through to get your hands on those 3 pieces of legendary equipment? Even with the Tier 6 Alliance's assistance, it took you several years to gather the necessary materials to repair those equipment. Moreover, that was back when the various powers were in the midst of exploring God's domain's maps. Now that 99% of God's domain's maps have been explored, do you think it'll be as easy to get your hands on 3 pieces of legendary equipment, and compatible ones at that? Not to mention, Zero Wing wouldn't necessarily be grateful for your sacrifice. On the other hand, if you were still the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild leader right now, you could have gotten in touch with the Dragon Hunting Temple by now. That's an upper-ranking hegemonic power we are talking about. Exploring the taboo mode dungeon with such a power will be infinitely better than doing so with a guild that barely has any Tier 6 players." Illusory words were sharp, especially when she mentioned Zero Wing. Her eyes focused on Shi Feng, and her gaze had a cold glint. After learning of the Tier 6 Alliance's true trump card in the latest meeting, Illusory Words felt that Phoenix Rain's decision to join Zero Wing was utterly foolish. Unfortunately, the only thing she could do to try to rectify the decision was to persuade Phoenix Rain to apologize to Hidden Mist. With how highly the old man valued her, Phoenix Rain should have no trouble rejoining the Tier 6 Alliance so long as she voiced her regret. While Illusory Words was speaking, Another 100-man team arrived at the plaza. Although not composed entirely of Tier 6 experts, this 100-man team still had 30 Tier 6 experts. Meanwhile, leading the team was a one-eyed middle-aged man who was a level 217, Tier 6 Guardian Knight wearing a dragon-shaped guild emblem, and standing next to him was 9 Dragons Emperor, a level 211, Tier 6 Ranger. At this time, all 70 of the level 210, Tier 5 experts standing behind 9 Dragons Emperor were equipped with a uniform fragmented legendary equipment set, and they radiated auras that could closely rival Tier 6 players. Although the whole 100-man team was not a match for the 2 Tier 6 teams from before, it could closely match the 5 Great Super Guilds team. That's the fragmented legendary basic battle array equipment set provided by the Dragon Hunting Temple. Although not as strong as the 2 Outside Powers advanced version, it is still a one-of-a-kind in our God's domain, Illusory Words said as she looked at 9 Dragons Emperor's team. Then, she returned her gaze to Phoenix Rain and sighed, saying, "If you hadn't withdrawn from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, that equipment could have been yours." Fragmented legendary equipment sets that came attached with battle arrays were impossible to find in their God's domain. Yet, Phoenix Rain had abandoned the opportunity to secure one of these sets for herself just to join Zero Wing, a guild that barely had any fame until recently. Zero Wing is indeed incapable of securing compatible legendary equipment currently, Shi Feng said, chuckling when he saw Illusory Words voicing grievances on Phoenix Rain's behalf. But if it's only fragmented legendary battle array equipment sets, Zero Wing has some. Chapter 3633, Chapter 707, Beyond Hegemonics. Chapter 707, Beyond Hegemonics, you have some. Illusory Words couldn't help but look at Shi Feng contemptuously when she heard his words. Why don't you take them out and show them to us then? As wealthy as the 5 great super guilds were, even they probably didn't have a single fragmented legendary battle array equipment set. Needless to say, it would be even more impossible for Zero Wing, an upstart guild that had merely integrated several first-rate guilds, to have any. In Illusory Words' opinion, Shi Feng was merely putting on an act. Those battle array sets can't exhibit their potential without sufficient scale, guild leader. If you want to raise our overall strength, it'll be enough to just give each of us a few fragmented legendary items, Phoenix Rain advised. Phoenix Rain similarly did not think Zero Wing would have any fragmented legendary battle array equipment sets. But to save Shi Feng from embarrassment, she decided to offer him an alternative solution that she knew he could fulfill. After all, Shi Feng had previously killed a bunch of experts from the Flower of Seven Sins and obtained their equipment. The 100 Flower Palace and the Star Alliance were also first-rate guilds with powerful foundations before they joined Zero Wing. So, Zero Wing should have no trouble coming up with enough fragmented legendary items to arm a small team of several dozen. Blue Phoenix also hurriedly nodded in agreement. Unlike Illusory Words, Blue Phoenix knew that Zero Wing had treated them wonderfully thus far, and they'd be very ungrateful if they tried to make trouble for Zero Wing. "You don't need to turn down my offer," Shi Feng said as he initiated a trade with Phoenix Rain and started placing eternal magic armor equipment sets into the trade window one after another. Melting Flame and the others had worked tirelessly to produce these eternal magic armor sets, and Shi Feng had brought a little over 50 sets back with him this time. Although it wasn't enough to equip a 100-man team, only 20 sets were needed to activate a small bronze magic array. "Guild leader, you really don't have tea." When Phoenix Rain saw that Shi Feng was trading equipment to her, her immediate reaction was to try to stop him. However, when she got a closer look at the eternal magic armor set, her words got caught in her mouth. Each part of the eternal magic armor set was covered in runes that combined to form a self-contained structure. At a glance, the runes obviously formed a battle array, and it was a battle array of high quality at that. Simply the mana the eternal magic armor set carried was no less than the battle array sets of the two foreign Tier 6 teams. As a Vice Guild leader of Zero Wing, you will be needed to lead your own exploration team in the future. So, take these eternal magic armor sets as a welcome gift, Shi Feng said to Phoenix Rain in a private chat as he traded 40 eternal magic armor sets to her without hesitation. Although Zero Wing isn't at the level of apex powers, we aren't your average power in the greater God's domain either. 40 bronze battle array sets, Phoenix Rain nearly exclaimed out loud when she saw the eternal magic armor sets Shi Feng had just traded to her. What did you just say, Rain? Bronze battle array sets, and 40 of them. Illusory words couldn't help but grow confused as she looked at Phoenix Rain. In response to Illusory words' confusion, Phoenix Rain shared the eternal magic armor set stats with her. Of course, she had only done so because she trusted Illusory words and wished to let the other party understand more about Zero Wing. Meanwhile, after seeing the eternal magic armor set statistics, Illusory words couldn't help but be dumbfounded. It should be known that the two foreign Tier 6 teams were backed by conglomerates. Even then, they could only equip themselves with advanced battle array sets. As for the Dragon Hunting Temple, it wouldn't even dare to dream of owning bronze battle array sets. Yet, not only did Zero Wing possess bronze battle array sets, but Shi Feng had even gifted 40 sets to Phoenix Rain at no cost. Just what kind of foundation must Zero Wing possess to be so generous? Rain, aren't we best friends? Can you tell me what kind of power Zero Wing is? Illusory words whispered to Phoenix Rain. At this time, Illusory words could no longer see Zero Wing as a native power of their god's domain. Or more specifically, she refused to believe this to be the case. After all, if even the 5 great super guilds didn't have such a powerful foundation, there was no way a native upstart guild could have it. Seeing the urgency on Illusory Word's face, Phoenix Rain pretended to hesitate for a moment before saying, "I can't give you a precise answer. I can only say that Zero Wing is a power above hegemons." A power above hegemons. Illusory words couldn't help but take another look at Shi Feng when she heard Phoenix Rain's answer. Although her heart was still full of doubts, it was a fact that Phoenix Rain had received 40 eternal magic armor sets from Shi Feng. Despite being an upper-ranking hegemonic power, even the Dragon Hunting Temple could not get its hands on a treasure like the eternal magic armor set. This must mean that only the powers rumored to stand above upper-ranking hegemonic powers in the outside world could access treasures like the eternal magic armor set. Zero Wing, a power above hegemons. This revelation stunned Illusory words for a long time. If Zero Wing truly stood above upper-ranking hegemonic powers, the 100-Flower Palace, the Star Alliance, and Phoenix Rain's decision to go all out on Zero Wing would no longer be an illogical one. "Why don't you join Zero Wing as well, Big Sis Illusory?" Phoenix Rain asked when she saw the pondering look on Illusory words. "You'll be subjected to the Dragon Hunting Temple's management if you follow Elder Mist. With such a restriction, it is highly improbable that Crimson Emperor can prosper outside of our god's domain. You'll also have a hard time improving yourself any further." Now that the Tier 6 Alliance had subordinated itself to the Dragon Hunting Temple for protection, it went without saying any valuable resource the Tier 6 Alliance acquired in the future would go to the Dragon Hunting Temple. As for the Tier 6 Alliance's members, they'd be fortunate if there were even scraps left for them. Illusory words was a little tempted by Phoenix Rain's proposal. However, before Illusory words could give her an answer, Nine Dragons Emperor suddenly shouted for her from a distance. "Illusory, we have only been given one chance. If you don't want to end up like Phoenix Rain, hurry up and gather here." When Illusory Words heard Nine Dragons Emperor calling for her, she quickly dismissed her thoughts of joining Zero Wing. Unlike Phoenix Rain, the restraints on her were much heavier. After all, she did not have the support of any corporation or shareholder of Crimson Emperor. Her decision to join the Tier 6 alliance was even made against the wishes of Crimson Emperor. Because of this, Crimson Emperor's several vice guild leaders were watching her closely, eagerly waiting for her to slip up. What a pity. Phoenix Rain couldn't help but sigh when she saw Illusory Words leave her side. Dungeons were a crucial source of weapons and equipment for the various powers, and the two most important roles in a dungeon raid were the tanks and healers. As a Tier 6 cleric god and one of God's domain's 10 great clerics, Illusory Words could reduce the difficulty of any team dungeon by a large margin so long as she had a sufficiently strong tank standing before her. It was also why, despite tasking the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to raid the Taboo Mode ruined temple on its behalf, the Dragon Hunting Temple still included Illusory Words in its team. "No need to feel unfortunate," Shi Feng said nonchalantly as he looked at Illusory Words' departing figure. "She will soon learn that joining Zero Wing will be the best option, even if it means making an enemy out of all powers in God's domain." As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, the ruined library's entrance portal also became fully unsealed. Chapter 3634, Chapter 708. The Price of Taboo Mode, Chapter 708. The Price of Taboo Mode Ruined Temple, Ruined Library. When the 1,000-meter-tall portal bloomed with dazzling brilliance, the magic runes responsible for sealing it dissipated completely. Almost simultaneously, the several 100,000 players gathered in front of the portal went into a frenzy. "Charge! The Taboo Dungeon's first clear is ours." The many 100-man teams in the plaza charged into the portal one after another frantically, all of them aiming to secure the ruined library's first clear and become the pioneer of the new era in God's domain. However, whether it was the various superpowers teams or the foreign Tier 6 teams, none moved from where they stood. They merely observed all of this happening, behaving like they didn't care about the ruined library's first clear. Imbeciles. Do they think a Taboo Dungeon's first clear can be easily acquired? The one-eyed middle-aged guardian knight from the Dragon Hunting Temple thought contemptuously as he watched the teams swarming the ruined library's entrance portal. Taboo dungeons were considered gold mines, even in the greater God's domain. However, not just any power could harvest these gold mines. This wasn't to say that certain powers had monopolized Taboo dungeons and forbade others from entering. On the contrary, although apex powers had indeed occupied some of the known Taboo dungeons in the greater God's domain, they would gladly welcome anyone to enter their Taboo dungeons if the other party was willing to pay a fee of 50,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal or treasures of equivalent value. They would even welcome their enemies with open arms if they were willing to pay up. Of course, these apex powers weren't doing so wasn't out of generosity, and neither was it because they didn't care about the items inside Taboo dungeons. Instead, it was because of the great difficulty of raiding Taboo dungeons and the extreme cost of deaths inside Taboo dungeons. If players died inside a Taboo dungeon, they wouldn't simply lose some exp and items. They would also lose a portion of their immortal souls. During the advent of Taboo dungeons, players never noticed the damage to their immortal souls when they died in a Taboo dungeon. This was because the portion they lost on each death was barely perceptible. However, as players started to experience more deaths inside Taboo dungeons, they eventually noticed the subtle death penalty in Taboo dungeons. But even then, Players didn't care about the loss as it was so minuscule that it did not affect their normal development. That was, until one day, a main force member of a particular power lost an accumulated total of 10% of his immortal soul while raiding taboo dungeons. Upon hitting the 10% threshold, said player suffered a permanent death, and the news dumbfounded the various powers back then. Under normal circumstances, if players lost only 10% of their immortal souls, they wouldn't even see any impact on their skill and spell usage. Yet a player had suffered a permanent death after losing just 10% of their immortal soul to taboo dungeons. This discovery frightened the greater god's domain's various powers. As a result, none of the various powers dared to recklessly allow their teams to raid taboo dungeons from then onward. Meanwhile, based on past successes, a team would have to be fully composed of Tier 6 experts equipped with fragmented legendary equipment sets to successfully raid taboo dungeons. Moreover, these were only level 210 taboo dungeons. In the case of level 210 plus taboo dungeons, each team member would need to have at least 1 or 2 pieces of legendary equipment. Otherwise, the chances of success would be near non-existent. As luck would have it, the ruined temple was a level 210 taboo dungeon. It was the greatest difficulty conglomerates and upper-ranking hegemonic powers like the dragon hunting temple were willing to challenge. Not to mention, the ruined temple's first clear reward remained available, and there was no need to pay an entrance fee since nobody had laid claim to the taboo dungeon yet. Hence, they were willing to pay the price of sending some members through the world gate before it opened to descend upon this god's domain. However, rather than blindly charging into the taboo dungeon like the native teams, what they should do first and foremost was to wait. Whenever a new taboo dungeon appeared, it was standard for the various powers to send numerous reconnaissance teams to gather as much information as possible. Never would they send their main forces into a taboo dungeon blind. After all, the main force members of any power were highly valuable and would require a lot of time to replace. It was especially so for peerless geniuses, as the loss of such geniuses could take years, decades, or even centuries to recover from. As for why they had shown up so early, it was to detain and interrogate any natives who came out of the taboo dungeon. "The crowd is gone. How are your preparations coming along?" Shi Feng asked Phoenix Rain when he saw the mostly empty plaza. After sweeping her gaze across her teammates, Phoenix Rain nodded and answered, "We are ready to go." "Okay, let's head inside then," Shi Feng said before entering the ruined library with Phoenix Rain, Jai Liurong, and the others. "You are doomed for sure, Phoenix Rain." When Nine Dragons Emperor saw Phoenix Rain entering the ruined library, he couldn't help but smirk. This was the first time a taboo dungeon had appeared in their god's domain, so there shouldn't be anybody from their god's domain who knew about the cost of taboo dungeons. If not for the dragon hunting temple, Nine Dragons Emperor wouldn't have known about the horrors of taboo dungeons either. Meanwhile, knowing illusory words, relationship with Phoenix Rain, Nine Dragons Emperor had deliberately kept this information from illusory words. So, by the time Phoenix Rain notices the damage to her immortal soul, she should only be a few deaths away from a permanent death. Chapter 36-35, Chapter 709, One-Man Legion. Chapter 709, One-Man Legion. After crossing the portal, Shi Feng and his team were teleported into a corridor covered in thorny vines and lined with stone statues. Then, upon getting a good look at their surroundings, Jai Liurong and the others couldn't help but gasp. "Is this supposed to be a taboo dungeon?" Phoenix Rain was flabbergasted as she looked at the divine runes engraved on the walls. Not only did these divine runes suppress her mental state and physique, but they also weakened her control over her body and mana. Despite being a Tier 6 player, Phoenix Rain currently felt that she was only slightly stronger than Tier 5 legendary monsters of the same level. If even she was suppressed to such an extent, she couldn't even begin to imagine what would become of Tier 5 players in this dungeon. Not to mention, there were also the 100-plus demon statues that lined the sides of the corridor. At first glance, they might look like inanimate statues, but closer inspection would show that they were bona fide level 208 count-rank demon kings. Among them, there were also 6 100-meter-tall demon statues that were level 210 marquee-rank demon kings. Unlike humans, demons inherently possessed extraordinary 5 senses and control over mana. Even the lowest-ranking demon could put up a good fight against human NPCs of the tier. As for count-rank demons, they could rival 4-winged Valkyries of the same tier, and it should be known that Tier 5 4-winged Valkyries were existences that could give even Tier 6 players a difficult time. Yet, there were over 100 such existences in this corridor, and this was only the starting point of the taboo dungeon. As for marquee-rank demons, they could rival 6-winged Valkyries of the same tier, and defeating a marquee-ranked demon king would require at least a 100-man Tier 5 team led by one Tier 6 player. We are quite lucky. We got teleported to the exhibition area instead of the curse area, Shi Feng said, sighing in relief when he saw the demon statues lining the corridor. You consider this lucky. Jai Liurong couldn't help but look at Shi Feng dubiously as she pointed at the 6 100-meter-tall demon statues in the distance. Guild leader, those are level 210 marquee-ranked demon kings. Just one of them is enough to hold back our entire team. We are indeed lucky. Had we started from the cursed area, we would have had to give up before we could even start, Shi Feng said, chuckling. The ruined library might have been upgraded into a taboo mode dungeon, but the only thing that changed was the addition of divine runes that suppressed players. Meanwhile, based on the information he heard of the ruined library in his previous life, players would be randomly teleported to one of 3 starting areas when they entered the dungeon, specifically the exhibition area, the cursed area, and the courtyard area. Prior to the upgrade, although each of these 3 areas housed monsters of a different type, there wasn't any notable difference in overall raid difficulty. However, after the ruined library became a taboo mode dungeon, the cursed area would undoubtedly become the deadliest of the 3 areas. The cursed area's monsters were evil spirits, and attribute-wise, they were the weakest out of all monsters in the 3 starting areas. However, their weakness was compensated by the fact that the cursed area would curse all players in it, drowning them in darkness and restricting their vision range to just 1 yard. And as evil spirits did not have a fixed form and could move without making any sound, players would have a very difficult time reacting to them. In comparison, while the exhibition area's demons might have powerful attributes, neither they nor the environment placed any restrictions on players. Meanwhile, following the addition of the divine runes, players would have their mental state suppressed while in the dungeon, which would prevent them from mentally perceiving their surroundings. If their vision was restricted on top of that, unless they had reached the extrasensory realm, they could forget trying to block any attacks from monsters. They were almost certain to get hit by any monsters that targeted them. In God's domain, unless players possessed a tier advantage, they would receive significant amounts of damage if monsters landed a direct hit on them. Even tank classes could not survive more than a few direct hits from monsters of the same tier and level, let alone other classes. What should we do next, guild leader? Phoenix Rain asked, frowning after she finished scrutinizing the corridor's situation. Although the terrain here is cramped, there is still too much space for us to create an effective choke. And even if our tier 6s can hold back those 6 marquises, Our Tier 5 tanks can, at best, hold back 2 or 3 counts each. We simply don't have the numbers to hold all the counts at bay. The basic attributes and mana of their team's Tier 5 members might be close to reaching the Tier 6 standard, but under the divine rune suppression, only the tanks would stand a chance against the level 208 count-ranked Demon Kings in a one-on-one fight. Not to mention, the demon statues outnumbered their team. We don't have to go through such trouble to deal with these demon statues, Shi Feng said as he scanned his surroundings. I will distract these demon statues, while the tanks will stop any that manage to slip by. As for everyone else, just focus on doing damage. If he was still at Tier 5 right now, he'd have no way of successfully raiding the taboo mode ruined temple with his current team. Fortunately, he now had basic attributes rivaling level 200, Tier 6 gods. His basic attributes were superior to even level 210 divine monsters, let alone level 210, Tier 5 demon kings. Before Phoenix Rain and the others could say anything, Shi Feng unsheathed the Winter of Eternal Night and activated World of Frost, summoning 100 frost swords that carried 300% of his strength. Then he charged forward and initiated the attack on the demon statues. With his mental state suppressed heavily, Shi Feng could not execute combat techniques with his frost swords. However, because of his overwhelming strength, each frost sword could easily shatter even the Tier 5 curses of the Marquis-ranked Demon Kings. In just the first exchange, all the count-ranked Demon Kings were sent flying all over the place, and each saw a small chunk of their HP bars vanishing. Although each count-ranked Demon King had over 100 billion HP, they lost over 1 billion when struck by Shi Feng's frost swords. As for the Marquis-ranked Demon Kings, they were sent stumbling by Shi Feng's attacks, and each of them lost over 100 million HP. A one-sided exchange. It was an absolutely one-sided exchange with overwhelming strength. In fact, before anyone else could take action, the count-ranked Demon Kings had already lost 10% of their HPS. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Shi Feng could eliminate all of the count-ranked Demon Kings without any help. Is he really just a level 178, Tier 6 swordsman? Jai Liurong couldn't help but be dumbfounded as she looked at the 100 frost swords Shi Feng manipulated. Previously, Shi Feng's performance when he annihilated the Flower of Seven Sins members was already incredible. Even so, it paled in comparison to his current performance. Anyone could tell that the ruined library's monsters were tough opponents. Even a 100-man Tier 6 team should need significant time and effort to eliminate a group of demon statues. Yet these demon statues were no different than cannon fodder in front of Shi Feng. He could kill them however he wanted, and none of them could resist. At this point, Jai Liurong even suspected that, if given enough time, Shi Feng could conquer the entire taboo dungeon by himself. We should join the fight as well, boss. Otherwise, the guild leader is going to take care of all these monsters by himself, Crimson Mist said before she charged at one of the Marquis-ranked Demon Kings. Compared to Jai Liurong, Crimson Mist was much less fazed by Shi Feng's current performance. After all, she had already seen Shi Feng suppressing a group of monsters in the ruined mountain range's inner area without lifting a finger. That was a much more shocking scene in comparison. Subsequently, Shi Feng and the others quickly dispatched the demon statues. When one of the Marquis-ranked Demon Kings' corpses turned to dust, it left behind a dark blue armguard covered in ancient divine runes, the armguard's appearance momentarily freezing the space around it. We got a drop already. When Shi Feng saw the dark blue armguard, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. TL notes, 1 Demon King. Note that Demon King is the term used to refer to Tier 5 demons. Tier 3, Demon Tier 4, Great Demon Tier 5, Demon King Chapter 3636, Chapter 710, God Chaser Set Chapter 710, God Chaser set, what is this equipment? How can it seal space in its natural state? Looking at its glow effect, it should only be a piece of epic equipment. You'd rarely find space-restricting hidden abilities, even among legendary equipment. How can a piece of epic equipment have such an ability? Everyone had their curiosity piqued when they saw the effect the dark blue armguard exerted on its surroundings, and they couldn't help but wonder about the armguard's actual quality. Is it really just a piece of epic equipment, guild leader? Jai Liurong asked when she saw Shi Feng starting to appraise the armguard. Then, she continued in astonishment. The instant that armguard appeared, I felt myself frozen in place momentarily. The only other item that has given me such an experience before is the burning sun bow, and that's one of the 10 great legendary weapons owned by that old monster from mythology. There's no way something with a similar hidden ability is only at the epic rank. The burning sun bow was one of God's domain's 10 great legendary weapons, and it had a hidden ability that allowed its user to briefly lock down the surrounding space of their targets. Even so, the burning sun bow's hidden ability could only come into effect when a player equipped it. Yet, despite being unequipped, the dark blue armguard momentarily froze everyone present. And if it could already exert such a powerful effect while in an unequipped state, how powerful would it become when equipped by a player? At this time, Phoenix Rain, Shadow Flower, and the others also looked at Shi Feng curiously. This armguard is indeed at the epic rank, Shi Feng said, nodding after he finished appraising the armguard. Then he joyfully continued, but this isn't any ordinary epic armguard. Instead, it's the armguard piece for the God Chaser set, a level 210 epic equipment set. It's only a level 210 epic set. Phoenix Rain and the others were visibly disappointed when they heard Shi Feng's answer. A level 210 epic equipment set could match a fragmented legendary equipment set in basic attributes, and it could indeed be considered top-tier equipment in their God's domain. However, once the world gate opened, such a set could no longer be considered top-tier. Don't be so quick to discount it, Shi Feng said, shaking his head and chuckling when he saw everyone's disappointed looks. The God Chaser set might only be a level 210 epic equipment set, but when all 8 pieces are gathered, the set can be leveled up to 220 and grant basic attributes rivaling a full set of legendary equipment. Moreover, the 8-piece set effect also reduces the level requirement to level 200. Even in the greater God's domain, the God Chaser set can be considered top tier. In his previous life, the God Chaser sets produced by the Ruined Temple were only level 200 dark gold equipment sets. Even after gathering all 8 set pieces, the basic attributes players could gain from the God Chaser set was similar to what they would get from being equipped with a full set of fragmented legendary equipment. Honestly, when Shi Feng learned of the God Chaser set in his previous life, he couldn't help but find the information on the set exaggerated. After all, according to the information extracted from the ruined library, the God Slayer had personally crafted the God Chaser set, and it was described to be able to give human strength to combat gods. But if the God Chaser set only provided similar basic attributes as a full set of fragmented legendary equipment, there was no way it could let humans fight gods of the same level and tier. However, after seeing the epic-ranked God Chaser set, Shi Feng realized the information wasn't exaggerating matters after all. Instead, it had just been referring to a different God Chaser set. Another thing that surprised Shi Feng was the epic God Chaser set's drop rate. Normally, the drop rate in taboo mode dungeons was abysmal. This was true even for newly discovered taboo mode dungeons. So he was greatly surprised when he saw a set piece for the epic God Chaser set dropping from the first group of monsters they killed. If it can rival a full set of legendary equipment in basic attributes and be worn at level 200, anyone who equips the full set will be nigh invincible, even after the world gate opens. Blue Phoenix exclaimed. Even for the 5 great super guilds, it would be an absolute extravagance to fully equip a player in legendary equipment. So if a player could equip the full God Chaser set, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to consider them invincible in God's domain. According to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's understanding of the world outside of their God's domain, it was similarly difficult for powers to fully equip a player in legendary equipment. Even if there were powers who could afford to do so, there wouldn't be many. In that case, we should eliminate as many demon statues as we can while advancing. It'll be a jackpot for us if we can gather a complete set, Jai Lurong said with sparkling eyes. If Zero Wing could add a nigh-invincible expert to its ranks, it would serve as a huge motivation to guild members and a powerful deterrence to enemies. This was an effect that could not be achieved normally, even with multiple Tier 6 experts. Immediately, everyone became much more enthusiastic about killing demon statues. However, due to Shi Feng's skills being a limiting factor, they had to rest for a few minutes before they could proceed with the next battle. This led to the team's progression being rather slow. To make matters worse, the drop rate was relatively low. After 6 hours of hunting, even with Shi Feng having consumed an elixir of fortune, the team only obtained 31 pieces of equipment, of which only 13 were set pieces for the God Chaser set. Moreover, most of them were duplicates. While Shi Feng and the others were hard at work, a commotion occurred outside the ruined library. In the past 6 hours, several 100,000 players, amounting to several thousand teams, had entered the ruined library. Some teams faced deadly traps, some faced demon statues, and some faced evil spirits. However, regardless of which challenge they faced, over 99% of these teams died before they could even make it past the first group of traps or monsters they faced. Even teams led by Tier 6 players had faced annihilation. The difficulty of the taboo mode ruined temple was truly unprecedented. As expected, none of these wastrels are useful. The one-eyed middle-aged guardian knight from the dragon hunting temple scoffed when he read the intelligence 9 Dragons Emperor gathered. Then, he looked toward 9 Dragons Emperor and commanded, "Tell Hidden Mist to gather all of the Tier 6 Alliance's Tier 6 players and have them explore the ruined temple. Have them get ready to transfer the promised real estate as well. The Dragon Hunting Temple will send someone to complete the handover procedures tomorrow. Only the Tier 6 Alliance's members will be going in." 9 Dragons Emperor couldn't help but be shocked. "That's right. Do you have a problem?" the one-eyed guardian knight coldly asked. "No, but even if Elder Mist agrees to it, I don't think we can gather much information with just so few of us," 9 Dragons Emperor hurriedly said. "You just need to gather as much information inside the dungeon as possible. I don't need you to die more than a few times," the one-eyed guardian knight said as he looked at 9 Dragons Emperor's worried expression. Then, he pointed at the 2 other foreign teams, who were in the midst of apprehending Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts, in the distance, and coldly smiled, saying, "You should be thankful you are partnered with the Dragon Hunting Temple. Otherwise, you'll probably have the same fate as those people, having to explore the taboo dungeon until you're gone for good. I'll get it done right away." When 9 Dragons Emperor saw the 2 foreign teams capturing the various powers Tier 6 experts outside the ruined library, he dared not hesitate any longer. Meanwhile, when Illusory Words, who had hidden her identity with a black cloak, saw the scene outside the ruined library, she couldn't help but shudder. Just a moment ago, she saw the 2 foreign teams capturing several joint teams formed by over a dozen native superpowers, and among those captured were Crimson Emperor's Tier 6 experts. Then, These foreign teams forced the players they captured to explore the ruined library, and those who refused to comply were repeatedly killed until they fell back to level 0. How did things come to this? Chapter 3637, Chapter 711, God's Domain's Calamity, Chapter 711, God's Domain's Calamity, Redstone Hotel, top floor VIP room. The time currently was late in the evening. The sky outside the top floor VIP room was pitch black, and few cars and pedestrians could be seen on the street below. Despite this, the room was brightly lit. At this time, the round table that could easily accommodate more than 30 people was fully seated. Among the Tier 6 Alliance's members, there were also about a dozen or so other individuals present in holographic form. If any of these individuals were to appear in a crowded location, almost everyone would recognize them immediately. Sinful Flame, a legendary individual from the superpower Azure Chamber of Commerce. Melancholy, the guild leader of the Super Guild 13 Thrones. Silent Soul, the guild leader of the superpower Unyielding Soul. Half Madness, one of the 10 Saints and a member of the Super Guild Battle Wolves. Every one of these individuals was a big shot in God's domain. Currently, though, all of them wore indescribably grim looks on their faces. So, going by your words, we don't have any other choice, Elder Mist. Melancholy, a giant of a man over 2 meters tall, asked angrily as he looked at the bearded Hidden Mist. That is correct. This is already our best option, Hidden Mist said, nodding somewhat helplessly. I believe all of you have already learned of the situation at the ruined temple. The allure the taboo dungeon holds to the foreign power has far exceeded our imaginations. Not only have they captured the Tier 6 experts of over a dozen superpowers, but they are also going after the Tier 5 S-League experts. They have even gone as far as to force everyone to sign a God's domain contract or face an endless cycle of death. 9 Dragons Emperor and Illusory Words have both witnessed this happen in person. They have also made a recording, so feel free to watch it. Right now, your only option is to join the Tier 6 Alliance, hand over all your real estate, and become a subordinate power to the Dragon Hunting Temple. Only then can you avoid suffering a worse fate in the hands of the 2 other powers. Upon hearing Hidden Mist's words, everyone couldn't help but fall silent. Powerlessness. At this time, everyone present felt a deep sense of powerlessness overwhelm their hearts. It should be known that the dozen or so native Tier 6 experts who had gone to raid the ruined library were all individuals that even they had to treat with caution. Yet, none of these experts could put up any resistance in front of the 2 foreign powers teams. Even the 5 great super guilds experts had barely managed to evade capture by promptly re-entering the taboo dungeon after exiting it. Otherwise, they, too, would have suffered a similar fate. It should be known that all of the foreign Tier 6 experts were merely pseudo-Tier 6 experts. Although their battle arrays could boost basic attributes, it did not change the fact that they couldn't manipulate the mana around them. Yet their God's domain's native Tier 6 experts could just barely win against these foreign Tier 6 experts in a one-on-one fight. Naturally, in such a situation, no native power could challenge the 2 foreign powers' 200 Tier 6 experts. Not to mention, these were only the advanced teams of the 2 foreign powers. Their actual armies would only arrive once the world gate opened. Signing a contract with the Dragon Hunting Temple isn't necessarily our only option. Amidst the silence, a sweet and crisp voice suddenly echoed across the round table, causing everyone to turn toward the source of the voice. What other options do you have, Vice Guild Leader Illusory? Sinful Flame from the Azure Chamber of Commerce immediately asked in a somewhat excited tone. The only reason the Dragon Hunting Temple was willing to partner with their God's domain's native powers was to establish a sturdy foundation for itself before the world gate opened. That way, it could nurture their god's domain's native experts to raid the taboo mode ruined dungeon on its behalf. If not for this reason, it was unlikely the dragon hunting temple would be interested in partnering with any native power. So, apart from becoming a subordinate of the dragon hunting temple, Sinful Flame found it hard to imagine what better options were available to their god's domain's native powers. Zero Wing, illusory words said through her holographic projection. Based on my understanding, not only is Zero Wing superior to the outside world's hegemonic powers, but it is also providing excellent treatment to native experts and powers who join it. So long as we join Zero Wing, I believe we can survive this calamity. Even in the worst-case scenario, we should still be able to develop safely in our god's domain. Zero Wing, superior to hegemonic powers. Nine Dragons Emperor, who was similarly attending this meeting in holographic form, laughed when he heard illusory words statement. Has Phoenix Rain brainwashed you? Illusory words. Are you going to toss your mind away after Phoenix Rain? I've already looked into Zero Wing, and it is nothing more than an upstart guild from our god's domain. Its acting guild leader is even the former guild leader of a second-rate guild only. Although Zero Wing has achieved good results in the miniature ancient world, that is only because the foreign powers have barely invested any strength there. How can you even compare the miniature ancient world situation with ours? Do you truly think Zero Wing can go against those foreign powers? The Dragon Hunting Temple is only willing to give us a chance because the World Gate has yet to open. If we lose this chance, we will all become slaves to the foreign powers once the World Gate opens, and we will have to spend the rest of our lives in that taboo dungeon. Upon hearing Nine Dragons Emperor's words, everyone's expression turned even uglier. They originally thought illusory words could bring them some hope, but it merely turned out to be despair. I don't know if Zero Wing can resist against the foreign powers. Illusory words did not get angry because of Nine Dragons Emperor's rebuttal. Instead, she calmly said, "But I do know that Zero Wing's guild leader has given Phoenix Rain 40 fragmented legendary equipment sets that come with a bronze battle array. I doubt any of our native powers can afford such generosity, right? In fact, how many foreign powers can replicate such an act? Impossible." Nine Dragons Emperor immediately cast doubt over illusory words statement. Fragmented legendary equipment sets were incredibly rare to begin with, let alone those that came with a bronze battle array. Not even the Dragon Hunting Temple could take out 40 of such sets. If what you say is true, Vice Guild Leader Illusory, can Zero Wing ensure our independence and safety once we join it? Melancholy asked. At this time, everyone else in the room also looked at illusory words. Since illusory words dared to make such a claim, the matter regarding the 40 sets of fragmented legendary equipment sets must be true. It also showed that Zero Wing possessed an extraordinary foundation, and that it wasn't as weak as Nine Dragons Emperor described. At the very least, Zero Wing should be much stronger than any of their gods' domain's native powers. The only problem now was whether Zero Wing could ensure their independence and safety. This. Illusory words did not know what to say in this situation. After pondering for a moment, she said, "I'm afraid I will need to consult with Rain first before I can give everyone an answer." Chapter 36-38, Chapter 712. God Slayer's Treasury, Chapter 712. God Slayer's Treasury, Ruined Temple, Ruined Library. As Shi Feng and his team advanced deeper into the ruined library, the quantity and quality of demon statues they faced continuously increased. Initially, the demon statues only appeared in groups of 100 or so, but that number gradually increased to 200 and beyond. In addition, Count-ranked demon kings appeared in greater numbers, and even Duke-ranked demon kings had started to appear. These do-cranked demon kings were close to rivaling Tier 5 dragons of the same level, and their appearance caused the progression of Shi Feng's team to slow down significantly. "We got lucky this time, guild leader. This duke dropped the boots for the God Chaser set," Jai Liurong said as she held up the pair of light blue boots she had just finished appraising, excitement and fighting spirit coloring her eyes. "With this, we only need the helmet to complete the set." Apart from the astonishing loot, everyone was also able to improve their control over their enhanced mana after continuously clashing with the ruined library's demon statues. The improvement was especially obvious among the team's Tier 6 members, as Shi Feng had tasked them with fighting the do-cranked demon kings they encountered in one-on-one situations. These high-intensity battles allowed them to improve their skill and spell completion rates rapidly. When using Tier 6 skills and spells, the average Tier 6 expert in God's domain could only achieve a completion rate of 80%. Even those who had reached the 4th floor standard could only advance their completion rate to 85%, enabling their Tier 6 skills and spells to exhibit 100% of their effects. Meanwhile, once a skill or spell's completion rate reached 85%, every subsequent increase would improve the spell significantly. If a Tier 6 skill or spell reached a 100% completion rate, it could exhibit as much as 200% of its original effects, allowing it to exhibit power rivaling Tier 6 taboo skills or curses. And if a Tier 6 taboo skill or curse achieved a 100% completion rate, it could exhibit power rivaling the attacks of ancient gods. In Jai Liurong's case, the highest completion rate she had achieved when using Tier 6 spells in the past was 87%, while her result with Tier 6 curses peaked at 80%. But after acquiring the Dragon's Fury Secret Treasure set and Bronze Mana Purification Technique, and battling with them for 10 hours, she could already cast her Tier 6 spells at a steady 93% completion rate. Paired with the strength of her mana, her Tier 6 spells could already exhibit strength rivaling the attacks of Tier 6 gods. If she could stabilize her Tier 6 curses at an 85% completion rate, even Tier 6 gods would suffer against her if they did not use Tier 6 defensive skills or spells to defend themselves. In fact, Jai Liurong could already see herself achieving a 95% completion rate with her Tier 6 spells so long as she trained for another 10 hours or so. At that time, it would no longer be a dream to cast her Tier 6 curses at a steady 90% completion rate and fight against bona fide Tier 6 gods. "All right, everyone, rest up for 10 minutes. We'll be entering the collection hall after this," Shi Feng said, chuckling when he saw Jai Liurong and the others looking eager to continue fighting despite having just concluded an intense battle. Although Shi Feng indeed wanted Jai Liurong and the others to quickly adapt to their new mana, a taboo mode dungeon was not to be trifled with. Even with his current strength, he had to rely on his skills heavily to assist the team. If they tried to fight without his skills, there was a high chance they would get team-wiped. As a side note, Shi Feng received an incredibly lucrative amount of exp from the demon statues they felled because of his low level. After just 10 hours of grinding, he had already leveled up from level 178 to level 180, and his basic attributes were now at the standard of level 200, Tier 6 gods in the truest sense. So long as the ruined library's final boss wasn't a level 210, Tier 6 god, he was confident he could lead his team to victory. "Guild leader, something big happened in God's domain," Phoenix Rain exclaimed as she approached Shi Feng with hurried steps. "Some hours ago, the 2 foreign teams that have descended upon our God's domain suddenly started to capture Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts to do their bidding." The various powers are all panicking because of this, and several superpowers on Illusory Word's side are asking to join Zero Wing. However, they worry that Zero Wing might not be able to ensure their independence and safety once the world gate opens, so they hope for us to prove our strength. Should we agree? After Shi Feng distributed the secret treasures and mana purification techniques to them, Phoenix Rain no longer worried about the foreign powers. With Zero Wing's current strength, it was more than strong enough to survive against even the foreign powers' armies. Now, she only wondered whether it would be worthwhile to let other native powers join Zero Wing. These foreign powers are acting rather quickly. Shi Feng wasn't particularly surprised to hear the matter Phoenix Rain reported, or more specifically, it was only a matter of time before it happened. After all, native Tier 6 experts were the best tools to explore a taboo mode dungeon. There was no way these foreign powers would forego using these tools. Tell Illusory Words that they can either join us or get lost. Zero Wing isn't interested in begging others to join. Honestly, after recruiting Phoenix Rain's and Jai Luorong's groups, Zero Wing no longer needed Tier 6 experts. Whether it was Phoenix Rain's subordinates or Jai Luorong's Eternal Glory Adventurer team, both had many Tier 5 experts capable of advancing to Tier 6. They were merely lacking the right opportunity. Meanwhile, Shi Feng would have no trouble letting these individuals advance to Tier 6 with the medium world fragment in his possession. In that case, why should Zero Wing go out of its way to prove itself to those seeking to rely on it? Did these people take Zero Wing for a charity case? Understood. Phoenix Rain nodded in agreement. A guild didn't need to have many members, especially not members who would pack their bags and flee at the first sign of danger. If the various superpowers weren't even willing to take the risk to join Zero Wing would be better off not having them as members. While Phoenix Rain was relaying Shi Feng's answer to Illusory Words, Shadow Flower's voice suddenly appeared in the team chat. "I think I discovered a treasury, guild leader," Shadow Flower said before sharing an image through the team chat. The image showed a golden door sealed by countless divine chains. Engraved on the door was a man holding a long sword fighting to the death, and below the man laid countless corpses of demons and gods. The God Slayer's treasury. Shi Feng immediately got goosebumps when he saw the image. Very few records of the God Slayer existed in God's domain, but according to rumors, the God Slayer could slay gods despite having a mortal body. Moreover, these weren't just your average Tier 6 gods, but primordial gods. From what Shi Feng uncovered in his previous life, the God Slayer initially appeared in a very distant era. It was so distant that none of the gods of the modern era existed back then, and some ancient gods hadn't even been born yet. During that era, existences that could be referred to as gods would be considered primordial gods in the modern era. According to rumors, the God Slayer had left behind many treasures across the greater God's domain to provide the human race a helping hand in times of danger. Meanwhile, the ruined library was one of the places rumored to house the God Slayer's treasure. However, Shi Feng had never heard of anyone discovering the God Slayer's treasure in the ruined library in his previous life. However, the instant Shi Feng saw the image Shadow Flower shared, he was already certain of it. Hidden behind the golden door were undoubtedly the treasures the God Slayer had left behind. In Shadow Flower's eyes, the engravings on the door might only be a depiction of a piece of ancient history. However, as someone who had learned the Goddess of Space's mana technique, Shi Feng could tell that these engravings had a similar function to those found on primordial god tablets. In other words, someone had done the unthinkable and used a primordial god tablet as a door. After seeing such an extravagant gesture, Shi Feng refused to believe that the God Slayer's treasures weren't behind that door. Chapter 36-39 Chapter 713, First Generation Saint. Chapter 713, First Generation Saint, send me your coordinates, Flower. We'll head over there immediately. After ensuring he wasn't hallucinating, Shi Feng quickly calmed his excited heart and led his team to Shadow Flower's location, worried that the God Slayer's treasures might disappear if he was even a second late. Shi Feng had done plenty of research on the God Slayer's treasures in his previous life. Although he ended up finding two possible locations in the greater God's domain, both locations only contained an opportunity the God Slayer had offhandedly left behind. It was similar to the opportunity he had found in his home God's domain. Neither were actually treasures left of the God Slayer. Even so, he had gained plenty from these two opportunities. One of them even allowed him to acquire Zero Wing's prided holy city, a bastion that even the apex power Demon's Gate could not break. So, Shi Feng couldn't even imagine what awaited him in the God Slayer's treasury. After advancing for 2 hours, Shi Feng and the others arrived at the secret passage Shadow Flower had found inside a cellar in the core area. The entrance to the secret passage was well hidden. If not for the Dragon's Fury secret treasure set enhancing Shadow Flower's sensitivity to mana, even if she was a Tier 6 assassin and a Grandmaster magician, she would have never noticed there was a secret passage hidden in the deserted cellar. The entire secret passage was wrapped in an illusion barrier. The barrier was incredibly profound and could manipulate time and space. Even if players accidentally stepped into the secret passage, they would still think they were inside the cellar. They would not think they had already stepped into a completely different space-time. However, once Shadow Flower noticed something was amiss, she promptly utilized her knowledge as a Grandmaster magician to carefully analyze what was wrong. After analyzing her surroundings for over 10 minutes, she finally noticed she had stepped into an illusion barrier. From then onward, it took her no more than 10 minutes to uncover the method of crossing the barrier. Meanwhile, as Shi Feng was already a great Grandmaster magician, he had an even easier time analyzing the illusion barrier. After just 1 minute, Shi Feng had already led his team into the secret passage. Subsequently, everyone felt ripples coming from the surrounding space-time. Then, in the blink of an eye, they found themselves standing before an ancient temple. The temple was no more than 100 meters in height, but the golden door serving as its entrance radiated a divine might so powerful that it caused even Tier 6 experts like Jai Liurong to shudder. They could also feel their mental states being suppressed to a greater degree. Meanwhile, above the golden door bound by divine chains were over 100 rotating great Grandmaster magic arrays, and the figure of a person could be vaguely seen amidst these magic arrays. What in the world? Jai Liurong couldn't help but gasp when she got a good look at the figure amidst the magic arrays. Besides Jai Liurong, everyone else present also wore indescribably grim looks as they looked at the figure, their bodies involuntarily shuddering as if they had just been soaked in icy cold water. Sky Dragon Saint Eucharius, First Generation Saint. Ancient Human, Tier 6, Level 210 HP 2 quadrillion, is the main god system joking with us. When Crimson Mist saw Eucharius's stats, she couldn't help but get the urge to turn around and flee. Whether it was Eucharius's title of saint or his status as a Tier 6 ancient human, both were things that could instill fear in any player when appearing independently. Yet, not only did Eucharius have both of these things, but he even had an additional title of First Generation Saint. According to information found in God's Domain's libraries, First Generation Saints were monsters among monsters. This was because First Generation Saints existed in an era when gods still roamed the lands. Because of this, only humans of extraordinary strength could be regarded as saints during that era. Moreover, in God's domain, Even Tier 6 gods who were world bosses only possessed 9 HP bars. This was also the highest number of HP bars anyone had ever seen on an existence. Yet, Eucharius had 12 HP bars. What kind of life rating and combat standard did the Sky Dragon Saint have to warrant all these HP bars? Upon seeing Eucharius's stats, Phoenix Rain and Purple Eye similarly gasped. After a while, Phoenix Rain said, "Let's give up, guild leader. We cannot afford to provoke this boss." Every treasury represented significant wealth to any power in God's domain. In the case of a treasury inside a taboo dungeon, even a fool could tell it was extraordinary. When Phoenix Rain initially heard Shadow Flower reporting her discovery, she had indeed reacted with excitement. However, after seeing Eucharius, even though she knew Shi Feng was strong enough to rival level 200, Tier 6 gods, she did not think they had any chance of victory. It should be known that even among the modern human race, Tier 6 saints were existences capable of rivaling Tier 6 gods. Tier 6 ancient humans who had achieved the status of saint could only be stronger. She wouldn't be surprised if Eucharius could kill level 200 Tier 6 gods with a single blow. As for Tier 6 players, they'd be fortunate if they didn't suffer soul annihilation. A first-generation saint, Shi Feng was similarly shocked when he saw Eucharius. The information available in their god's domain was limited, so while Phoenix Rain and the others might know about the existence of first-generation saints, their knowledge should barely scratch the topic's surface. However, it was a different story for Shi Feng. As someone who had spent years roaming the greater god's domain and exploring the 12 sanctuaries, Shi Feng understood plenty about first-generation saints. More specifically, he knew the requirements to become a first-generation saint. If ancient humans in the mythical era wished to earn the title of saint, they would need to master at least 3 advanced laws. Normally, if a Tier 6 NPC were to master even 1 advanced law, they would become the nightmare of all Tier 6 players. If a player did not similarly master an advanced law, they would instantly lose half of their strength as soon as the Tier 6 NPC used law projection. If a first-generation saint used law projection with 3 advanced laws, even Tier 6 players who had mastered advanced laws would lose at least half their strength. As for Tier 6 players who had not mastered any advanced laws, they would be fortunate if they could retain even 10% of their strength. As for Shi Feng, since he had mastered a goddess law, he should be able to resist a first-generation saint's law projection, albeit barely. However, with only the basic attributes of a level 200 Tier 6 god, he stood no chance against Eucharius in a frontal confrontation. "We should leave this place quickly, guild leader. We are dead if Eucharius notices us," Jai Luorong hurriedly said after snapping out of her daze. She did not wish to stay in Eucharius's presence for even a second longer. "Leave." Shi Feng took another look at the golden door when he heard Jai Luorong's words. Then an idea suddenly came to him as he turned to Blue Phoenix and said, "No, we still have a chance. Can you summon your personal guard, Blue?" "My personal guard." Blue Phoenix was confused by Shi Feng's request. "My personal guard might be Tier 6, but he is only at the epic rank. He can't survive the boss's attacks." An epic personal guard might not be enough, but what about a legendary personal guard? Shi Feng said expectantly as he thought of the divine water of life in his bag. Chapter 3640, Chapter 714, Legendary Guard, Chapter 714, Legendary Guard, Legendary. Can my personal guard become a legendary guard? Confusion appeared on Blue Phoenix's delicate face when she heard Shi Feng's words. Although Blue Phoenix held Shi Feng's strength in high regard, as Phoenix Rain's assistant and an expert who had nurtured personal guards for many years, she knew exactly how difficult it was to improve a personal guard's growth potential. It was especially so for epic guards, whose growth potential had reached 100 points. Of course, in exchange for the increased difficulty, every subsequent improvement a personal guard achieved in growth potential would also increase the growth rate of their basic attributes by a frightening extent. Take her epic personal guard, Dragon Knight Lo's Marin, for example. With 107 points in growth potential, Lo's Marin was undoubtedly at the top among their god's domain's epic personal guards. He could defend against attacks from even dragons of the same level and tier. This was also why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion previously dared to challenge Minus's trial. Meanwhile, to develop Lo's Marin's growth potential to such an extent, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had expended all of the precious materials available in God's domain. At this point, it was unlikely their God's domain had enough materials to help Lo's Marin achieve even a 1-point improvement in growth potential, let alone advance to the legendary standard. After all, the minimum requirement for a personal guard to reach the legendary standard was 120 points in growth potential, and Lo's Marin was 13 points short of reaching it. No amount of manpower would be enough to gather the necessary materials to upgrade Lo's Marin into a legendary personal guard. Of course he can, Shi Feng said definitively. What is your personal guard's current growth potential? Normally, unless a personal guard was inherently an epic guard, upgrading them to the legendary standard was nigh impossible. Even in the case of natural epic personal guards, they would still require plenty of legendary and inferior divine materials to advance to the legendary standard. The total cost of such an endeavor was so expensive that most conglomerates wouldn't even be able to afford it. Only pseudo-apex powers and apex powers would be able to do so. Fortunately, Shi Feng had previously raided the Nameless City's treasury and acquired over 30,000 bottles of divine water of life. So long as he was willing to pay the price, he could even produce an advanced legendary guard, let alone a legendary guard. He's currently at 107 points, Blue Phoenix said awkwardly. 13 points to go. Shi Feng couldn't help but frown a little when he heard Blue Phoenix's answer. Then he handed Blue Phoenix 3 bottles of divine water of life and said, "It seems we can only take a gamble." Although there was no limit to the consumption of divine water of life, only the first 3 bottles would yield the greatest effects. Afterward, every subsequent improvement would require the consumption of multiple bottles of divine water of life. He had only brought 241 bottles with him when he returned, leaving the remaining 30,000 bottles in Zero Wings Guild warehouse in the Eternal Realm. If the first 3 bottles failed to shrink the 13-point gap by a lot, the remaining 238 bottles would unlikely be enough to upgrade Blue Phoenix's personal guard to the legendary standard. An inferior divine material. Phoenix Rain couldn't help but be taken aback when she saw the divine water of life. Isn't this a little too extravagant, guild leader Black Flame? As the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's former guild leader, Phoenix Rain knew how much effort had gone into collecting the materials used to upgrade Blue Phoenix's personal guard. Among these materials, there were even several bottles of water of life, an incredibly rare and precious material in their god's domain. Only with these materials could Lo's Marin achieve a growth potential of 107 points. Meanwhile, the divine water of life was 100 times more precious than the normal water of life. It was so rare that she had only ever seen it being mentioned in history books. Yet, Shi Feng was thinking of using such a precious material just to bet on the chance they could upgrade Lo's Marin's growth potential to the legendary standard. This was beyond extravagance. After all, the divine water of life's effects far surpassed that of the normal water of life. If these 3 bottles were used properly, they could bring Zero Wing 3 legendary guards. At that time, Zero Wing would be unstoppable in God's domain. So long as we succeed, everything will be worth it, Shi Feng said to Phoenix Rain nonchalantly. Then he looked at Blue Phoenix and continued, hurry up and have your personal guard drink them. This, Blue Phoenix was no fool. She naturally understood the divine water of life's value, so she couldn't help but look toward Phoenix Rain for directions. Listen to the guild leader, Phoenix Rain said, and nodded when she failed to spot any hesitation on Shi Feng's face. After seeing Phoenix Rain's nod of approval, Blue Phoenix stopped hesitating and summoned her personal guard. Then, she had him drink all 3 bottles of divine water of life. However, she still couldn't help but grow a little nervous when she saw him drinking the precious liquid bottle after bottle. A moment after Lowe's Marin consumed all 3 bottles, his aura suddenly changed. If before he was a lion cub, now he was an adult lion. He felt completely different from before, and he exerted an oppressive feeling on those around him. What an incredible aura, Jai Lurong exclaimed as she looked at Lowe's Marin. He feels stronger than me already. Indeed, with such basic attributes, he should have no trouble clashing with a Tier 6 god, Shadow Flower commented. Everyone marveled and rejoiced over Lowe's Marin's astonishing transformation. Shi Feng, however, frowned. How many points to go? Shi Feng asked Blue Phoenix. Shi Feng had encountered more than one advanced legendary guards in his previous life, let alone basic legendary guards. So he knew how strong legendary guards were supposed to be, and Lowe's Marin definitely wasn't one. In response, Blue Phoenix looked at Lowe's Marin's statistics and gloomily said, he still needs 3 more points. Lowe's Marin's growth potential was currently at 117 points. He could already be considered the strongest epic guard in their god's domain. However, he was still far from reaching the legendary standard. In fact, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that unless Lowe's Marin could gain access to more divine water of life, he would have 0 chance of reaching the legendary standard within his lifetime. After all, even in the world outside of their god's domain, it was unlikely that there were treasures superior to the divine water of life. Only 3. Thank goodness. Shi Feng sighed in relief when he heard Blue Phoenix's answer. Then, he took out another 140 bottles of divine water of life and handed them to Blue Phoenix, saying, have him drink all of these. Starting from the 4th consumption, a personal guard must consume multiple bottles of divine water of life to see any improvements. More specifically, the 4th consumption would require 10 bottles, the 5th consumption would require 30 bottles, the 6th consumption would require 100 bottles, the 7th consumption would require 300 bottles, and the 8th consumption would require 1,000 bottles. With the amount of divine water of life he had on hand, he could only upgrade Blue Phoenix's personal guard 3 more times. Fortunately, Lowe's Marin only needed 3 more points. Even if each consumption only improved his growth potential by 1 point, he could still advance to the legendary standard without fail. That many. Blue Phoenix gaped in shock when she saw the 140 bottles of divine water of life. As for everyone else, they were similarly dumbfounded by this scene. It was especially so for Phoenix Rain, who had some understanding of the divine water of life. With 140 bottles of divine water of life, so long as one wasn't a fool and utilized them normally, it was entirely possible to rule over the entire god's domain. Yet, Shi Feng was using all these precious materials just to create one legendary guard. Words such as insane and extravagant could no longer describe Shi Feng's actions. What he was doing was no different than tossing a mountain of gold into the ocean just to see some waves. Hurry up. The boss has already noticed us, Shi Feng urged when he saw Eucharius suddenly opening his eyes. Hearing this, Blue Phoenix hurriedly had Lowe's Marin consume all 140 bottles of divine water of life in one fell swoop. Boom! Immediately, a pillar of terrifying flames made of mana rose from Lowe's Marin, and a mighty aura swept across everyone present. Lowe's Marin's current aura was in a completely different dimension compared to before, and even Phoenix Rain and the other Tier 6 players present couldn't help but stumble multiple steps away from the personal guard. Success! Shi Feng smiled when he saw this scene. Chapter 3641, Chapter 715, Legendary vs. First Generation. Chapter 715, Legendary vs. First Generation. So the rumors of legendary guards rivaling gods of the same level were true. A legendary personal guard. If those who chose not to leave the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion with Phoenix Rain learn of this, they'll probably die from regret. At this time, Jai Liurong and the other Tier 6 team members felt immense pressure from Lowe's Marin. It should be known that Shi Feng had previously given each Tier 6 member of the team a Dragon's Fury set and a Bronze Mana Purification technique, the combination allowing them to gain strength close to matching Tier 6 gods of the same level. Yet despite their strength having improved so much, they still got the urge to run away when they stood before Lowe's Marin, a level 212, Tier 6 Dragon Knight. It wouldn't even be an exaggeration to say that none of their gods' domain's powers possessed anyone capable of contending against Lowe's Marin. Even the 5 great super guilds were no exception. After all, even the strongest expert from the 5 great super guilds could only match level 200, Tier 6 gods. Said expert still had a long way to go to match level 212, Tier 6 gods. All right, this is no time to be daydreaming. What is Lowe's Marin's current potential? Shi Feng asked, smiling as he looked at Blue Phoenix's dazed expression. Of course, Shi Feng could understand the reactions of Blue Phoenix and the others. Any player would be surprised if it was their first time seeing a legendary guard. After all, the life rating and basic attributes of legendary guards were vastly superior to most Tier 6 players. It was especially so for legendary guards who were fully equipped with legendary items or several fragmented divine artifacts. In front of such legendary guards, even Tier 6 players equipped with multiple legendary items would be no different than ants. Currently, although Lowe's Marin was not fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment, he still possessed incredibly powerful basic attributes. If he were to fight against the Tier 6 players of their god's domain, he would be akin to an adult fighting against a bunch of toddlers. He's at 121 points, Blue Phoenix said after snapping out of her daze. Not bad. He should have no trouble tanking the boss now, Shi Feng said, feeling a little joyful as he looked at Lowe's Marin. Then he commanded, "Everyone, get ready. When Lowe's Marin tanks the boss, everyone else should find opportunities to deal damage. However, never get greedy and try to get close to the boss." Once a personal guard reached the legendary standard, every subsequent 1-point increase in growth potential would increase their basic attributes by 10%. After factoring in their weapons and equipment, their overall strength would increase by an even greater margin. Although Lowe's Marin had yet to complete his exclusive legendary guard quest and acquire a set of top-tier legendary weapons and equipment for himself, thanks to his growth potential, his basic attributes should be close to matching a 120-point legendary guard fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, as soon as Shi Feng finished issuing his command, Eucharius suddenly appeared within 300 yards of the team. At the same time, a staff embedded with 7 luminaries gemstones appeared in his hand. "Foolish intruders, this is not a place where you belong." Eucharius waved his staff as he gazed down at Shi Feng's team. Suddenly, a 4-fold magic array that was several thousand yards in diameter appeared above Shi Feng and the others. The magic array instantly drained the surrounding area of mana, causing all of the Tier 5 experts present to fall to their knees. Impossible. This is impossible. How can anyone quadruple cast the Tier 6 version of Dark Paradise? Is he a monster? All of the Tier 5 experts despaired as they looked at the fourfold magic array above their heads. Even Jai Liurong and Phoenix Rain, who were Tier 6 mage gods, were greatly frightened. What Eucharius had cast was the Tier 6 version of Dark Paradise. As it was a Tier 6 curse, even Tier 6 mage gods like themselves would normally take their time casting it. Otherwise, their skill completion rate would end up very low, and the effects their Dark Paradise could achieve would be terrible. Meanwhile, casting a fourfold spell was akin to casting the same spell 4 times. In the case of Tier 6 curses, quadruple casting them was such a challenging endeavor that it was outside the capabilities of even Tier 6 gods proficient in magic. However, the fact that Eucharius had cast a fourfold Tier 6 curse was still not the most frightening part. What truly frightened everyone was that Eucharius's fourfold Dark Paradise was cast with a 100% completion rate. Subsequently, a black ball of mana emerged from the fourfold magic array and descended upon Shi Feng's team rapidly. The ball of mana erased everything in its path, and there was no doubt it could erase even the immortal souls of Tier 6 players should it be allowed to connect. However, halfway through the mana ball's descent, a brilliant radiance suddenly illuminated the sky. At the same time, Lo's Marin could be seen appearing before the mana ball with his shield raised. Just as Lo's Marin's shield was about to collide with the fourfold Dark Paradise, countless divine runes emerged from the shield, forming a twofold barrier that covered a 1,000-yard radius. Twofold Tier 6 super spell, Oracular Barrier. Boom! For a moment, the land and the sky vanished as a powerful shockwave turned the space in a 10,000-yard into a dark void. The flood of mana that resulted from the collision of spells was so violent that it momentarily prevented the world laws from repairing the affected space. However, the two individuals in the sky did not stop their clash after the initial impact. Moving at a speed that even Tier 6 experts could barely perceive, Lo's Marin defended against Eucharius's spells using his shield while continuously trying to close in on the first-generation saint. Throughout this period, their respective law projections also clashed with one another. Although Lo's Marin could only ensure that a limited area was free from the influence of Eucharius's law projection, it was just barely enough to cover everyone from Shi Feng's team. However, Eucharius was no ordinary boss. Not only did he prevent Lo's Marin from getting anywhere near him, but he also caused Lo's Marin to lose over 5 billion HP each time the other party blocked his spells. Even after becoming a legendary guard, Lo's Marin only had 70 billion HP. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than a minute for Lo's Marin to fall. All healers, keep Lo's Marin alive with everything you have. Tier 5s, find opportunities to attack with combination skills and spells. Shi Feng calmly commanded, not at all surprised to see Lo's Marin being in a convincingly disadvantageous position. A legendary guard might rival gods, but first-generation saints were existences far superior to gods. After issuing his commands, Shi Feng promptly activated his Tier 6 legacy super spell Sword Law World. Then, he joined everyone in attacking Eucharius. Although Eucharius was a first-generation saint who had mastered 3 advanced laws, Sword Law World still took full effect, weakening him by 30% in all aspects. As a result, Eucharius's maximum HP fell to 1.4 quadrillion, and his law projection was weakened by 30%. This change allowed Lo's Marin to gain the upper hand, and the Dragon Knight instantly appeared within melee range of the first-generation saint and dealt over 30 billion damage with a Tier 6 shield bash. He can close the gap now. What skill did the guild leader use? Isn't it overpowered? When everyone saw Lo's Marin finally landing a hit on Eucharius, their confidence no longer wavered. Split into 10-man groups and attack with large combination spells. Phoenix Rain was similarly excited by this development, and she promptly commanded her Tier 5 subordinates to attack Eucharius using large combination spells. Immediately, apart from the 14 healers, every other Tier 5 expert in the team started attacking Eucharius in groups of 10. Under normal circumstances, Tier 5 large combination spells could already exceed the average Tier 6 spell in power. Now that all of the team's Tier 5 members had mana rivaling Tier 6 players, the Tier 5 large combination spells they cast could rival Tier 6 curses, each attack causing over 10 billion damage to Eucharius. In just one volley, the team's 8 Tier 5 groups had dealt over 100 billion damage. Paired with Shi Feng's attack, which dealt over 300 billion damage, they managed to put a visible dent in one of Eucharius's 12 HP bars. However, before anyone could celebrate, Eucharius's battle recovery kicked in, instantly replenishing all of the HP he had just lost. This sight plunged everyone into despair once again. Sure enough, the difference is still too much. Shi Feng wryly smiled when he saw Eucharius's fully recovered HP. Although Eucharius had been weakened by 30%, his HP remained at a staggering value, and it allowed him to recover 28 trillion HP every 5 seconds. Under normal circumstances, even a 100-man Tier 6 team would be helpless against him. It seems I have no other choice. Immediately, Shi Feng took out the primordial dragon legacy crystal and summoned Kalisha's phantom. This time, Kalisha's phantom was visibly stronger than the last time Shi Feng had summoned it. The phantom of a 10,000-meter-tall dragon had even appeared with Kalisha's phantom. Meanwhile, after scanning the surrounding area, Kalisha's phantom revealed a look of surprise briefly before she pointed a finger at Eucharius. At the same time, the phantom dragon behind Kalisha opened its mouth and gathered a concentrated ball of energy in it. Then, it bellowed in the direction of Eucharius. Primordial Dragon Roar. Chapter 3642, Chapter 716. Primordial Dragons Roar. Chapter 716. Primordial Dragons Roar. Despicable Dragon. This is not where you belong. When Eucharius saw the massive phantom dragon opening its mouth, his composure disappeared and his expression turned gloomy. At the same time, a 7-colored radiance bloomed from his staff, and numerous magic arrays that spewed out divine runes appeared above him. In the blink of an eye, countless divine runes had wrapped themselves around Eucharius, making it impossible for even Lo's Marin to get within 1,000 yards of him. As for everyone else, their attacks were erased from existence as soon as they moved within 1,000 yards of the first-generation saint. This boss wasn't even taking us seriously this entire time. Jai Lurong couldn't help but doubt herself when she saw this sudden development. Previously, although Eucharius was strong, they could more or less damage him after Shi Feng had weakened him. But now their attacks couldn't even get within 1,000 yards of Eucharius, let alone damage him. The difference in strength was simply despairing. Meanwhile, a moment after Eucharius finished constructing his divine rune barrier, the gigantic phantom dragon suddenly bellowed. Immediately afterward, a gray beam exuding a boundless destructive aura struck Eucharius's barrier. However, unlike the attacks of Jai Lurong and the others, the gray beam did not get erased. Instead, it tore through the barrier like a thin sheet of paper and devoured Eucharius. Even then, the beam did not stop as it continued advancing and devouring the land behind Eucharius, creating a bottomless pit in front of the temple. As expected of one of the 12 sanctuaries, rulers, not even a level 210 first-generation saint can defend against her attack. Shi Feng couldn't help but be astonished when he saw Eucharius losing the left half of his body to the gray beam. It should be known that Kalisha was still not in her peak state. Yet, she could already exhibit such power with only her phantom. Although her primordial dragon roar did not outright kill Eucharius, it took away more than 10% of his HP and put him in a heavily injured state. This was a feat that even ancient gods would have great difficulty replicating. In fact, if Kalisha hadn't halted her attack after hitting Eucharius, Shi Feng suspected she could put a hole through his home god's domain. How many more trump cards does he still have? When Phoenix Rain saw Eucharius being deprived of most of his combat power, she couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in shock. Even though it hadn't been long since they started clashing with Eucharius, Phoenix Rain could already tell that the first-generation saint was an impossible opponent. They wouldn't stand a chance against Eucharius even if they gathered all of their god's domain's players, let alone fighting him with just 6 Tier 6 players. Under normal circumstances, their only option was to wait for death to claim them and pray they wouldn't get their souls annihilated. Yet, with only a single move, Shi Feng had reduced Eucharius to a state where the first-generation saint couldn't even pose a threat to their team. We need to start attacking. We cannot let the boss recover his body, Shi Feng commanded when he saw Kalisha's phantom disappearing. Once Eucharius's body fully recovered, even if he remained heavily injured, he could still exhibit combat power rivaling Tier 6 gods of the same level. With his absurdly high HP, even if he didn't have combat recovery, he could slowly whittle them to death. Hearing Shi Feng's command, Phoenix Rain and the others understood this was a precious opportunity and promptly resumed their attack on Eucharius. Immediately, Phoenix Rain, Jai Lurong and Purple Eye activated a Tier 6 Berserk skill and started casting Tier 6 curses such as Dimensional Spirit Blade, Skyfer Thunder Spear, and Meteor Explosion. Although none of these Tier 6 curses were known for having astonishing power, they were the Tier 6 curses that the trio were most proficient in. For example, Phoenix Rain could control up to 100 dimensional blades at a time. Jai Lurong could control several hundred thunder spears at a time, and Purple Eye could control over 1,000 meteors at a time. Before their mana dried up, they could attack endlessly with these Tier 6 curses. Meanwhile, Shadow Flower and Crimson Mist activated their respective doppelganger skills, with Shadow Flower splitting into 5 copies of herself and Crimson Mist summoning 2 copies of herself. Shadow Flower's doppelgangers possessed 100% of her basic attributes, while Crimson Mist's doppelgangers had 150% of her basic attributes. After doing so, they worked with Lo's Mirian to negate all of Eucharius's attempts at launching a counteroffensive and allow everyone else to attack the first-generation saint freely. As for Shi Feng, he activated Holy Mana's Shadow and World of Frost, transforming into a 20-meter-tall giant and summoning 100 frost swords to his side. Immediately afterward, he executed Sword's Orbit and launched a barrage of stars at Eucharius, each impact easily depleting nearly 100 billion of the first-generation saint's HP. After just one cycle of attacks, he dealt over 10 trillion damage to Eucharius, his DPS alone surpassing the combined total of the rest of his team. 87%, 50%, 20%. Eucharius's HP rapidly fell under everyone's fierce attacks. But at the same time, Eucharius gradually recovered his body and combat power. First, it was his left arm. Then, it was his left leg. As Eucharius recovered more of his divine body, he also shifted from using Tier 4 spells to Tier 5 spells to defend himself. When Eucharius's HP fell to 2%, he finally recovered his divine body completely and could use Tier 6 spells again. Immediately, he retaliated against Shi Feng's team with a 4-fold Tier 6 curse, overcoming Lo's Marin's defense with ease and obliterating 4 of the 10 Tier 5 groups. This turn of events shocked everyone. It should be known that Eucharius's heavily injured status was still in effect. Yet he could still kill them with ease. "It's over for you intruders. Die, all of you." After his initial retaliation, Eucharius coldly glanced at Shi Feng's team before summoning 15 magic arrays around himself, each corresponding to a Tier 6 spell. However, at the same time as Eucharius had decided to rid himself of his opponents once and for all, Shi Feng raised the shadow incinerator high into the air and swung down with it. Die, the end. Third sword, holy annihilation. Immediately, a towering pillar of flames rose from under Eucharius. Although Eucharius had promptly reacted to it by casting a Tier 6 defensive spell and summoning a barrier to protect himself, the crimson flames took only a second to burn through the barrier and envelop him. Meanwhile, following a scream of agony, Eucharius's remaining HP disappeared completely. System, congratulations. You are the first team to have conquered the ruined library. Dungeon rewards doubled. You will be teleported out of the ruined library in 2 hours. Chapter 3643, Chapter 717. Taboo Dungeons First Clear. Chapter 717. Taboo Dungeons First Clear. We won. We won. When Phoenix Rain and the other survivors heard the system notification, they couldn't help but feel like they were dreaming. Although Eucharius had less than 2% of his HP left just now, that still translated to more than 16 trillion HP. With a Tier 6 defensive spell protecting Eucharius, even Lo's Marin would need some time to do that much damage to the first-generation saint. Outside of Lo's Marin, Eucharius was more than capable of killing everyone else in that period. However, nobody had expected Shi Feng to be able to plunder 16 trillion HP from Eucharius simply by raising his sword. While everyone was in a daze, Shi Feng reappeared from the void and quickly collected the sacred phantom ring from the ground. Thank goodness I had the sacred phantom ring to substitute my death. Otherwise, we really would have lost this time. Shi Feng breathed a deep sigh of relief as he looked at Eucharius's charred corpse on the ground. The ruined library's difficulty had far exceeded his expectations. Originally, he thought it would have been a battle without any surprises. He never thought he would have to exhaust his trump cards to clear the taboo dungeon. Even then, he had barely succeeded. The last moment where Eucharius went berserk was especially anxiety-inducing. Even though the first-generation saint was clearly in a heavily injured state, he still managed to cast 15 Tier 6 spells simultaneously. His capabilities were simply heaven-defying. Meanwhile, following Eucharius's death, golden glows began enveloping Shi Feng one after another as his levels skyrocketed. Level 185, Level 187, Level 189. Ultimately, Shi Feng's level settled at 191. Aside from Shi Feng, some of the lower-level members who survived the battle also leveled up. For example, Crimson Mist had leveled up from level 202 to level 205. Compared to the average boss monster, the exp Eucharius awarded on death was in a completely different dimension. However, nobody paid much attention to the exp they gained from Eucharius. Instead, they curiously looked at the sealed golden door after snapping out of their daze. Eucharius was the final boss of their god's domain's first taboo mode dungeon. He was also the strongest boss monster, bar none they had ever encountered. He was so powerful that, despite being heavily injured, he managed to overwhelm Lo's Marin, who was a legendary personal guard and a level 212 Tier 6 Dragon Knight. With such a powerful existence serving as the gatekeeper of the ruined library's treasury, the items contained in the treasury should logically be amazing beyond their imaginations. Healers, resurrect the dead. Everyone else, rest for now. We will explore the treasury together later, Shi Feng instructed when he saw everyone's passionate gazes. Every treasury in God's domain would contain a mountain of treasures. At the very least, there should be enough items to fully stuff the bags of several dozen players. With time being limited, they naturally had to prioritize resurrecting the dead so that they could have more members help loot the treasury. Upon hearing Shi Feng's command, the healers promptly started resurrecting the dead. Around 10 minutes later, the 40 players who had died were resurrected. "Let's go in then." Seeing that everyone had fully recovered, Shi Feng made his way toward the treasury's golden door. However, as everyone got closer to the 30-meter door, they were suddenly subjected to a continuous barrage of mental attacks, and over half the team fell to their knees on the spot, unable to move forward any further. What powerful mental attacks! With such an obstacle in place, those without Tier 6 basic concentration won't even be able to enter the treasury, Phoenix Rain, who had arrived before the golden door, said with a somewhat pale complexion. The law chain sealing the golden door had disappeared following Eucharius's death. As a result, those who tried to approach the golden door would now be subjected to powerful mental attacks. These mental attacks were so powerful that they disqualified over half of the team's Tier 5 members as soon as they moved within 100 yards of the door. By the time they were close enough to touch the door, only 15 players remained standing. Aside from the team's Tier 6 members, the rest were all Tier 5 players who had already developed their concentration to the Tier 6 standard. Subsequently, when Shi Feng pushed apart the golden door, a stream of even stronger mental attacks assaulted everyone's minds. Everyone felt as if someone had just slammed a hammer into their brain, and even the Tier 6 members of the team had nearly collapsed to their knees from the pain. Those without Tier 6 intermediate concentration should avoid entering. After taking a moment to feel the mental attacks' intensity, Shi Feng looked at Blue Phoenix and the other Tier 5 experts, who were still struggling to stay standing, and said, "Find a suitable location to train your concentration while you wait for us to collect the treasures." There were both advantages and disadvantages to mental attacks. On the one hand, they could wear out a player's concentration. On the other hand, they could temper a player's mind, providing significant assistance to players in developing their concentration. Of course, such tempering had to be done in moderation. If players tried to tackle mental attacks that were far beyond their tolerance, they could very well suffer soul annihilation. Based on his analysis, the mental attacks inside the treasury would induce significant pain even to players with Tier 6 intermediate concentration. If players tried to enter the treasury with their concentration below the Tier 6 intermediate standard, they would quickly lose consciousness. Phoenix Rain agreed with Shi Feng's analysis. So, when she saw the reluctant looks on Blue Phoenix and the others, she said, "Stay here, Blue. It is unfortunate, but you shouldn't throw your life away just for some treasures." Understood. After taking one last look at the corridor beyond the golden door, Blue Phoenix and the other Tier 5 members helplessly backed away and quietly watched as Shi Feng and the other 5 Tier 6 members of the team entered the treasury. After Shi Feng's group walked down the treasury's entrance corridor for about 10 minutes, they arrived at a palace lined with stone statues. Upon stepping inside the palace, the group was greeted by the sight of mountains of treasures that radiated incredibly dense eternal energy. "Is this the first clear reward?" Jai Lurong couldn't help but gape in shock as she looked at the mountains of treasures before her. It should be known that the God Chaser set had a rather low drop rate throughout the Taboo dungeon. Yet, several of the mountains in this treasury were made up of God Chaser sets entirely. Moreover, all of these God Chaser sets came in complete sets. Aside from the God Chaser sets, the treasury also housed many divine titan sources, an inferior divine material that all powers dreamed of obtaining to use as a power source. Many items, such as combat puppets, flying ships, and the core magic arrays of guild towns and cities required a power source. Meanwhile, divine titan sources were akin to gods among power sources. This was because divine titan sources generated eternal energy when in use, and should mana-powered items be operated using eternal energy, their capabilities would improve substantially. While Jai Luorong and the others were stunned by how many divine titan sources were in the treasury, Shi Feng had his eyes glued to an old painting hanging on a wall. A divine artifact. Chapter 3644, Chapter 718, Origin Myth. Chapter 718, Origin Myth. What did you say, Guild Leader? A divine artifact. That painting is a divine artifact. When Phoenix Rain and the others heard Shi Feng's exclamation, they couldn't help but follow his gaze and look at the unassuming painting on the wall. However, they failed to sense even a strand of mana from the painting, let alone eternal energy. It was no different than the ordinary paintings used as decoration. But Shi Feng was far more knowledgeable about God's domain than them, so they couldn't completely discount his words. For those living in their God's domain, divine artifacts were very foreign objects. But at the same time, these were also items they yearned to obtain. Although they didn't have much knowledge regarding the world outside their God's domain, they knew that divine artifacts remained extraordinary items there, and every divine artifact could potentially lead to the birth or death of a titanic existence in the outside world. Now that a divine artifact could potentially be hanging right before their eyes, how could they not be surprised and excited? "I can't say for sure," Shi Feng said before hurriedly approaching the painting to appraise it. In reality, Shi Feng wasn't particularly familiar with divine artifacts, either. Although he had collected a lot of information on divine artifacts, he never managed to own one himself. Meanwhile, according to his knowledge, divine artifacts normally radiated incredibly dense eternal energy, even when not equipped by a player. Some divine artifacts would even radiate divine might so powerful that they could prevent ordinary Tier 6 experts from approaching it. Moreover, as far as he knew, players couldn't obtain complete divine artifacts outside of trading with or stealing from other players. Instead, players could only acquire complete divine artifacts by repairing fragmented divine artifacts. This was also one of the reasons that made divine artifacts difficult to obtain. Honestly, Shi Feng had not noticed anything special about the painting on the wall when he first laid eyes on it. He only suspected it to be a divine artifact rather than a fragmented divine artifact because of the sunlight blade in his bag. Ever since Shi Feng obtained the sunlight blade from Chalk Splendor, the weapon had been slumbering in his bag and never made any movements. As he was a human player and could not use the sunlight blade, he could only leave it in his bag and wait for an opportunity to sell it back to the holy race for a good price. However, as soon as he stepped inside the palace just now, the sunlight blade suddenly moved. Or more specifically, it became incredibly agitated, as if it had encountered something scary. It even tried to escape from his spatial bag. Fortunately, he had kept the sunlight blade in his inferior legendary spatial bag. The interior of an inferior legendary spatial bag was akin to a miniature world, and it came with a world barrier that an ownerless divine artifact couldn't break. Meanwhile, what frightened the sunlight blade to such an extent was none other than the painting on the wall. So long as he looked in the painting's direction, the sunlight blade would immediately become agitated, and it would only settle down once he looked away from it. For the sunlight blade to fear an object so greatly, the object in question would have to be a divine artifact or an item that transcended divine artifacts. However, Shi Feng was well aware that godly relics that were stronger than divine artifacts could not be as unassuming as the old painting. Take the Shadow Incinerator, for example. Even when it was completely sealed, he already had great difficulty getting close to it. Had he encountered the shadow incinerator in its unsealed state, he could have never gotten anywhere near it, let alone obtain it. Hence, Shi Feng concluded that the painting was a divine artifact. Divine artifacts in God's domain came in various forms, so it wasn't impossible for a divine artifact to be inconspicuous. A good example would be the Seven Luminaries Alliance's Golden Kingdom. The Golden Kingdom came in the form of a tattered flag, and if a person were to encounter it without knowing what it was, they would never think it was a divine artifact. After arriving before the painting, Shi Feng immediately took it down from the wall and started appraising it. It really is one. Shi Feng grew ecstatic when he saw the loading bar that appeared after he activated his identification skill. Normally, even when he appraised an inferior legendary material, the process would only need 1 minute. Yet the appraisal of the painting needed 5 minutes. Apart from divine artifacts, he could think of no other item that required such a long appraisal process. 1 minute, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. The instant the loading bar finished, Shi Feng felt his mind spinning and he very nearly dropped the painting in his hands. The origin myth. Shi Feng was in shock and disbelief as he looked at the information displayed before him. Origin myth, divine artifact rank item, contains an origin space passed down from the mythical era. So long as enough energy is injected, the origin space can be activated and used to modify and strengthen items. Cooldown. 1 natural day. Unbelievable. It was absolutely unbelievable. At first glance, the origin myth might seem a little too ordinary to be a divine artifact. After all, it only had a simple description indicating its ability to modify and strengthen items. However, upon closer inspection, one would notice that no limitations were mentioned in the description. This meant that the origin myth did not have a limit on how much it could modify or strengthen an item. This point alone would put its value far beyond even godly relics such as the Shadow Incinerator and Seven Luminaries Codex. As for the name, origin myth, it was something that virtually every power in the greater God's domain was familiar with. This was because the origin myth was the most prized possession of the Origin Sanctuary, one of the greater God's domain's 12 sanctuaries. Only, the origin myth had been missing since the mythical era. During the mythical era, the Origin Sanctuary ranked among the top 3 of the 12 sanctuaries, and the reason it could stay at such a high rank was due to its possession of countless treasures. Meanwhile, according to rumors, most of these treasures came from the origin myth, with some even being divine artifacts. But one day, the origin myth suddenly went missing, plunging the Origin Sanctuary into chaos. Although the Origin Sanctuary had tried everything to locate its most prized possession, it ultimately failed. As a result, its stockpile of treasures stopped growing, and its ranking among the 12 sanctuaries plummeted, falling from the top 3 to 10th place. Who would have thought the well-renowned origin myth would be hidden inside the God Slayer's treasury? When Shi Feng looked at the origin myth in his hands, he suddenly understood why the sunlight blade would react so fearfully toward it. Although the sunlight blade was regarded as an arcana by the Sun Dynasty, it was still just a divine artifact. With the origin myth's powers, it was entirely possible to modify the sunlight blade to abandon its use of holy power and instead adopt the use of mana. In that case, the sunlight blade would become a treasure of the human race instead of the holy race. The sunlight blade was the creation of one of the holy race's holy ancestors, so it would more or less contain some of the holy ancestors' will. Because of this, it would naturally be against becoming a treasure of the human race. Hence, it tried to flee when it discovered the origin myth. Unfortunately, all the sunlight blade accomplished was to inform Shi Feng of the origin myth's existence. Let's try it on you, then. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng retrieved the sunlight blade from his bag and placed it into the origin myth. Although the sunlight blade desperately struggled, it was powerless against Shi Feng's iron grip, and it could do nothing but watch as it got sent into the origin myth's origin space. Activate the origin space. Chapter 3645, Chapter 719, Inferior Divine. Chapter 719, Inferior Divine System. Origin space has detected the divine artifact Sunlight Blade. System. The Sunlight Blade is identified to be an item exclusive to the holy race. Do you wish to modify it into an item exclusive to the human race? When Shi Feng placed the Sunlight Blade into the origin myth, 2 system notifications appeared before him, instantly turning his suspicion into ecstasy. The Sunlight Blade was one of the Sun Dynasty's most prized possessions. If not for the assistance of Verdant Rainbow's World String, Shi Feng could have never killed Chalk Splendor and obtained the weapon. If the Sunlight Blade could be modified into a weapon usable by human players, Zero Wing would instantly gain a strategic weapon. Modify it. Shi Feng chose to modify the Sunlight Blade without hesitation. System. Modifying the Sunlight Blade into a weapon exclusive to the human race will cost 80 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. Do you wish to proceed? 80 million. The corners of Shi Feng's mouth twitched when he saw the new notification. 80 million units of 7 luminaries crystal was a massive sum to any power in the greater God's domain. Normally, a Tier 6 player would only need 100,000 units for their Tier 6 prompt. A sum of 80 million units was already enough to pay for 800 players' Tier 6 promotion. Previously, Shi Feng had spent most of his 7 luminaries crystals to create his superior divine body, so he only had a little over 14 million units on hand right now. It was nowhere near enough to pay for the Sunlight Blade's modification. Sure enough, divine artifacts cannot be obtained easily, Shi Feng thought as he replaced the Sunlight Blade in the origin space with the Abyss Workshop certification. Honestly, Shi Feng wasn't particularly disappointed by this outcome. He also wasn't surprised that it cost 80 million units of 7 luminaries crystal to modify the Sunlight Blade. Every divine artifact, whether it was a weapon or equipment, could affect the greater God's domain's status quo. The fact that the origin myth could modify a divine artifact was already very astounding. If it could do so at a low cost, on top of that, it could no longer be rated as merely a divine artifact. Instead, it would be an existence far superior to divine artifacts. So, simply knowing that the Sunlight Blade could be modified was already a satisfying result for Shi Feng. Now, all he needed to do was save up 80 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. System. Origin Space has detected the legendary item Abyss Workshop certification. System. Do you wish to strengthen and modify the Abyss Workshop certification? Yes. Shi Feng immediately agreed to strengthen the Abyss Workshop certification, wanting to see if he could afford to improve it. Although he had many items he could strengthen using the origin myth right now, considering his limited stockpile of 7 luminaries crystal, he decided to prioritize strengthening items of greater importance. Meanwhile, the Abyss Workshop certification was undoubtedly the item that needed strengthening the most. Zero Wing's greatest advantage in the Eternal Realm was its ability to transport players across realms. Players outside the Eternal Realm had an overwhelming advantage over the Eternal Realm's players in levels and equipment standards, so it would benefit Zero Wing greatly if it could have many such players fighting for it in the Eternal Realm. However, the Abyss Workshop certification could only teleport up to 20 players at a time. This greatly restricted Zero Wing's growth in the Eternal Realm. System. Strengthening and modifying the Abyss Workshop certification into an inferior divine item will cost 6 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. Do you wish to proceed? Proceed. Shi Feng gritted his teeth as he made his choice. Although spending 6 million units of 7 luminaries crystal here would reduce the number of Tier 6 experts Zero Wing could have, Shi Feng's current priority was transporting as many Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts from his home god's domain to the Eternal Realm. Only by doing so could Zero Wing safeguard its resurrection camp in the World Arc. Following Shi Feng's decision, 6 million units of 7 luminaries crystal in Shi Feng's bag transformed into a stream of energy that flowed into the origin space. A moment later, a colorful brilliance bloomed from the Abyss Workshop certification, and the magic arrays and divine runes engraved on it disappeared. At the same time, new magic arrays and divine runes formed on it. The new magic arrays and divine runes were visibly more streamlined than the old ones. They even incited the surrounding eternal energy. After the strengthening and modification process continued for 5 minutes, a brand new Abyss Workshop certification appeared in Shi Feng's hands. Abyss Workshop certification, inferior divine rank item, a certification of glory in the past. It can be used to teleport to the Abyss Workshop. Cannot be traded. There is a 0.1% drop rate on death. Automatically disappears if stored in a warehouse for more than 180 natural days. Additional skill 1 Abyss Teleportation. Teleport to the Abyss Workshop from any location. Each teleportation will cost 10 mana stones. Cooldown 5 natural days. Additional skill 2 World-breaking teleportation. Forcibly opens a world-breaking gate at a pre-designated location. Up to 22 locations can be saved. Each gate can only transfer up to 100 people. Each gate activation costs 2,000 units of 7 luminaries crystals. Cooldown 6 hours. Incredible. Shi Feng was astonished when he saw the Abyss Workshop certification's new statistics. He was especially surprised by the increase in the number of people world-breaking teleportation could teleport. With the carrying capacity increased by 5 times, he could bring many level 200+ Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts into the Eternal Realm within a short period. We have finished looting the Treasury Guild leader. Should we leave now? Phoenix Rain suddenly asked through the team chat. You looted everything. Shi Feng couldn't help but be surprised when he saw the palace's empty state. He never thought Phoenix Rain and the others could loot the God Slayer's treasury completely. Compared to the Nameless City's treasury, the God Slayer's treasury was a lot smaller, and it could only be considered a small-sized treasury. Even so, 5 players' worth of epic spatial bags wouldn't be enough to loot it completely. Surprised, guild leader. Well, I'll have you know that my commander has a legendary spatial bag. Its inside is like a miniature world, and it is one of a kind in our god's domain. Crimson Mist explained, smiling when he saw the surprised look on Shi Feng's face. All of the precious materials, weapons, and equipment Eternal Glory has acquired in the past are kept inside my commander's bag. You can say that my commander is Eternal Glory's mobile warehouse. As if to support Crimson Mist's words, Jai Luorong revealed a look of delight as she patted one of the pouches on her waist, making it look like the palace's items were nowhere near enough to fill her legendary spatial bag. All right, since everything is collected, let's leave then. After looking at how much time they had left in the dungeon, Shi Feng put the Origin Myth and Abyss Workshop certification away before choosing to forcibly teleport the entire team out of the ruined library. While Shi Feng and the others were leaving the ruined library, a commotion erupted outside the dungeon's entrance. What did you say? Zero Wing is the one behind the first clear. Disbelief colored Nine Dragons' Emperor's face when he heard his subordinate's investigative report. He felt as if the entire world was playing a joke on him. Chapter 3646, Chapter 720, Are You Black Flame? Chapter 720, Are You Black Flame? Are you sure your information is correct? Illusory Words asked, surprise coloring her eyes as she looked at the level 209, Tier 5 assassin reporting to 9 Dragons Emperor. Not long ago, the Tier 6 Alliance's members were still angry over Zero Wing's response. They felt that Zero Wing wasn't taking them seriously as it refused to give them any form of assurance. They also felt that Zero Wing was only putting on a strong front, and in reality, it didn't actually have the strength to protect even itself, let alone others. Honestly, after seeing Zero Wing's response, Illusory Words herself couldn't help but suspect that Phoenix Rain might have exaggerated Zero Wing's actual strength to convince her to join. However, if the Tier 5 assassin's report was accurate, everyone from the Tier 6 Alliance, including herself, would have misjudged Zero Wing. It should be known that even the foreign teams could not conquer the taboo mode ruined library. Yet, Zero Wing had done it. Moreover, Zero Wing had accomplished this feat with only 6 Tier 6 players. It was such an incredulous feat that Illusory Words couldn't help but doubt its validity. The information comes from a very reliable source, the Tier 5 assassin stated firmly. Shortly after the announcement of the taboo dungeon being conquered, some of Zero Wing's raid team members have announced their success in the guild. Zero Wing's guild reputation has also increased by 100,000 points around the same time, so I don't think they were lying. It seems Rain has really made the right bet. Illusory Words couldn't help but envy Phoenix Rain when she heard the Tier 5 assassin's explanation. Before today, nobody took Zero Wing seriously. However, once news of Zero Wing securing the first clear of the taboo mode ruined library spread, the various superpowers would probably fight to establish a partnership with Zero Wing. After all, Zero Wing being able to secure a taboo dungeon's first clear was a strong testament to its strength. Not to mention, taboo dungeons produced level 200 plus weapons and equipment. If Zero Wing could raid a taboo dungeon, it meant the guild would have a stable supply of level 200 plus weapons and equipment. Even if the world gate opened in the future and tons of foreign powers invaded their god's domain, Zero Wing would still have the capital to continue competing. At that time, even if their god's domain's various superpowers sought to join Zero Wing wouldn't necessarily be willing to accept them. However, Phoenix Rain, who had joined Zero Wing before its rise in fame, would have no such concern. Don't get happy for Phoenix Rain too soon. Illusory, 9 Dragons Emperor said before looking at the 2 foreign teams outside the ruined library's entrance. Then he continued with a sneer. Zero Wing might have secured the first clear, but they can only keep their reward if they have the strength to protect it. Upon hearing 9 Dragons Emperor's words, Illusory Words couldn't help but look at the taboo dungeon's entrance with a grim look. Previously, the 2 foreign teams maintained a competitive relationship with each other, even when they were capturing native Tier 5 and Tier 6 experts to work for them. However, as soon as the system announced that someone had secured the ruined library's first clear, the 2 teams promptly joined forces to blockade the entrance portal and erected a 3-fold spatial barrier that could trap even Tier 6 players for a considerable period. Evidently, these foreign teams intended to eliminate Zero Wing's team and take the first clear rewards for themselves. While Illusory Words was thinking of contacting Phoenix Rain, a beam of crimson light suddenly shot out of the entrance portal and landed a short distance away. Then, individuals began emerging from the crimson light one after another, and these individuals were none other than Shi Feng and his teammates. They came out so quickly. How bold of them! Do they not know that the two foreign teams are watching the entrance? They might be betting that the two foreign teams won't take action so quickly. Otherwise, they'd be fools to come out of the dungeon. Zero Wing is doomed. The first clear it worked hard to secure will now benefit the two foreign teams instead. When Shi Feng's team appeared, the various powers experts, who had long given up on raiding the ruined library, engaged in a heated discussion. They didn't think Zero Wing's raid team would be so foolish as to actually leave the taboo dungeon after clearing it instead of trying to buy time by logging out of the game. Players were allowed to go offline inside dungeons in God's domain. They would simply be teleported to the dungeon's entrance when they came back online. Hence, when it came to team dungeons prioritized by the various powers, teams would normally choose to log out inside the dungeon after successfully securing the first clear. Although they would still be forcibly teleported to the dungeon's entrance when they came back online, they would still have bought themselves some precious time. If they waited long enough, they could even leave the dungeon scot-free. After all, it was unfeasible for any power to erect a magic barrier on a dungeon's entrance over a long period. It was especially so for magic barriers that could trap Tier 6 players. The cost would quickly build up and diminish potential profits. Of course, if a team had sufficiently strong backing and knew nobody would dare to target it, it could also leave the dungeon right after securing the first clear. But in everyone's opinion, Zero Wing should be nowhere near comparable to the conglomerates backing the two foreign teams. So what if you can secure the first clear? So what if your team is strong? In the end, all your effort will go to someone else. Nine Dragons Emperor said contemptuously as he looked at Phoenix Rain, who was trapped inside the threefold spatial barrier. It was true that Zero Wing's team was strong. The fact that it could secure the ruined library's first clear proved it was stronger than any of the teams present. However, no matter how strong Zero Wing's team was, it was still just a single team. While the players outside the ruined library closely monitored the situation, the scouts dispatched by the various powers also relayed the scene to their superiors. Black Flame, let's see how you can keep your arrogance in front of two conglomerates. Blood Sand from the Flower of Seven Sins said with a vicious expression as he watched the video his subordinate sent him. After the fight with Zero Wing, his position in the Flower of Seven Sins had plummeted. Originally, he had been having a headache thinking of how he could get his revenge on Zero Wing after Phoenix Rain and Jai Luorong had joined the guild. But now, he wouldn't need to take action anymore. He could simply let the two conglomerate-backed foreign teams take care of Zero Wing for him. The various native powers of their god's domain might be unfamiliar with the greater world's conglomerates, but as an executive of the Flower of Seven Sins, Blood Sand knew just how terrifying they were. Every conglomerate was an existence that ruled over numerous gods' domains and had countless Tier 6 experts under their command. If an upstart guild like Zero Wing was to go against a conglomerate, only death would await it. At this time, each of the two conglomerate-backed teams outside the ruined library could be seen sending a representative to meet with Zero Wing's team. Of the two representatives, one was a man, and the other was a woman. Both were level 217, Tier 6 players fully equipped with legendary weapons and equipment, and both were clearly experts at the 5th floor standard. After arriving before Zero Wing's team, the woman, who was a level 217, Tier 6 swordsman with a tall and powerful figure, looked at Shi Feng with a hint of surprise in her eyes and asked, "Are you Black Flame, the Lord of War Goddesses?" Chapter 3647, Chapter 721, New Divine Glory List. Chapter 721, New Divine Glory List. What's going on? Why does that big shot look like she's familiar with Black Flame? Black Flame, the Lord of War Goddesses, Could Zero Wings Guild leader actually be someone famous? The conglomerate-backed woman's question caught the various native players by surprise. Nobody could understand what was going on right now, and the Tier 6 experts of the various native superpowers were especially confused by this development. The members of the two conglomerate-backed foreign teams were incredibly arrogant. None of them took any native experts seriously, and even the 5 great super guilds, old monsters, could not catch their attention. Of course, the arrogance of these foreign experts was not unfounded, as each of them was much stronger than any native expert. It was especially so for the female swordsman who was currently speaking to Shi Feng. Previously, not only did she capture 5 of the various superpowers Tier 6 experts by herself, but she had accomplished the feat with only 3 moves. Because of her strength and actions, many native players had already secretly started to refer to her as the Devil. Yet, this Devil was now taking the initiative to ask Black Flame for confirmation of his identity. How could everyone watching this not be surprised? "Yes, that is me," Shi Feng said, nodding. He also couldn't help but be a little surprised as he looked at the woman before him. While he might have some fame in the eternal realm, most of the greater god's domain should still be unaware of his existence. After all, only a small portion of the greater god's domain's players and powers were currently involved with the eternal realm. In addition, the core experts of upper-ranking hegemonic powers and conglomerates would usually have their focus on the 12 sanctuaries. So, they wouldn't usually show any interest in matters outside the 12 sanctuaries. As for the 7 Luminaries Alliance's Sacred Glory list, it might be within the attention of the greater god's domain's various powers, but most powers only regarded the experts on this list as talented children worthy of befriending. Nobody would actually regard a Sacred Glory expert as an actual powerhouse in the greater god's domain. Meanwhile, the woman before him was the leader of a conglomerate-backed team. Moreover, the team she led had come here specifically to raid a taboo dungeon, so it went without saying she should possess incredible combat prowess and status in the conglomerate she was from. There was no reason someone important like her would pay attention to a budding genius on the Sacred Glory list. At most, she would know of the existence of such a person. After all, whether it was the Luminous Glory list or Sacred Glory list, both would see significant changes every now and then, but only a minority of those on these lists could ultimately become powerhouses in the greater god's domain. "Greetings, Mr. Black Flame. I am Sword B, the Vice Commander of the Red Mirror Conglomerate's 3rd main force. I am also currently serving as the leader of the Red Mirror Conglomerate's Vanguard team." When the female swordsman received Shi Feng's confirmation, a hint of respect immediately appeared on her indifferent face. "I truly did not think I would have the fortune of meeting you in this god's domain." Before Sword B could continue speaking, the male berserker, who was the leader of the other conglomerate-backed team, suddenly stepped forward. "Greetings, Mr. Black Flame. I am Light Chaser, the leader of the Forest Crystal Conglomerate's Vanguard team." The male berserker took the initiative to introduce himself. "I didn't think you were personally taking action, Mr. Black Flame. I now know why the taboo dungeon can be conquered so quickly. If my superiors learn of this, they will probably be given a fright." Sword B and Light Chaser behaved as if they were speaking to an old friend when they talked to Shi Feng. The hint of respect in their voices was also obvious, and it caused the surrounding spectators to fall silent. Even Phoenix Rain and the others of Shi Feng's team couldn't help but look at this scene in stunned silence. When they were about to leave the ruined library, Phoenix Rain and the others had already prepared themselves for a tough fight. However, the attitudes of the two conglomerate-backed teams' leaders were nothing like they expected. Rather than trying to rob them, It looked more like these two individuals were congratulating them for their success. "I still have other business to tend to. If you have nothing else for me, can I leave?" Shi Feng asked. He could tell that Sword Bee and Light Chaser were eager to continue their conversation, but he wasn't interested in doing so. It also didn't seem like they wished to harm Zero Wing, so although he didn't know their motives, he naturally wouldn't take the initiative to attack them. Of course. "Since you have other matters, it is only natural that you tend to them first, Mr. Black Flame," Light Chaser said. He could tell that Shi Feng wasn't planning to stay any longer, so he hurriedly waved at his subordinates, saying, "What are you all still standing there for? Did you not hear that Mr. Black Flame has something to do? Hurry up and make way." When the members of the two conglomerate-backed teams heard Light Chaser's words, they dared not disobey and quickly took down the magic barrier covering the dungeon portal. Then, they took the initiative to make a path for Shi Feng's team to leave the plaza. When the various native experts saw this scene, all of them were dumbfounded. "What's going on?" Illusory Words was similarly stunned as she watched Shi Feng's team safely depart from the plaza. It should be known that the two conglomerate-backed teams had made it very obvious they were going to take lethal action against the team that secured the ruined library's first clear. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone out of their way to join forces and erect a magic barrier over the dungeon's entrance. Yet, the instant the leaders of the two teams saw Shi Feng, they behaved as if they had just met an old friend, and even personally saw him off. Nine Dragons' Emperor was similarly confused by this development. It should be known that even the leader of the Dragon Hunting Temple's vanguard team had to behave respectfully in front of Sword Bee and Light Chaser. "What's wrong? Don't tell me you're acquainted with Black Flame," the one-eyed guardian knight from the Dragon Hunting Temple asked when he saw Nine Dragons' Emperor's gaze fixated on Shi Feng's team. "I'm not acquainted with him, but a friend of mine is," Nine Dragons' Emperor said, shaking his head. Then, unable to help his curiosity, he asked the one-eyed guardian knight, "Who exactly is that Black Flame, Mr. Dragon Tamer? Why would those two behave so respectfully toward him?" "Your friend is very fortunate then," the one-eyed guardian knight named Dragon Tamer said. Then he looked at Nine Dragons' Emperor and pondered for a moment before asking, "Have you heard of the Greater God's Domain's Divine Glory List before?" "The Divine Glory List?" Hearing Dragon Tamer's question, Nine Dragons' Emperor quickly recalled the Greater God's Domain's apex ranking lists previously mentioned by Hidden Mist. "Is it the ranking list where only the Greater God's Domain's apex experts can enter?" "That's correct." Dragon Tamer nodded. Then, he looked at Shi Feng's departing back and respectfully said, "Black Flame is the latest expert to enter the Divine Glory List. The Lord of War Goddess's Black Flame. Moreover, he has been granted the rank of 281st. That is a high ranking, even on the Divine Glory List. He's 281st on the Divine Glory List." Nine Dragons' Emperor nearly lost his footing when he heard Dragon Tamer's words. Even the lowest-ranked expert on the Divine Glory List was an extraordinary existence who could single-handedly shake an entire realm, let alone someone ranked within the top 300. When dealing with such an individual, even cross-realm conglomerates would have to tread carefully, let alone the average conglomerate. If any of their God's Domain's native powers could get into the good graces of such an expert, they could be worry-free even when developing in the Greater God's Domain, let alone in their God's Domain. Chapter 3648, Chapter 722, Times Have Changed. Chapter 722, Times Have Changed. Black Dragon Empire, Black Dragon City, Zero Wing's residence. "We are done appraising and tallying the loot we got from the treasury, guild leader," Phoenix Rain reported excitedly as she stepped into the guild leader's office. In addition to 12,485 Divine Titan sources, We have obtained 216 God Chaser sets and 114 God Slayer combat puppets. That many? Shi Feng was a little surprised by the numbers Phoenix Rain reported. Although he had long known the God Slayer's treasury would house extraordinary wealth, he didn't think it would be to such an extent. Firstly, the value of the Divine Titan sources and epic-ranked God Chaser sets went without saying. As for the God Slayer combat puppets, they were bona fide advanced dark gold combat puppets. They were superior to even the dark gold combat puppets the Seven Luminaries Alliance used in the defensive clash against the Sun Dynasty. Each could overwhelm the average Tier 6 player, even when piloted by a Level 0 player. Although a force of 114 God Slayer combat puppets still wasn't enough to let Zero Wing triumph over the Sun Dynasty in an all-out clash, it should be enough to let Zero Wing defend its resurrection camp in the World Arc. Besides that, we have already integrated with 6 superpowers and received the real estate of 5 empires and 26 kingdoms. Our stockpile of 7 Luminaries crystal is currently sitting at 3.15 million units, and our Tier 6 expert count has reached 14. As for Tier 5 experts, we now have over 10,000 level 200 plus Tier 5 experts, of which 2,000 are at level 210 and above. Phoenix Rain continued reporting. Also, as per your instructions, I have asked the 164 level 210 plus Tier 5 experts who have mastered at least one basic law if they are willing to sign the God's domain contract you provided, and 109 have agreed. Excellent, Shi Feng said, nodding in satisfaction. Have everyone who has signed the contract gather in the residence as soon as possible. We will leave our God's domain in 3 hours. We're leaving today. Phoenix Rain couldn't help but look at Shi Feng in surprise. Shortly after the 2 conglomerate-backed foreign teams respectfully saw Shi Feng off from the ruined library, many native powers expressed their wishes to join Zero Wing. As a result, Zero Wing became swamped with work selecting and integrating these powers. Fortunately, Zero Wing was very stringent on the powers and players it accepted. Otherwise, completing the preliminary integration in just a day would have been impossible. Originally, Phoenix Rain thought they would have a few more days to complete the integration work. She never thought they would be heading for the Eternal Realm so soon. Zero Wing's situation in the Eternal Realm isn't looking too good from what I've been told, so we'll need to send reinforcements as soon as possible, Shi Feng said with a wry smile. If possible, he would also prefer to bide his time to bring more experts into the Eternal Realm. Unfortunately, the Sun Dynasty did not plan on giving him more time. The World Arc was one of the most important locations in the Eternal Realm, and there were 2 reasons for this. Firstly, it was a producer of secret treasures. Secondly, it was a gateway for players to enter Holy Ring City. Currently, Holy Ring City was the only known location where players could reincarnate into a mythical race. Meanwhile, the power of mythical races was so great that they could influence the greater God's domain's power structure, and this held true for both human players and Holy Race players. Because of this, Holy Ring City would inevitably become a gathering place of immense wealth and talent in the future. Once Holy Ring City developed to its peak, it wouldn't even be an exaggeration to equate its significance to an entire realm. If Zero Wing couldn't establish a foothold in Holy Ring City, it would have much greater difficulty establishing itself in the Eternal Realm. I'll notify them right away, Phoenix Rain said before leaving the office. 3 hours later, when Shi Feng opened a world-breaking gate, Phoenix Rain, Illusory Words, and the other Tier 6 experts of Zero Wing couldn't help but look at it with a fervent gaze. They had always dreamed of traveling to the world outside of their God's domain. After all, a single god's domain was too small of a stage for a Tier 6 player. Only by stepping onto a bigger stage could they develop more effectively. Not to mention, now that it was only a matter of time before the inhabitants of their world needed to migrate to the greater world, they would need to start earning the greater world's currency and resources. Otherwise, once their world's currency and resources became unusable, they would immediately become destitute. Those in the first batch follow me through the gate. Those in the second batch wait here for 6 hours, Shi Feng said before taking the lead to cross the world-breaking gate. Seeing this, those selected to be in the first batch quickly followed Shi Feng through the gate and had their vision blinded by a bright flash. Then, when they could see again, they found themselves standing in a room filled with unbelievably dense mana. The room even had a trace of eternal energy. Is this the world outside our god's domain? Phoenix Rain couldn't help but widen her eyes in shock as she looked out the window at the courtyard of Zero Wing's residence. Although she had taken only a few glances, she could already tell the combat standards of the players walking in the courtyard. The 4th floor standard. Even the weakest player walking in the courtyard was a 4th floor expert. It should be known that even domain realm experts were incredibly rare in their god's domain. As for those who had reached the 4th floor standard, they were all existences who could compete for a spot among the 10 saints. Yet, such experts were the most common type of experts found in Zero Wing's residence in the Eternal Realm. While Phoenix Rain and the others were looking through the window of Shi Feng's office with shocked expressions, a woman entered the room. The woman had an extraordinary presence, instantly dominating everyone's attention as soon as she appeared. "You're finally back, Guild Leader." Vice Guild Leader Frey and I would have failed to hold on had you taken any longer to return. Carrying the Chaos Windblade on her back, Gentle Snow was akin to a war goddess as she walked up to Shi Feng. Although she was currently only at level 180, Phoenix Rain and the others felt as if they were standing before a Tier 6 god. In fact, the power she carried within her body was so overbearing that it distorted the space around her. Gentle Snow. Phoenix Rain couldn't help but be surprised when she saw Gentle Snow. Although it had been years since she last saw Gentle Snow, she could still recognize her face. Gentle Snow, the Snow Goddess. The woman was very famous during the early days of God's domain. When she suddenly disappeared from God's domain, many powers lamented over her disappearance as they all felt that Gentle Snow had the potential to become a Tier 6 expert. At one point, Phoenix Rain had also tried to recruit Gentle Snow. She felt that Gentle Snow was comparable to Blue Phoenix in talent, and she was confident the woman could become of huge assistance to her. Unfortunately, Gentle Snow turned down her offer, and she never saw the other party ever since. Now that Phoenix Rain was meeting with Gentle Snow again, she found that the other party had become inhumanly strong. Gentle Snow had become so strong that Phoenix Rain doubted she could survive more than a handful of moves against her. Chapter 3649, Chapter 723, Advanced Fine Gold Flying Ship. Chapter 723, Advanced Fine Gold Flying Ship, Guild Leader Phoenix. Gentle Snow was a little surprised to see Phoenix Rain in the room. She didn't think Shi Feng could successfully abduct the renowned demon queen of their home god's domain. Personally, Gentle Snow admired Phoenix Rain a lot. This was because the other party had single-handedly developed the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion into an overlord in their god's domain. In contrast, not only did she fail to properly manage Ouroboros, a first-rate guild, but she even ended up getting dismissed from the guild. "I am no longer the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Great Pavilion Master, so you don't have to address me as Guild Leader Phoenix. I'm slightly older than you, so call me Big Sis Phoenix instead," Phoenix Rain said, shaking her head. At the same time, she couldn't help but have mixed feelings as she looked at Gentle Snow. Phoenix Rain considered herself rather talented. She had also been superior to Gentle Snow in combat standards the last time they met. Yet, from what she could tell, Gentle Snow's combat standard should have already reached the extrasensory realm. You've reached the 5th floor standard and learned that gold combat technique already, Snow. Shi Feng was similarly surprised when he sensed Gentle Snow's aura. Before he left, Gentle Snow admittedly exuded a very strong aura already. However, that was by virtue of the Chaos Windblade enhancing her basic attributes to an extraordinary extent, and he did not feel an ounce of danger when he stood in her presence. Not to mention, even with the Chaos Windblade, Gentle Snow's basic attributes were still inferior to his at the time. Now that he had reached level 191, which was 11 levels higher than Gentle Snow's current level, he logically should have an even bigger advantage in basic attributes over Gentle Snow than before. Yet, he could now feel a vague sense of danger coming from her. Of all the explanations he could think of, the only reasonable one was that Gentle Snow had become a 5th-floor expert who had grasped a gold combat technique. The gold combat technique I received from the 7 Luminaries Alliance is highly compatible with me, and I was lucky enough to achieve a breakthrough when I was fighting against the Holy Race experts some time ago, Gentle Snow said, nodding and revealing an excited expression. 9-Sword Eradication was the name of the technique she had exchanged from the 7 Luminaries Alliance as her reward, and it was one of the few advanced gold combat techniques offered to her for exchange. She also suspected it to be a technique created by the goddess of space, as it looked very similar to the swordsmanship she had seen while completing a guild guidance quest. Originally, she had only exchanged the technique to help her learn the swordsmanship in the guidance quest. She never really expected to be able to learn 9-Sword Eradication, seeing as it was an advanced gold combat technique. However, to her surprise, she actually succeeded. Is the Holy Race's offensive very fierce? Shi Feng asked when he noticed the fatigue on Gentle Snow's face. No shelters were available in the World Arc, so players could not get any proper rest to recover their concentration while operating there. As for the resurrection camps, they only functioned to resurrect players and nothing more. So, even with the help of concentration recovery potions and tents, players could only delay the inevitable. Meanwhile, if players wished to avoid dying from concentration exhaustion, they would have to periodically return to a city for proper rest. However, it had only been a few days since he left the Eternal Realm. Unless Gentle Snow had been stationed at the resurrection camp throughout this entire time, there was no way she would look as tired as she was now. Things are indeed a little tricky, Gentle Snow said, sighing. Although the 7 Luminaries Alliance is safeguarding the front line and has even extended some assistance to our camp, the Sun Dynasty is employing guerrilla warfare and giving the Alliance no opportunities to help us. Thus far, the Sun Dynasty is only attacking us with a 100-man team of Tier 6 experts, and the team will always withdraw after landing a swift blow on us. As a result, our Tier 5 members keep decreasing, and we can't even leave the camp to explore. Even Azure Shadow's group has died several times already. It seems they don't want to waste too much manpower dealing with us. Shi Feng immediately understood the situation after hearing Gentle Snow's report. How are things coming along on Melting Flame's side? They have produced another 100 sets of eternal magic armor for us. Melting Flame has also successfully become a great Grandmaster Forger, Gentle Snow said. But just these 100 sets aren't enough to change the state of battle, so Melting Flame has gathered all of the guild's manpower, and even borrowed some of the Red Dragon Nation's manpower to rush the production of a Silver Wing. I was just about to retrieve it and use it to reinforce the resurrection camp. They've completed a Silver Wing already, Shi Feng couldn't help but be surprised. Currently, exploration of the world ark's inner area was of the utmost priority for both the human race and the holy race. Neither side would allow the other to gain any advantage in Holy Ring City. It was why the Sun Dynasty had mobilized so little manpower to deal with Zero Wing. While a 100-man team of Tier 6 experts was impressive, it was nowhere near enough to capture Zero Wing's resurrection camp. At most, such a force could be used to eliminate some of the camp's Tier 5 and Tier 6 defenders. Not to mention, even if the Sun Dynasty successfully eliminated Zero Wing from the world arc, it would not be able to reclaim the Sunlight Blade. Hence, the Sun Dynasty had chosen to stifle Zero Wing's progression in the world arc, instead of committing more manpower to completely eliminate Zero Wing from the world arc. "Have a look yourself," Gentle Snow said as she shared a holographic image of a completed Silverwing flying ship with Shi Feng. "I can't believe it." Shi Feng was greatly surprised as he looked at the image before him. At this point in time, it should logically be impossible for Zero Wing to manufacture the Silverwing flying ship in the Eternal Realm. After all, secret silver flying ships were considerably rare even in the greater God's domain, let alone the Eternal Realm. Thinking up to this point, Shi Feng couldn't help but feel joyful. "All of you rest for the time being. We will head for the world arc together afterward," Shi Feng said as he looked at Phoenix Rain and the others. Then he turned to Gentle Snow and continued, "You come with me to meet with Melting Flame, Snow. It's about time we turn the tables on the holy race." Normally, the addition of just one secret silver flying ship would do little to help with Zero Wing's current predicament. But if the Silverwing flying ship was powered by a divine Titan source, it would instantly become the ruler of the skies. Not long after, Shi Feng arrived at Melting Flame's workshop with the confused Gentle Snow. Currently, Melting Flame was in the process of forging an eternal magic armor. "Guild leader, what brings you here?" Melting Flame asked, feeling pleasantly surprised when he saw Shi Feng. "See if this thing can help improve the Silverwing," Shi Feng said, getting straight to the point as he placed a divine Titan source on Melting Flame's work table. "This ISA divine Titan source?" Melting Flame's eyes brightened immediately after he inspected the crimson crystal on the stone table. "Where did you find such godly material, guild leader?" "Just tell me if it's of any use," Shi Feng said, exasperated by Melting Flame's response. "Yes, it's of incredible use," Melting Flame answered with certainty. "If I have this divine Titan source, I can upgrade the Silverwing into an advanced fine gold flying ship." Chapter 3650, Chapter 724, New Silverwing, Chapter 724, New Silverwing TL Notes. Made a change to Chapter 681. Original. Meanwhile, once players developed their concentration to the extremes of the Tier 6 standard, they could mentally manipulate their divine might to form a domain, which was also known as a divine domain. Edited. Meanwhile, once players developed their concentration to the Tier 6 limit standard, they could mentally manipulate their divine might to form a domain, which was also known as a divine domain. Advanced fine gold. Shi Feng's eyes brightened when he heard Melting Flame's answer. "How many people do you need? How long will the upgrade take?" Secret silver flying ships were already considerably rare in the greater God's domain. As for fine gold flying ships, they were as rare as a phoenix's feather, and they were usually regarded by upper-ranking hegemonic powers as one of their most prized possessions. Originally, Shi Feng thought Melting Flame could, at best, upgrade the Silverwing into a fine gold flying ship. After all, the improvements flying ships received from each rank upgrade were much more significant than weapons and equipment. Hence, it was much more challenging to upgrade a flying ship's rank. Meanwhile, upon reaching the advanced fine gold rank, a flying ship would be akin to a mobile fortress. Not only could it withstand the attacks of Tier 6 players, but it also had the power to kill Tier 6 players. If the average Tier 6 player were to encounter an advanced fine gold flying ship while traveling across the void sea, they would usually steer clear of its path. For these reasons, advanced fine gold flying ships were used by conglomerates as their primary method of transporting cargo between realms. It's only a simple power source replacement, so I'll only need one Grandmaster engineer to assist me with the modifications. The process also shouldn't take more than 4 or 5 hours, Melting Flame said, anticipation coloring his face as he looked at the crimson crystal on the table. He had only seen an advanced fine gold flying ship once before, and it was when he was visiting a holy city. When the advanced fine gold flying ship appeared near the holy city, the entire city erupted with commotion. Even the holy city's Tier 6 defenders went on high alert for fear that the advanced fine gold flying ship was looking to do harm to the city. Now that he had the opportunity to create an advanced fine gold flying ship, he couldn't help but feel as if he was in a dream. Okay, go and get a Grandmaster engineer right away, but make sure they are trustworthy, Shi Feng said, nodding. Then he handed Melting Flame a God's Domain contract and added, also, whoever you choose must sign this contract. The both of you will be responsible for modifying all Silverwings produced in the future. While time was of the essence currently, Zero Wing could still afford to wait a handful of hours, especially if it meant it could add an advanced fine gold flying ship to its Resurrection Camp's defense. At that time, the Resurrection Camp's safety would rise to a whole new level. As for why Shi Feng was placing such heavy emphasis on keeping the Silverwings upgrade process a secret, it was because almost all advanced fine gold flying ships in the Greater God's domain came from ancient ruins. Not a single power in existence could manufacture flying ships of such rank. Hence, should news of Zero Wing having the ability to produce advanced fine gold flying ships get leaked, the consequences would be beyond Zero Wing's capability to bear. Do you still have more of this godly material, guild leader? Melting Flame couldn't help but doubt his ears when he heard Shi Feng's words. He dared not believe Shi Feng had more than one divine titan source. As an inferior divine material, the divine titan source's rarity went without saying. Melting Flame wouldn't even be surprised if there only existed a handful of pieces in the Greater God's domain. Yet, going by Shi Feng's words, it was obvious that Zero Wing was looking to create more than just one advanced fine gold-ranked Silverwing. In other words, Zero Wing still had more divine titan sources. I can't tell you how many I have, but you can come straight to me for a divine titan source for every Silverwing you complete, Shi Feng said. Also, make sure you are the only person present when installing the new power source. The value of a divine titan source was not much lower than an advanced fine gold flying ship, and the divine titan sources Shi Feng obtained from the God Slayer's treasury numbered over 10,000. If Melting Flame were to learn of this number, he would probably go crazy. If all these divine titan sources could be converted into advanced fine gold flying ships, Zero Wing would be unstoppable even in the holy race's Greater God's domain, let alone the human race's Greater God's domain. I understand. Rest assured, guild leader, Melting Flame nodded, understanding the importance of this matter. Immediately, he left to seek out a trustworthy engineer. The fact that Zero Wing could mass-produce secret silver flying ships was already plenty astonishing. If it became known that Zero Wing could mass-produce advanced fine gold flying ships, all hell would break loose in the Eternal Realm. Zero Wing's residence, special workshop. 2 Zero Wing members wearing a Grandmaster Engineer emblem currently stood before a work table, looking at Melting Flame, wondering why the other party had gathered them here. "Why did you summon me and Silk Radish here, Boss Flame? Do you have something important for us to do?" Dozing Crocodile, a young man in his mid-20s and one of the two Grandmaster engineers in the room, asked as he looked at Melting Flame nervously. Due to his contribution to the production of a large number of eternal magic armor for the guild, Melting Flame had already become Zero Wing's chief forger. Although he still wasn't a core executive of Zero Wing, his status was already comparable to that of core executives. "It's nothing major," Melting Flame said as he looked at the two individuals who had joined Zero Wing at the same time as he did. Then, with a smile, he took out a God's Domain contract and continued, "I need an exclusive engineer to work under me. The benefits are listed in this contract. See if any of you are interested." Heeding Shi Feng's instructions, Melting Flame settled on two possible candidates to take on Shi Feng's task with him. These two candidates were Silk Radish and Dozing Crocodile. They were among the same batch of players who joined Zero Wing as he did, and both were currently among the best engineers in Zero Wing. "We can never log in to God's Domain once we break the contract." Dozing Crocodile frowned when he read the final clause of Melting Flame's contract. Admittedly, Melting Flame offered incredibly lucrative benefits in his contract. In addition to a monthly salary of 100,000 star coins, Melting Flame also offered an advanced living quarter in Zero Wing's main headquarters. In the current situation, where the surrounding third-tier mobile cities were all frantically competing over Star Lake City's housing spaces, this was a privilege Dozing Crocodile dared not dream of obtaining. However, signing this God's Domain contract would also mean that he would forever be restricted to working for Zero Wing. It should be known that he had only joined Zero Wing on behalf of his family, and his relationship with Zero Wing could only be considered a temporary partnership. There was also a strong possibility he would become the head of his family in the future. Compared to the benefits he could reap from being the ruler of a hegemonic power, the benefits Melting Flame offered could only be considered laughable. So, there was no reason for him to restrict himself to Zero Wing. "I'll sign this contract, Big Brother Melting Flame," Silk Radish said without hesitation after reading the contract. Silk Radish's circumstances were different from Dozing Crocodile's. Dozing Crocodile was an original inhabitant of the greater world, and he even had citizenship in a third-tier mobile city. Even if he left Zero Wing, he would still have plenty of equally good options to choose from. However, for Silk Radish, Zero Wing was her only option as it was the only guild from her home world currently operating in the greater world. Not to mention, once she signed the exclusive contract, she would become a core member of Zero Wing and receive more resources to support her advancement to the Great Grandmaster rank. "Okay, sign it and follow me," Melting Flame said, nodding. Subsequently, Silk Radish signed the God's Domain contract and left to modify the Silverwing with Melting Flame. As for Dozing Crocodile, he nonchalantly returned to his workshop and resumed striving to become a great Grandmaster engineer so that he could become the head of his family as soon as possible. Roughly 5 hours later, Melting Flame ran to the guild leader's office and happily handed the modified Silverwing to Shi Feng. Then, he left to start production on the second Silverwing so that he could modify more secret silver flying ships into advanced fine gold flying ships and produce a fleet of them for Zero Wing. Zero Wing residence, guild leader's office. "It's all up to you now." After Melting Flame left, Shi Feng took out the origin myth and expectantly moved the advanced fine gold Silverwing from his bag into the origin space. An advanced fine gold flying ship might be powerful, but calling it the ruler of the skies was a stretch, especially against the Holy Race's Sun dynasty. One advanced fine gold flying ship was not enough to get Zero Wing out of its current predicament. However, with Zero Wing's current situation, it wouldn't be possible to produce a second advanced fine gold flying ship within a short time. Hence, Shi Feng decided to take things a step further and upgrade the Silverwing again. System: Origin Space has detected the advanced fine gold Silverwing. Strengthening and modifying the Silverwing will cost 4 million units of 7 luminaries crystal. Do you wish to proceed? 4 million. What a scam. Shi Feng couldn't help but be flabbergasted by the system notification. It had only cost him 6 million units of 7 luminaries crystal when he upgraded the Abyss Workshop certification from a legendary item into an inferior divine item. Yet the system was now asking him to pay 4 million units just to strengthen an advanced fine gold flying ship. The cost scaling was absolutely ridiculous. Eventually, though, Shi Feng still chose to grit his teeth and strengthen the Silverwing. Chapter 3651, Chapter 725, Foundation Debut. Chapter 725, Foundation Debut. Zero Wing Residence, Guild Leader's Office. Immediately after Shi Feng made his decision, a colorful radiance bloomed from the Silverwing inside the Origin Space. At the same time, the countless magic arrays engraved on the Silverwing's hull were broken down and reorganized, the entire process lasting over a dozen minutes. When the strengthening process concluded, a brand new Silverwing appeared before Shi Feng's eyes. Silverwing Flying Ship, Advanced Dark Gold Flying Ship, Maximum Capacity, 1,000 People Durability 70,070,000, possesses Tier 6 Upper Rank Armor. Item Storage when liberated, 150,000 bag space slots and 6,000 non-bag space slots. Additional active skill 1 Holy Spirit Field. When activated, prevent all enemies within a 10,000-yard radius from utilizing their surrounding energy for 30 minutes. No cooldown. Each activation costs 300 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Additional active skill 2 Holy Spirit Barrier. When activated, renders all allies within a 3,000-yard radius immune to damage for 1 minute. Cooldown 30 minutes. Each activation costs 1,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal. The Silverwing Flying Ship carries 100 Spirit Destruction Cannons, each possessing power at the Tier 6 peak standard, 28 Floating Spirit Cannons that can be used offensively and defensively. Each possesses power at the Tier 6 peak standard, 3 Spirit Disintegration Cannons. Their power can reach the Tier 6 limit standard. The Silverwing Flying Ship has a flight speed that rivals Tier 6 legendary flying mounts. Each activation of the Silver Flying Ship costs 5,000 units of 7 luminaries crystal, and it expends 100 units of 7 luminaries crystal per day while in operation. Incredible! Shi Feng gasped when he saw the new Silverwing statistical description. An advanced dark gold flying ship. He had only ever seen these behemoths appearing in the war between the two races. These advanced dark gold flying ships were also why the various apex powers could confidently traverse the front lines. As for the exact statistics of those advanced dark gold flying ships, they were only known to the apex powers that owned them. Everyone else could only make guesses. But after seeing the statistics of one himself, Shi Feng could only describe advanced dark gold flying ships as heaven-defying. Simply the fact that the upgraded Silverwing possessed Tier 6 upper-rank defensive armor meant that the average Tier 6 player could be utterly incapable of damaging it. Even taboo-level experts wielding divine weapons would only be able to damage it slightly. Besides that, the Silverwing's offensive capabilities were also through the roof. It should be known that spirit destruction cannons were weapons that could normally only be found in void fortresses situated in the Void Sea. With 100 spirit destruction cannons equipped, the advanced dark gold Silverwing could already rival the firepower of a void fortress. Not to mention, there were also the spirit disintegration cannons that could launch attacks close to rivaling the attacks of ancient gods. If a Tier 6 tank was struck by one of these cannons without a life-saving skill active, they would die on the spot, even if they were fully equipped with legendary equipment. No wonder those advanced dark gold flying ships I've seen could single-handedly take down entire fortresses. With such firepower, even Tier 6 gods will have to steer clear of them. Shi Feng couldn't help but get a little emotional as he moved the brand-new Silverwing into his bag. He had coveted advanced dark gold flying ships greatly in his previous life. However, flying ships at the fine gold rank and above could only be acquired from ancient ruins. Although Zero Wing had explored many ancient ruins, it only managed to procure several fine gold flying ships. As for dark gold flying ships and beyond, only the various apex powers were known to have any. Moreover, they were all acquired through many years of effort. But now, Zero Wing finally had an advanced dark gold flying ship of its own. Moreover, so long as Zero Wing had enough 7 luminaries crystals, it could easily produce more than what the various apex powers owned. But I'm going to have to get more 7 luminaries crystals after this. When Shi Feng took a look at the remaining 7 luminaries crystals in his bag, he couldn't help but feel helpless toward the origin myth. The origin myth's ability was undeniably amazing, but the cost to use it was also beyond imagination. After integrating 6 superpowers from his home god's domain into Zero Wing, he had acquired a little over 3 million units of 7 luminaries crystal, bumping his stockpile to 12 million units. But after strengthening the Silverwing, his stockpile had fallen back to 8 million units, which was only enough to fund the Tier 6 promotion of 80 players. Not to mention, it also cost 7 luminaries crystals to maintain and operate the Silverwing. Simply put, the 7 luminaries crystals he currently had on hand were not at all enough for his use. While Shi Feng was wondering whether he should laugh or cry about his situation, Gentle Snow suddenly entered his office. "Good news, Guild Leader. Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss have successfully advanced to Tier 6, Gentle Snow excitedly reported. "They've succeeded." Shi Feng was shocked. Before Shi Feng left for his home god's domain, Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss had already received the primordial chaos body's legacy, and began their challenge to construct a superior divine body in the residence's underground secret room. However, if asked whether the two could succeed, Shi Feng couldn't actually say for certain. After all, there shouldn't be more than a few players who had successfully constructed a superior divine body across the entire greater god's domain. Even in his previous life, Shi Feng had only successfully constructed a superior divine body, because he was lucky enough to obtain a primordial god legacy that provided the complete procedure to construct a specific superior divine body. However, the primordial chaos body's legacy only showed players a general guideline. If players wished to construct a superior divine body through the primordial chaos body, they would need to have incredibly high mastery over world laws and magic arrays. "Both of them say they have succeeded," Gentle Snow said, nodding. She understood Shi Feng's shock as she knew that Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss had been constructing superior divine bodies for their Tier 6 promotion. "Good, have them get ready. We'll be heading to the World Arc in a moment," Shi Feng said with a smile. "You're bringing them as well." Gentle Snow couldn't help but grow worried. They've been busy with their promotion all this time, so they aren't even at level 170 right now. They're at least 10 levels behind the players operating at the World Arc. How about we let them level up a little first before sending them to the World Arc? Though a 10-level gap wouldn't make much of a difference between players and monsters under level 200, Zero Wing's opponents in the World Arc weren't monsters, but holy race players instead. Meanwhile, a 10-level gap would give the holy race players a considerable advantage in weapons and equipment. Unless Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss faced opponents with inferior combat standards, they'd fare no differently than cannon fodder. Don't worry, they can overcome a 10-level gap with their standards, Shi Feng said, chuckling. The fact that Fervent Samsara and Heavy Abyss had constructed a superior divine body for their Tier 6 promotion meant they would have a significant advantage over the average Tier 6 player in basic attributes, physique, and mana. They were also experts who were equipped with legendary items and had mastered the advanced bronze mana purification technique. Even if they were 10 levels behind the other Tier 6 players operating in the World Arc, they could easily bridge the gap if they equipped the Eternal Magic Armor and Dragon's Fury Secret Treasure set. Not to mention, both were experts who had mastered an advanced law. "All right, then. I will notify them," Gentle Snow said.